world of martial arts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326 Uninvited Guests. That night, when Lin Ming went out, all the soldiers stopped and saluted spontaneously after seeing Lin Ming. Soldiers respect the strong, not to mention that in the daytime battle, their injuries were greatly reduced because of Lin Ming's presence. Young Master Lin, a big man wearing a wolfskin cloak, came up with a chuckle. This man was the leader of the Sold gang, Lin Ming. Boss Shi. Lin Ming had a good impression of this man. When the wolves attacked, he almost followed closely behind him and fought without fear. Apart from himself, Lin Ming killed the most. Young Master Lin is too polite. Just call me old Shi. How are the casualties of the army? Lin Ming was very concerned about the army. Without the army, it would be impossible to stop the beast tide. If there was only Lin Ming alone, the huge beast group would not stop to fight with Lin Ming alone, but would rush into Qianxue City in one breath. The 5-meter high wall of Qianxue City was just a matter of a few jumps for high-level beasts. In this way, it would be useless, even if Lin Ming killed more. More than 50 archers and spearmen were lost. More than 300 spearmen were lost. More than 400 heavy shieldmen were lost, and some were seriously injured and unable to fight. In total, about 10% of the combat effectiveness was lost. Our Sold gang also sacrificed more than a dozen brothers. Lin Ming was talking when he suddenly heard the sound of a divine wind eagle above the military camp, which was louder and louder than the ordinary divine wind eagle. Reinforcement are coming. This was Lin Ming's first thought, but he immediately denied it. It had only been a day since he sent the message at the post station, and the reinforcement could not be so fast. The two of them went out of the general camp and saw a giant divine wind eagle that was 4 or 5 times larger than the ordinary divine wind eagle circling in the air, and the wings of the divine wind eagle were golden. This kind of golden winged divine wind eagle, Lin Ming had seen the envoy of Peacock Mountain riding it. It seemed to have the blood of a holy beast. It was extremely fast, and its load capacity was more than 10 times that of an ordinary divine wind eagle. Those who can ride this kind of golden winged divine wind eagle are most likely from a sect. The giant eagle swooped down, and the strong wind it created actually blew away 4 or 5 military tents, and even the soldiers living inside were blown all over the place. Several people fell heavily to the ground, with bruises all over their bodies. Fuck. Who is so arrogant? Lin Ming was a straightforward person. He originally thought that they would be reinforcement, but the other party broke into the military camp and overturned the tents. He was furious. Junior sister, we have finally reached some populated areas. You have worked hard for the past 4 or 5 days. In the wildlands, inhabited by barbarians in southern Xinjiang, there is not even a place to take a shower. On the divine wind eagle, a young man in yellow clothes who looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, with a long sword on his back, said to a girl who was about 18 or 19 years old beside him. Lin Ming was slightly startled when he saw the young man in yellow. His cultivation had reached the early stage of the acquired realm. A martial artist in the early stage of the acquired realm from a sect was quite capable. Moreover, seeing that he had broken through to the acquired realm at such a young age, he should be at least a first level in a disciple, or even a core disciple. The girl he called junior sister was wearing a white dress with a faint crescent moon logo embroidered on her right chest. She was pretty and charming, a beautiful woman with both temperament and appearance. She glanced at the place where she was expressionlessly and kept silent, obviously having no desire to speak. Junior sister, now that the beast tide is everywhere, we have no place to stay, so let's just stay here for a while. The girl reluctantly responded and stopped talking. The young man in yellow was delighted. He finally persuaded his junior sister. As long as he settled down in one place and took a breath, his good wish would almost come true. The young man in yellow was about to say something else when an angry voice interrupted him. Who are you? You broke into the military camp. You injured our soldiers. You are still talking here, as if no one is around. What do you think this place is? Come here. Lin Ming was filled with righteous indignation. The other party was too arrogant. With the sound of weapons colliding, all the soldiers around drew their weapons. More than a dozen bows and arrows were fully drawn, and the arrowheads with cold light pointed directly at the young man in yellow. Several of Lin Ming's Salt Gang brothers also surrounded him with weapons. These people were even more angry. If Lin Ming hadn't waved his hand to stop them, they would have attacked directly. Although Lin Ming was angry, he did not lose his composure. It was true that he had never seen the world, but he could also see that this golden-winged divine wind eagle was extraordinary. The strong wind that came down could blow away the military camp. This kind of flying beast could probably only be owned by a large sect. From this point of view, this man and woman are probably from a sect. Qianxue City cannot afford to offend such people unless Lin Ming intervenes. However, this will cause trouble for Lin Ming. After all, they have a warrior in the early stage of the acquired realm. For a moment, the atmosphere was tense. The girl in white who was surrounded in the center of the circle had a blank expression on her face and completely ignored the weapons around her. The man in yellow snorted coldly and glanced at the soldiers around him with a hint of disdain in his eyes. In his eyes, these people were just a group of poor and lower middle peasants. Who is your highest general? Let him come to see me. You are not qualified to talk to me. The man in yellow didn't even bother to look at Lin Ming. Just by looking at Lin Ming's wild and unruly clothes, you can tell that he is not a general. Who do you think you are? Seeing the other party's attitude of not taking him seriously, Lin Ming was extremely angry. He wanted to draw his sword and chop the two men directly. At this time, Zhao Yanming, the lord of Qianxue City, walked out of the crowd and said with a gloomy face, "I'm the lord of Qianxue City. What can I do for you two?" The other party's cultivation was at the peak of condensation meridian and the early stage of the acquired realm. With such cultivation, and coming from a large sect, their strength was naturally amazing. Zhao Yanming had deeply understood the horror of the sect warriors in Lin Ming. It was probably that, even if the girl who looked so weak stood up, all of their condensation meridian warriors combined could not force out her true strength. When the other party killed a lot and rode away on the divine wind eagle, they would be powerless. This situation was naturally not what Zhao Yanming wanted to see. "Are you the lord of the city? What's your name?" The man in yellow glanced at Zhao Yanming indifferently, with a condescending attitude. Zhao Yanming frowned. He glanced at Lin Ming without leaving a trace. He asked with his true essence voice transmission, "Young Master Lin, who are these people?" "I don't know. Maybe they are from a sect in the south." Lin Ming looked at the crescent-shaped mark on their chests and had a vague guess in his heart. Could they be from the Lanyu sect? The Lanyu sect is located on the coast of the South China Sea, separated from the Qianxuan area by the southern frontier, very close to the Shenhuang Island in the South China Sea demon realm, and the sect is weak, so it was the first to suffer, and was wiped out by the South China Sea demon realm. Listening to the conversation between the two just now, it seemed that they had been traveling in the forest of southern frontier for several days. The Lanyu sect was wiped out before the full outbreak of the beast tide. If these two people were the survivors of the Lanyu sect, both the time and the place would be exactly the same. Then their strength is compared to young Master Lin. Zhao Yanming rationally felt that Lin Ming should not be a match for these two people. After all, Lin Ming was only in the middle stage of condensation veins, and the other party was also a sect disciple, not necessarily much worse. However, during the daytime today, Lin Ming's performance was so shocking that Zhao Yanming almost felt that Lin Ming seemed invincible, so he asked this question. Lin Ming did not answer. It was hard to say the strength of a genius acquired master from a sect, and the situation in Qianxue City was complicated now, so he did not want to expose his strength. Zhao Yanming said calmly, "I'm Zhao Yanming. Who are you?" Zhao Yanming. "Well, listen carefully, you don't need to know who I am. Now you order people to prepare a good mansion, clean the house, replace all the bedding and furniture inside and outside, and send 7 or 8 maids with clever hands and feet and clean bodies to serve my junior sister. In addition, my junior sister is a vegetarian and loves cleanliness. Let someone prepare clear spring bath water every day, and tender bamboo shoots and green fruits for 3 meals a day. In this way, if the beast tide attacks tomorrow, I will help you." The yellow-clothed man's words made Lin so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He had never seen such an arrogant person in his life. In fact, Lin Ming didn't know that the attitude of the yellow-clothed man was the general attitude of most sect geniuses towards mortals, just like humans treat ants. It is impossible to expect a person to negotiate with ants in a friendly manner. For example, Lin Ming was born a commoner. Although his status has soared, his character has not changed. Moreover, he is from Qianxue City. When he sees Lin Wantan, he will call himself a junior. This situation is an exception. If ordinary sect geniuses come, they will not even bother to look at them. The status gap is too big. Do you really think you are big garlic? Do you think there are no masters here? I want you to take action. Lin Ming suddenly pulled out the saber behind him, and the blade suddenly stopped downwards, directly sinking into a stone slab, making a crisp sound of metal and stone hitting each other. If he didn't know that the opponent's strength was far better than his, he would definitely take action. The young man in yellow frowned at Lin Ming's rude words. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Ming and Lin Ming beside him. His eyes finally fell on Lin Ming. I see. I didn't expect there is a little genius here. The so-called master is you. You are worthy of these 2 words. As long as you. The young man in yellow suddenly frowned when he said this. He waved his hand and 2 sword fingers popped out. The sharp sword energy broke through the air and hit Lin Ming directly. HMM. Lin Ming's face sank. There was an enemy lurking behind him. He didn't want to cause any trouble at all, but now he was inexplicably involved. Thanks to spare you brother and gods of prison brother for the reward of 10,000. Today is New Year's Eve. I wish you all a happy new year and all the best. Chapter 327 Girl in White. Swish. Swish. 2 sword energies shot from the left and right, with extremely tricky angles. Although it was just a casual attack, it was after all launched by an acquired master from a sect. If it was really an ordinary mid-stage condensation vein warrior, it would definitely be seriously injured if it was hit by these 2 sword energies. The yellow-clothed young man wanted to establish his prestige with one strike, to avoid causing trouble again, and the best target for establishing prestige was naturally Lin Ming, the current top master of Qianxue City. It's simply inexplicable. Lin Ming snorted coldly. Anyone who was involved for no reason and then attacked by others would not feel happy. The blue light was bright, and Lin Ming punched out with both fists to meet the 2 sword fingers. Bang. Boom. With 2 explosions, the sword energy was shattered, and Lin Ming was not injured at all and did not retreat a step. Oh. The young man in yellow raised his eyebrows. You can actually block my sword finger attack of 10% of my strength with your cultivation level of condensing veins. You are quite a character. Then try my strength of 30%. The young man in yellow was about to attack again, but the girl in white beside him waved her hand to interrupt him. Brother, stop it. Don't use your strength to overwhelm others. The young man in yellow was in the early stage of acquired cultivation, while Lin Ming was only in the middle stage of condensing veins. This kind of fight was inherently unfair, as it was a case of relying on cultivation level and age to overwhelm others. In the eyes of many geniuses, winning such a duel was not considered a win. Being stopped by the girl in white, the young man in yellow felt a little unhappy, but he still followed the girl's meaning and said, since junior sister said so, then forget it. Humph, you are lucky today. Oh, I'm lucky? Lin Ming felt ridiculous. In the previous fight, the young man in yellow did not use much strength, but Lin Ming's perception was extremely sharp. He could still feel the purity of the young man's true energy. He originally thought that the young man in yellow would be a core disciple, but now it seems that he is probably only an inner disciple. Inner disciples are nothing. Qin Xingxuan is already an inner disciple now. As Qin Xingxuan's talent is revealed in the future, it is possible for him to become a core disciple. Why, you are not convinced? The young man in yellow raised his eyebrows. Since my junior sister has said so, I will not bully the weak today. If you are not convinced, it's simple. If there is a beast tide tomorrow, you and I will fight and see who kills more. How about it? Before Lin Ming could speak, Lin Ming interrupted. What the hell? I still need your help. My Qianxue City. Before Lin Ming finished speaking, he was suddenly interrupted by a full-bodied voice. Boss Shi, please put the overall situation first. The decision of Qianxue City will be made by Qianxue City. Shilin K turned around with a sullen face and saw that the person who came was ZH Ping, the leader of the 10,000 city defense troops. He was dressed in military uniform and had a sense of majesty without anger. Shilin K was furious. The decision of Qianxue City will be made by Qianxue City? This directly excluded the Qianxue City Salt Gang from the outside of Qianxue City? I led my brothers through life and death, but I ended up with such a reputation? Shilin K was so angry that he almost turned hostile on the spot. At this moment, Lin Ming's true energy transmitted a voice. Boss Shi, don't worry about it. Let's stop here. Before bringing out the chess piece planted by Yang Boyan, Lin Ming did not want to cause trouble and expose his strength. Lin Ming was a hero that Shilin K respected and admired very much. Shilin K had to give him face. He snorted coldly and said nothing more. ZH Ping turned to the young man in yellow with a smile and said, I will immediately send someone to vacate the best mansion in Qianxue City with brand new furniture and bedding and replace it with clever maids with quick hands and feet. Please invite the two masters to move in. ZH Ping bowed and saluted while speaking. Such a standard of welcome seemed to be intended to disgust Lin Ming. Lin Ming lived in the military camp, eating and living with the soldiers, but ZH Ping vacated a house specifically for these two people. Lin Ming didn't care about this at all. Some people are like this. The more you lower your status and speak nicely to him, the less he will take you seriously. On the contrary, the more you slap him in the face and step on him, the more he will treat you as a person, feeling that you can't afford to offend him and must be carefully worshipped. This kind of person can be described in one word, cheap. Of course, the difference in ZH Ping's attitude towards Lin Ming and the young man in yellow also has the factor of hatred. ZH Ping is very happy to see the young man in yellow and Lin Ming on bad terms. It would be best if they could fight and seriously injure Lin Ming so that it would be much easier to kill him. You are smart. Get ready quickly. Remember to get a few buckets of spring-scented bath water. We live in Qianxue City. My junior sister can't stay in a place like the military camp. Don't worry, once the beast tide breaks out, we can get there in just a few breaths. The yellow-clothed youth said, glancing at Lin Ming, with an expression of a great man who didn't care about the little man's fault. He was unhappy that he failed to establish his authority with a single blow just now, but he couldn't disobey the wishes of the girl in white. The yellow-clothed youth and his junior sister were disciples of the Lan sect. The Lan sect had been exterminated for 6 days, and only 1 in 10 disciples survived. The innate elders were almost extinct. The two of them were lucky enough to escape. They were exhausted all the way. They spent most of the time in the forests of southern Xinjiang in the past few days, sleeping in the open air, eating wild fruits and dry food, and didn't even have the opportunity to take a bath or change clothes. This was very difficult for the white-clothed girl with misophobia to tolerate. The yellow-clothed youth took the opportunity to instigate the white-clothed girl to settle down in a large mortal city first and rest for a few days. He actually had another purpose for doing this. The girl in white was originally one of the direct disciples of the Lan sect. She was able to escape this time. The young man in yellow was sure that she had brought a lot of treasures with her. Her master died beside her. How could he not give her the things on his body? Earth-level treasures, various secret manuals and jade slips, especially the heaven-entering pill! Exclamation mark. The young man in yellow guessed that the girl in white had 5 or 6 heaven-entering pills. Although the Lan sect was only the bottom one among the 19 sects, there were dozens of spare pills accumulated. As one of the best direct disciples in the sect, it was very likely that the girl in white brought out 5 or 6. In addition to the heaven-entering pill, the young man in yellow knew vaguely that the Lan sect also had a spiritual medicine that was the most precious treasure of the sect, and its value was far greater than the heaven-entering pill. It was said to be related to the emperor of the Ghost Demon Emperor City, the predecessor of the South Sea Demon Realm. Although the moon-raising sect has declined now, it has a very long history, having existed for more than 2,000 years. 2,000 years ago, the moon-raising sect was a top-level 3rd-grade sect, and its power even surpassed that of Peacock Mountain. At that time, the moon-raising sect participated in the entire southern sky region siege of the Ghost Demon Emperor City, and it was not surprising that it obtained some spiritual medicines. The Ghost Demon Emperor City was a Holy Land level sect, and its emperor, the Nether Emperor, was a figure who was crowned as the emperor of the entire Xi'an continent at that time. Anything that came out of the hands of such a figure, even a toilet, would cause countless small sects to scramble for it. The spiritual medicine in the moon raising sect is said to have a certain effect on the attack of Zuundan by extremely innate masters. As for what it is, the yellow-clothed youth has only heard some vague rumors, and he doesn't know if it has been used up over the years. The yellow-clothed youth didn't expect that the spiritual medicine would be on the white-clothed girl. Even if there was something of that level, it was probably not something he could swallow. What really moved him were those heavenly pills. With his qualifications, it was not easy to enter the Xiantian realm, but if he had enough heavenly pills, then there would be no problem. Who doesn't want to reach the Xiantian realm? If the girl in white was not a beautiful woman with a fairy-like appearance and many means of saving her life, the young man in yellow would have wanted to rob her directly. The young man in yellow was originally just an inner disciple in the Lan sect, and there was a big gap between his status and that of the girl in white. Usually when the two met, the young man in yellow had to be very respectful. However, in his heart, he had had many improper thoughts about the girl in white. In fact, it was not only him, but many male disciples of the Lan sect had this idea. Once he married the girl in white, he could not only get extra resources, but also have such a beautiful woman. What a perfect thing that would be. Of course, the young man in yellow could only think about this kind of thing, and it was impossible to happen. Especially the girl in white was officially selected by Shenhuang Island a month ago, and entered the genius training program, becoming one of the 50 celebrity geniuses. The Lan sect was originally only one of the lowest among the 19 sects. There was no one from the Lan sect among the more than 20 young talents invited to the genius training program. Later, the entire genius training program accepted a total of 100 people, and the Lan sect only got 2 places. One was a girl in white, and the other was a male disciple. So the girl in white and the male disciple became the dragon and phoenix of the Lan sect. In this case, it is not an exaggeration to describe the yellow-clothed youth's fantasy about the girl in white as a toad wanting to eat swan meat. The yellow-clothed youth's jealous eyes were blazing, and he wanted to kill the lucky male disciple and replace him, and then get the girl in white, tear off her proud coat, and possess her fiercely. This is probably a common idea of many male disciples of the sect who are depressed and dark in their hearts. At this time, the tragedy of extermination occurred, and the lucky male disciple of the Lan sect died. This alone made the yellow-clothed youth feel very happy. What made the young man in yellow laugh even more was that he actually met a girl in white riding a golden-winged divine wind eagle on his way to escape. It was simply God helping him. The girl in white was in pain at the time because of the loss of her master in the sect. It was a great opportunity for the young man in yellow to take advantage of the situation. So in the past few days, the young man in yellow made full use of his rich experience in picking up girls, and when the girl in white was at her most vulnerable, he really gained some of her favor and recognition. If there is a disciple of the Lan sect who wants to thank the South China Sea Demon realm after experiencing the tragedy of the annihilation of the clan, it is probably only the young man in yellow. The Spring Festival Gala is about to begin, and there is still one chapter left. I plan to code it out during the break of the singing and dancing programs. Chapter 328, Beast Tide Night Attack. The white-clothed girl originally intended to go to Beifeng sect. Lan sect had a good relationship with Beifeng sect, so they could take refuge there. However, the yellow-clothed youth certainly didn't want this to happen. Once the white-clothed girl entered Beifeng sect, she would definitely become a genius of Beifeng sect soon, while he was still unknown. How could he have a chance to get the white-clothed girl at that time? So he said that Beifeng sect might covet the inheritance of the skills and elixir resources that they might carry, and listed all kinds of possible dangers. This speech finally persuaded the white-clothed girl slowly. After all, the white-clothed girl was only 18 years old, and she was suddenly hit by such a blow, so she was inevitably confused. The yellow-clothed youth flew out of southern Xinjiang with the white-clothed girl, and soon arrived in Qingsang City. The size of this city was very satisfactory to him. He planned to take advantage of the white-clothed girl's comfortable living environment in Qianxue City when she needed someone to comfort her, and take advantage of the opportunity to make things a done deal. The girl in white was bathing in the room. The young man in yellow had excellent hearing. Standing outside the door, he could clearly hear the sound of water splashing and the sound of several maids wiping the girl's body. These sounds made him feel itchy. He was thinking about how to find an excuse to stay in the girl's room tonight. At this moment, the alarm bell rang and the beast tide broke out again. Fuck. The young man in yellow cursed. The life and death of Qianxue City had nothing to do with him, but the beast tide was coming, and his good plan was ruined. Even if he didn't go out and stayed in the room, it would be useless. That night, the moonlight was bright. Standing on the wall of Qianxue City, you could clearly see the dark beasts rushing in from a distance. Most of these beasts were level 1 and 2, and there were also a few level 3. Their number was more than that during the day, probably no less than 100,000. The girl in white had just changed into a pure white dress. This was the snow silk brocade dress carefully prepared by ZH Yuping. It was very fitting and comfortable to wear. I'm really sorry to disturb you two masters. ZH Yuping came up early with a smile on his face. I'll only attack once. The young man in yellow had a gloomy face. He just came to borrow a house to stay for a few days. It was a great favor for him to attack once. Thank you very much for once. Please rest assured, our support will arrive in a few days. ZH Yuping was stunned for a moment and could only follow the young man in yellow. It's better to do so. I don't want to be disturbed like this again. The young man in yellow said, slowly drawing the long sword in the zoomy ring. At this time, he suddenly found Lin Ming not far away and sneered, boy, why don't you compete with me and see who kills more? If you can kill half of me, you win. A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the young man in yellow. While his strength can still surpass his junior sister, he wants to take the opportunity to show his strength and win the favor of the girl in white. To show strength, he naturally needs a foil, and Lin Ming is barely qualified to be a foil. If I were to kill the beasts by myself, it would be too boring. Not interested. Lin Ming didn't even turn his head, shook the purple spear in his hand, and jumped out of the military camp. The young man in yellow frowned. This kid really didn't know how to live or die. ZH Yuping looked at Lin Ming's figure rushing out, and a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, a low true energy transmission sounded in ZH Yuping's ears. Are you sure that the boy's flying dragon was sent to other cities for help? Yes, I'm sure. Please find an opportunity to take action as soon as possible. If you wait until the reinforcement from Qianxue City arrive, I'm afraid there will be no such good opportunity. ZH Yuping suggested nervously. If Lin Ming didn't die, the ZHU family would be hard to survive. You don't need to tell me, I know it in my heart. The man hidden in the crowd snorted coldly, and a murderous sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Without the flying dragon, he was more than 70% to 80% sure of killing Lin Ming. Roar, roar, roar. On the front line, the beasts had already rushed to the trap area. The beast traps that played a huge role in the daytime battle had only been rearranged a little bit. A few beasts stepped on the beast traps, rolled and fell to the ground, and were trampled to death by the beast army behind them. The yellow-clothed man from the Lin sect came to the herd of beasts, as if strolling in the garden, holding a long sword, and casually slashed with a sword. Crack. A blue ripple visible to the naked eye spread out like a full moon, and the range reached more than 10 feet away. A large area of land was cut open, and a large group of monsters rushing in the front were directly chopped down. Dozens of first level and second level beasts were cut into two pieces in the raging sword energy. Sword key. The yellow-clothed man then turned the sword tip, and the sword energy turned into a bunch of long snakes, falling from the sky like a fairy scattering flowers. Dozens of sword energies, blood flew wherever they passed. So powerful. Linke, who was not far away, was shocked when he saw the yellow-clothed man solve hundreds of ferocious beasts with 2 moves. He was so strong. With this kind of strength, even the late-stage master of Xiaonan country who had been secluded from the world was probably no more than this. Linke had to admit that, although the yellow-clothed man was extremely arrogant, he did have the capital to be arrogant. Even if dozens of himself went up to fight him, it would be a waste. Not far from Qianxue, Zuan Fan and Lin Han were also amazed in their hearts. There are always people outside the sky, and the foundation of the big sect is really beyond their imagination. For a while, the yellow-clothed youth became the focus of the whole audience, and even the white-clothed girl smiled slightly. Of course, she was not amazed at the strength of the yellow-clothed man. This kind of strength was not enough in front of the real genius master of the Lan sect. She smiled because she came into contact with these mortals, and felt that the escape for several days was finally relaxed. Seeing that there were still so many simple people in this world, she suddenly felt that maybe it was not a bad thing to listen to the young man in yellow and live in the secular world. Although the progress of cultivation was slow, at least it was easy and not so tiring. The young man in yellow was surrounded by a mess of corpses. The powerful sword energy made the surrounding beasts dare not move forward for a while. Compared with the young man in yellow, Lin Ming was much more ordinary. There were dozens of corpses lying around him, about 1/3 of the young man in yellow. Too scary. That young man in yellow killed 3 or 4 times more beasts than Lin Ming. He killed dozens of beasts with one move, and he used a sword. Who said swords are not good at group attacks? In the hands of the man in yellow, the sword is more powerful than Lin Ying's gun. Yes, although I don't want to admit it, he is indeed more powerful. Bah, how can you talk like that? How old is Lin Ying? How old is that man? How can they compare? Someone suddenly said this, and everyone realized that, yes, Lin Ming is only 16 or 17 years old, and the young man in yellow is at least 20 something. Most of the soldiers present were from Qianxue City, and naturally they were on Lin Ming's side in their hearts. You're right, in a few years, when Lin Ying from Qianxue City comes of age, he will definitely be able to reach this level. At this moment, a shocking roar sounded in the herd, and a 4th level beast appeared. And there were 2 of them. Both were armored giant lizards. One was bigger and the other was smaller. These armored giant lizards were extremely powerful, and had strong defense. If they could not be killed, it would be a matter of time before the city was broken. Let's kill one each. The young man in yellow laughed, and with a long sword, he went straight to the larger giant lizard. In his opinion, it was not impossible for Lin Ming to kill the armored giant lizard with his strength, but it would be quite reluctant and embarrassing to do so in the surging herd of beasts. He just wanted to embarrass Lin Ming. Crack, crack, crack. The sword light rained down, and each sword pierced a bloody hole in the armored giant lizard. The armored giant lizard raised its head and screamed. The young man in yellow was very satisfied with his performance after seriously injuring the armored giant lizard with one sword. He thought Lin Ming would join him and reluctantly attack the smaller giant lizard, but when he turned around, he saw that Lin Ming had already rushed into the herd of beasts, killing deeper and deeper. The young man in yellow smiled disdainfully. It was okay if he didn't have the courage to kill them. It was not difficult for him to deal with both of them by himself. Thinking that the junior sister behind him was still watching him, the yellow-clothed youth also became more eager to fight. He turned around and sent out a fierce martial arts. The second armored giant lizard was seriously injured. 2 swords, each sword severely injured an armored giant lizard. This kind of record was really a god of war in the eyes of ordinary soldiers. Even Qianxue shut his mouth obediently. Xi'an continent is a world where the strong are respected. The opponent is stronger than him, not to mention despising him. Even if he is beaten seriously, he can only accept it. At this time, Lin Ming was killing deeper and deeper. Although the moonlight was bright, it was night after all. Soon Lin Ming seemed to be submerged in the vast group of ferocious beasts. Lin Ming, don't rush so far. Come back. In the military formation, the one who cared about Lin Ming the most was still Lin Han. Once Lin Ming had any mishap, it would be a loss that the Lin family could not bear. Lin Ming? In the military camp, the girl in white was stunned for a moment when she heard the name Lin Ming, and then shook her head. How could it be that person? Lin Ming, etc. are very common names, and it is not uncommon to have the same name. The girl in white regained her indifferent look and stood quietly in the night wind. She had no intention of taking action. She was disdainful of taking action in such a killing between mortals and low-level beasts. Lin Ming killed deeper and deeper. His speed was extremely fast. Wherever he passed, the blood mist behind him almost dragged into a long blood-colored dragon. After all, he is a child. Although he is talented, his mind is immature. He felt that he was suppressed too badly today. It was too embarrassing to stay next to the young man in yellow and be compared. So he rushed so deep. Behind Lin Ming, a vague shadow was hidden in the group of beasts. Lin Ming continued to kill. Wherever his spear passed, blood boiled. Is it finally coming out? What a clever hiding method. Even though it was so close to me, I could only sense the vague murderous intent. Chapter 3. Half an hour left. Happy New Year to everyone. Chapter 329 Killer. With Lin Ming's strength, he rushed into the herd of beasts at full speed, just like a knife cutting through silk, with unmatched sharpness. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed into a depth of 10 miles, and was already close to the edge of the herd of beasts. The figure who had always been following Lin Ming paused slightly, going so deep. Did he find me? He thought that Lin Ming was stimulated by the killing speed of the young man in yellow, and he was too embarrassed to stay beside the young man in yellow, and rushed into the herd of beasts for fear of being outdone. However, he rushed to the edge of the herd in one breath, which was too deep. This kid, is he trying to lure me out? The black shadow's face sank. He dares to lure me out before he knows how strong I am. Does he want to get rid of me in return? This kid is really confident to the point of arrogance. Does he think he is invincible in the world? He really didn't have a complete confidence in killing Lin Ming. After all, Lin Ming had become a genius that Shenhuang Island was paying attention to. He had been hiding his strength before, so it was not surprising that he had a life-saving trump card. However, he never thought that Lin Ming had the ability to kill him in return. He was a proper sect disciple, with a late postnatal cultivation and a solid foundation. How could he be killed by Lin Ming, a guy in the middle stage of condensing veins? Not to mention Lin Ming, he didn't even take the stupid yellow-clothed youth from the Lanyu sect seriously. Even if he couldn't beat Lin Ming, he could easily escape unscathed. It would be very difficult to kill a late postnatal sect warrior if he was determined to escape. Although he was not sure of killing Lin Ming, he had to do it now. Otherwise he would have no chance when the reinforcement from Qianxue City arrived. His life was tied to Annihilating. When Lin Ming grew up to the point where he could ignore the rules of the Seven Mysterious Valley, it would be his death. Go to hell. The black shadow accelerated suddenly, and he restrained his murderous intent. His body was flashing with a hazy black phantom light. This light merged with the surrounding night, as if his body was hidden in the void. A sword that pierces the heart. The sword light, which was almost completely hidden in the night sky, pierced Lin Ming's back under the cover of the beast's killing. Finally, Lin Ming sneered. He was not afraid of thieves stealing, but he was afraid of thieves thinking about it. As long as the other party came out, he had nothing to fear. With the true energy flowing through his body, Lin Ming's spear swirled, and the light flashed. A spear full of true energy pierced straight out. A back and forth spear. It was still the simplest move in the basic spear tactics, but under the amplification of King Kang's true energy and thunder power, the power of this spear was extremely terrifying. Crack. The black sword energy was crushed to pieces, and Lin Ming's spear thrust directly through the throat of the black shadow. Huh? After image? No. It's an illusion. In a flash of lightning, Lin Ming had no time to put away his spear. With the sound of the sword whistling, another sword stabbed down, piercing Lin Ming's left rib at a tricky angle, trying to pierce his heart. Thunder power. Boom. With a loud bang, the pan-long steel needle hidden in Lin Ming's body burst out, and countless electric snakes rushed to the surroundings. The black shadow groaned and retreated quickly. Lin Ming also felt a pain in his ribs, and his clothes tore apart. A shallow blood mark appeared under his left rib. He integrated the pan-long steel needle into his body to defend against close-range attacks. He had used this trick against Jiang Boyan, and used it to break Jiang Boyan's unparalleled speed. You finally got out. Lin Ming wiped off the blood mark under his ribs, leaving only a small wound less than an inch. The killer was a little old man with a hunched body and a black scarf on his face. He held an extremely thin soft sword in his hand, which was only 2 feet long. This kind of sword is most suitable for assassination. The 2-foot length is enough to pierce the heart from any angle, and the thin and short sword body is easy to hide. The old man was looking at the wound on Lin Ming's body, which was almost not a wound. His face was uncertain. Although his attack failed to hit him due to the power of thunder, it would not cause such a small damage. Could it be that he had some special means to increase his defense? Are you our Angboyan's man? Lin Ming raised his eyebrows slightly and asked calmly. You don't have to trick me. There is no grudge between you and me in the past, and no hatred today. I just take people's money and eliminate disasters for them. When you go to the underworld, don't blame me. The old man laughed. His voice was extremely hoarse. As he spoke, his face towel shook violently, and one could even faintly see the skinny and hideous edges under the face towel, like a skeleton. Lin Ming suddenly laughed. Your face towel for acting is really good. The old man's face darkened. What do you mean? Haha, Lord B, you are still pretending at this point. With your skills, do you still need to wear a face towel? Just take it off. I have experienced your disguise skills once, and was fooled by you. Do you think I will be fooled by the same trick a second time? Lin Ming originally thought that the lurker would be Ang Boyan's apprentice. After all, this kind of thing can only be entrusted to the apprentice to be assured. But Ang Boyan is a disciple of the Hehuan sect, and his apprentice should also be a member of the Hehuan sect. But why is he so good at hiding? This ability should be possessed by the disciples of the Huan sect. And the Huan sect disciple who has a grudge against Lin Ming is still in the acquired stage. That is, below. Only below is completely in the same camp with Ang Boyan, so that he can cooperate sincerely and murder him together. Originally, in Lin Ming's impression, below was at the peak of the middle stage of the acquired realm. Now that he has broken through to the late stage of the acquired realm, he must have received some benefits from Ang Boyan. Of course, all this is just his guess. Lin Ming cannot see through Bilow's disguise. He said this just to deceive Bilow. The old man had a blank expression on his face and said in a cold voice, I don't know what you are talking about. Are you stalling for time and waiting for support? It's useless. You are not my opponent at all. You will die today. Oh. Do you think so? Lin Ming said, licking his lips excitedly, his eyes full of fighting spirit. After breaking through the middle stage of the condensation vein and obtaining the purple Zuan spear and the earth core red flame, Lin Ming's strength has greatly increased. He has always wanted to find a strong opponent to verify his strength. The yellow-clothed man who was shouting in front of him before did not arouse Lin Ming's interest at all. And Below is a good choice. It's good for young people to be arrogant, but if they are too arrogant, they are just idiots. Go to hell. Swish. The old man moved. His body moved quickly, and grey light was projected from him. With each light, there was one more old man. In a flash, 36 old men appeared. When the speed is fast enough, ordinary people's eyes can't keep up with the speed of the warrior, and a very short moment of visual residue will be left on the iris, which is the residual image. But Lin Ming's perception is extremely sharp. No matter how fast the old man is, it is impossible for him to draw 36 residual images in front of him. This means that the old man is not using residual images, but illusions. That is, the illusion sect skills. Lin Ming smiled. You can hide your appearance, but you can't hide your skills. You are still using the illusion sect skills. What about the illusion sect skills? You can guess whatever you want when you go to the underworld. 36 old men shook their swords at the same time, and 36 white lights flashed. 36 swords killing formation. Crack, crack, crack. 36 sharp beams of light shot straight at Lin Ming, each of which caused the space to tremble. Such a thick true essence was more than 10 times more powerful than the sword energy of the yellow-clothed young man from the Lan Yu sect. The old man used a killing move right at the start. At this point, Lin Ming naturally would not hide his strength anymore. He poured his true essence into the evil god seed, and the power of the evil god was activated. Boom. The King Kang true essence, that was highly compressed by the evil god seed, surged out like a tide. 36 white lights all shot onto the surging King Kang true essence, and were strangled by the endless power of the true dragon. What? The old man's face changed drastically. The 36 swords killing formation was already one of the top 3 powerful moves among all his moves, but it was easily taken over by Lin Ming. He guessed that Lin Ming might have retained some strength, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. If Lin Ming relied on some props or exquisite skills to defeat him, the old man would not be surprised. But just now, Lin Ming killed his sword energy in a head-on collision. Head-on collisions are about the thickness of the true essence, and the thickness of the true essence is mainly determined by the cultivation level. How could it be possible for him to suppress himself in the late stage of the acquired realm with the middle stage of the condensation meridian? Question mark? Lin Ming grinned. Since he had activated the power of the evil god, he intended to fight quickly. Master B, it's a pity that neither you nor our Angboyan went to see the martial arts competition of the main sect. Hearsay is always worse than seeing with your own eyes, so Master B, you made a wrong judgment. You will pay a heavy price for this battle. Humph, you are talking nonsense. How could the old man be frightened? He was about to overdraw some of his true energy and use the stronger 72 swords killing formation to kill Lin Ming in one fell swoop. At this moment, his face suddenly changed. On Lin Ming's spear, a wisp of red flame and a small piece of purple steel needle suddenly jumped out. In the black night sky, these two tiny lights were so inconspicuous, but the moment he saw them, the old man's dry eyes widened. Could this be? Impossible, it can't be a fire spirit. The old man's face changed drastically. He couldn't believe his judgment, but he clearly felt the terrifying power of fire in the tiny red flame. It's impossible. With a dual system of lightning and fire, he can control a powerful lightning energy weapon and fire spirit at the age of 16. There is no such person on this continent. The old man muttered to himself with his mouth twitching, as if he was hypnotizing himself. Do you think this is a lightning energy weapon? Lin Ming smiled. He stretched out his hand and the panlang steel needle immediately jumped onto his palm, spinning around. Master B, open your eyes and take a closer look. Is this a weapon condensed from lightning energy? Chapter 330. You can't stop me. The violent thunder power dissipated, and the steel needle, which was only 2 inches long and had a simple shape, was engraved with purple dragons on its surface, which were wrapped around the needle body in circles, a total of 9 circles. Because the panlang steel needle was in a completely static state, the thunder power was also restrained in the steel needle. The old man had enough time to observe every bit of the energy structure of the steel needle, and his perception would not be bounced off. Feeling the thunder power compressed to a terrifying degree, the old man's lips were twitching. This is. The old man had never seen Lin Ming, but as a disciple of the illusion sect, the most restraining enemy for them was the thunder warriors. The power of thunder and lightning could restrain illusions and the power of ghosts and evil spirits. In this regard, the old man had naturally read a lot of classics. The steel needle in front of him, the thunder power was condensed but not released, and it was endless, and the thunder threads in it seemed that each thunder thread had self-awareness, not a dead object. Self-awareness. Living thunder and lightning, endless. This is the mark of Lin Ming. The thunder spirit is even rarer than the fire spirit. Even a lower grade human level thunder spirit is extremely precious. A middle grade human level thunder spirit is enough to attract the competition of innate masters. Seeing the terrifying energy intensity in Lin Ming's hand, this thunder spirit is definitely not just a middle grade human level. Could it be a top grade human level? Question mark? The old man couldn't imagine how a warrior who was only in the condensation vein stage could absorb a top grade human level thunder spirit that only an innate master could absorb. Even if the Phoenix Island took action, it couldn't be done. Absorbing thunder spirits, external objects can only assist, and ultimately it depends on oneself. Moreover, the boy in front of him not only has a thunder spirit, but also a fire spirit, a middle grade earth level fire spirit, plus a thunder spirit that is suspected to be a top grade human level. Is this the power that a 16-year-old boy can possess? The old man was scared. He felt that Lin Ming in front of him was very evil, just like a foreign demon hidden in the human race. He couldn't help but have the idea of retreating. He had never revealed his true appearance. Even though Lin Ming had deceived him, he had not shown any abnormality, just to escape, if he couldn't win. As a disciple of the illusion sect who was proficient in the art of concealment, as long as he escaped from the range of Lin Ming's true essence lock, he could easily sneak into the night and get rid of Lin Ming. At worst, he would not return to the 7 Mysterious Valley. Although not returning to the 7 Mysterious Valley was equivalent to giving up the idea of innateness, it was more important to save his life in this illusory innate realm. The old man cherished his life very much. He joined our Angboyan and racked his brains to break through the innate realm in order to live another 100 or 80 years. With a flip of his palm, a thunderbolt bead appeared in the palm of the old man's hand. This was a gadget of the erase sect. Once thrown out and exploded, it would explode a large amount of fog. Taking this opportunity, he could use illusion to escape. However, just when he was about to throw the thunderbolt bead, a dazzling purple light and fierce red flames lit up on Lin Ming's Zixuan spear, as if a purple-red sun rose out of thin air in the night sky. Thunder and fire intersected. Lin Ming suddenly thrust out with a spear, and the sound between heaven and earth seemed to disappear at that moment, and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. The old man's face was full of horror. A double attack of thunder and fire? Question mark? It was too late to escape. The old man gritted his teeth, overdrawn his vitality, and desperately urged the true energy in his body. 72 swords killing formation. 72 sword energies shot out at the same time. This was the old man's strongest move. Once used, he would be extremely weak in a short period of time, and would not use it easily. But now, he had no choice. The spear shining with the power of thunder and fire was too terrifying. Bang! The spear light and the sword energy collided with each other. In the terrifying true energy airflow, the sword energy exploded like ice flakes. What? The old man expected the horror of Lin Ming's attack, but he never thought that his strongest move, which he had used after overdrawing his vitality, would be broken so easily. In the suburbs of Qianxue City, the beast tide was still rushing, and the yellow-clothed youth of the Lin sect had killed more than 1,000 beasts. The blood of countless beasts was spilt, dyeing the large area of land around him red. Every sword strike produced dozens of sword ki, and each sword ki took the life of a beast. In this way, he killed dozens of beasts with one sword. If the beasts around the yellow-clothed youth had not been killed, he would have killed more. As for the third-level beasts, they were as fragile as paper in front of the yellow-clothed youth. They were stabbed to death with one sword, and there was no need to pause at all. The fourth-level beasts could only support the yellow-clothed youth for 10 breaths at most. Before, 2 iron-armored giant lizards besieged the yellow-clothed youth, but they were also killed by him. What kind of terrifying power is this? Zhuangfan, Lin Wanzhan and others sighed that the sect warriors were too powerful. Zhuangfan and Lin Wanzhan, who had entered the condensed veins stage, were all like this. The ordinary soldiers were even more shocked. To them, the young man in yellow was simply a figure like a god of war. The young man in yellow enjoyed this feeling very much. When he was in the moon-raising sect, he was just an inner disciple. He broke through to the postnatal stage at the age of 26. This achievement was only average in the sect. There were too many geniuses above him, and his sense of existence was very weak. For so many years, the young man in yellow could be described as a little transparent, but now, he showed his skills in front of so many people, and became the protagonist of the whole scene. This made him feel very comfortable, and it seemed that the flow of his true energy in his body seemed to be smoother. Not only that, but most importantly, he was about to capture the heart of that genius junior sister. As long as he got her, he would have enough heaven-entering pills for him to impact the Xianshan realm. He was very grateful to the South Sea Demon realm. If they hadn't destroyed the moon-raising sect, how could he have this opportunity? I'm afraid he might not even get a heaven-entering pill. The yellow-clothed youth became more and more excited as he killed more and more people. He had resisted this battle before, but now he hoped that the battle could last longer. At this moment, he suddenly heard a loud bang, like thunder on the ground. He turned his head in horror, and saw that at the end of the beast tide in the distance, purple lightning rushed straight into the sky, with red flames rising from time to time, as if a heavenly calamity had descended on the world. Huh? What's going on? The yellow-clothed youth was stunned for a moment. Although they were very far apart, he still felt the terrifying energy contained in the explosion. A fight between a peak master of the thunder system and a peak master of the fire system? It's unlikely. How could two masters choose to fight in such a small place? The yellow-clothed youth was hesitating whether to go over and take a look, but at this moment, the feeling brought by the energy fluctuation was suddenly interrupted, as if it was sealed by something. Gone. Brother, what was that just now? The yellow-clothed youth heard the true essence transmission of the white-clothed girl in his ears. The young man in yellow was startled. Then he immediately suppressed the shocked expression on his face and said in a casual tone, "It should be just a thunderbolt." Thunderbolt? Yes. The young man in yellow calmly analyzed, if that kind of terrifying thunderbolt power can last, it is probably because two masters are fighting. However, it disappeared in a blink of an eye. It should be a spring thunderbolt that fell and struck out the sky fire. This phenomenon is not surprising. But senior brother, look at the sky. The young man in yellow looked up, and a big bead of sweat suddenly appeared on the back of his head. Above his head, a silver plate-sized bright moon was shining in the sky. The entire night sky was cloudless and dotted with stars. How could there be thunder in this weather? 10 miles away, a man in black was kneeling on the ground with a sword in his hand. He was covered in dust and dirt. Half of his clothes were burned. His soft armor was shattered, and his chest, abdomen, and legs were covered in blood. This man was Below. When Below fell from the sky just now, his illusion had automatically dispelled, and he turned from an old man into his original appearance. If he had not used an ice armor bead for self-defense at the last moment, he would definitely be seriously injured and lose his combat effectiveness. In this case, his fate can be imagined. Master B, because the sword just now overdrew all your true energy, your illusion can no longer support it, so you revealed your true form. Lin Ming looked at the seriously injured Below and said with a smile. He did not use the full version of Thunder and Fire Kill, but only used 40% of the power of Thunder and Fire Kill. This is a skill that Lin Ming slowly mastered after studying the fire control technique for a month in Zhangan Mountain. The full version of Thunder and Fire Kill is slow to start and consumes a lot of energy. Moreover, with Lin Ming's current cultivation, it is impossible for him to control the lower grade Purple Dragon Divine Thunder of the Earth level and the middle grade Earth Core Red Flame of the human level at the same time. If he rashly uses the full version of Thunder and Fire Kill, he may not be able to control the power and get himself involved and blown to death. Below looked at Lin Ming in disbelief. Lin Ming's current strength and possessions were completely beyond his comprehension. Such power was impossible for a 16-year-old boy to possess. Ha 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 ha. Below suddenly laughed, laughing unscrupulously. Lin Ming, do you think you can definitely kill me today? I'm indeed not your opponent, but I want to leave, and you can't stop me. The thunder spirit on you is of the upper human level, right? If I intend to spread this matter, how many innate masters do you think will be interested in you? Below had a vengeful evil smile on his face. Lin Ming listened to Below's words expressionlessly, without commenting. Under normal circumstances, even if someone is interested in you, no one would dare to touch you if you stay in the sect. But now, Shenhuang Island in the South China Sea Demon Realm are about to go to war. In such a chaotic situation, can you be sure that there will always be someone to protect you? Lin Ming, you are too confident. Geniuses are always so confident, so they tend to die early. You hid your strength to lure me out, thinking you could kill me. Since I dare to come out to kill you, I naturally have a way to save my life. You can't stop me. Do you think I can't stop you? Lin Ming's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331, No Way to Heaven and No Door to Earth. Do you think I can't stop you? Lin Ming's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile. Seeing Lin Ming's smile, Below felt a chill in his heart. What else does this kid have? Below has always cherished his life. He is proficient in many secret techniques of escape, and the illusion sect is originally a sect that is good at disguise and escape. Below has always been confident in his means of escape. Unless he encounters a congenital strongman, even if he encounters a top half-step acquired master, he is sure to escape. Lin Ming, you are still so confident. Then you try to see if you can stop me. Below said, and suddenly his whole body trembled. His face instantly turned extremely pale, and then a cloud of blood mist spurted out from his body, spurting to the surroundings. Billow's body instantly turned into a blood shadow, like a sharp arrow shooting out. The speed is so fast that it is incredible. Illusion blood escape technique. The phantom blood escape technique can only be used at the cost of one's own cultivation and vitality. When used, it can increase the speed to more than 10 times in a short period of time. At this speed, even an innate warrior may not be able to catch up. This is also the reason why Billow is confident. Of course, his maximum speed can only be maintained for an incense stick of time, but it is enough for him to get rid of Lin Ming or any acquired master and find a safe place to hide. The sequelae of using the phantom blood escape technique is that the caster will find it difficult to recover to the peak state within half a year. Billow was forced to do so, otherwise he would never use this trick. Escape. Lin Ming sneered and did not make any attacking moves at all. In fact, he was too late to attack. Billow was too fast. The air trembled, the wind whistled, and Billow rushed into the sky like a blood-colored meteor. Bang! With a muffled sound, the blood shadow transformed by Billow heavily hit an invisible barrier in the space. In an instant, flesh and blood exploded, and blood spurted out. This scene was like a rotten tomato being thrown against glass with all its might, shattering into pieces. The spacelight curtain shook violently, and then Billow, who was already bloody and mangled, slid slowly down from the air along an invisible barrier like a pile of rotten meat. From beginning to end, Lin Ming did not move. Billow was covered in blood, and countless bones were broken. Billow opened his mouth, and large mouthfuls of blood and fragments of internal organs poured out of his body like money. He stretched out his broken arm tremblingly, and his face was covered in blood with unwillingness and disbelief. Master B, you used the extreme speed gained by overdrawing your vitality, but you hit an invisible barrier hard. Mortals commit suicide by hitting the wall, but I didn't expect that warriors would also do so. Lin Ming said slowly, and Billow was almost suffocated by anger. After I struck you with the lightning and fire just now, I set up a dream barrier around you. It is said that this barrier can only be broken by innate masters. It will isolate all information inside and outside the barrier. It seems that Lord B is in a panic. Didn't he even notice the barrier in the air? With Billow's cultivation, if he was fully alert, he would not fail to notice the energy fluctuations of the surrounding barriers. It can only be said that he was frightened by Lin Ming and panicked. Block. Barrier. Billow's lips trembled. He looked at Lin Ming's purple spear getting closer and closer. His face was extremely pale. The more afraid of death a person is, the more terrified he will be when he is close to death. Lin Ming. No. Don't kill me. I'm the deputy master of the 7th Zuanwu mansion of Xianan country. I'm your teacher after all. You will be crowned as an emperor in the future. It's not worth it for you to be branded as a traitor to your teacher and ancestors because of a small person like me. Lin Ming was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he couldn't help laughing. This was the most stupid joke he had heard this year. Do you think you are my teacher? Haha, I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen someone as shameless as you. When you used illusion to trick me into a trap, did you think of me as your student? I was wrong. I was bewitched. Let me go. I will help you testify against Aang Boyan and tell you the whole story. With your current identity, as long as you can prove that Aang Boyan wants to harm you, Shi Zhongshan will definitely help you deal with Aang Boyan and may even kill him. Before Billow died, his mind suddenly became much clearer, and he grabbed the last straw to save his life. He was just a small person, and Aang Boyan was the real threat to Lin Ming. In Billow's view, it was impossible for Lin Ming to surpass Aang Boyan in his own strength in a short period of time. Correct Aang Boyan. Lin Ming pondered for a moment. It sounded good. Yes, as long as I correct him, even if there is no evidence, at least it can arouse Shi Zhongshan's suspicion. As long as he suspects, he will send people to monitor Aang Boyan's actions, and then. Billow seemed to be a drowning man who finally grabbed a driftwood. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and he straightened up by supporting the ground. At this moment, a cold light flashed, and the purple gun instantly pierced Billow's throat. The gun came out, and the gun was put away, and it was completed in an instant, as if nothing happened. But there was a scarlet and glaring blood hole on Billow's neck. Billow's eyes lost their spirit. He waved his hands blankly, as if he wanted to grab something. Why? Because of the torn vocal cords, Billow's voice was completely hoarse. Sorry, I can't believe you. The most important thing is, if I don't kill you today, my thoughts will not be clear. Lin Ming put away the purple gun and said expressionlessly. Thoughts, not clear, just because of this. Ha, ha ha. Billow laughed nervously twice, and finally fell down powerlessly. Although Lin Ming knew that according to what Billow said, he was indeed 70% to 80% sure to solve the crisis brought by Yang Boyan, but Billow not only had a grudge against him, but also made him very disgusted. Lin Ming's martial arts was to act casually, and he didn't want to endure Billow's survival in the world, because of fear of some potential dangers. If Billow really testified against Yang Boyan in the future, he would also make Lin Ming swear to the heart of martial arts, and confirm that he would not kill him afterwards. Lin Ming didn't want to compromise with the villain. Moreover, Lin Ming had a crazy plan in his mind. He wanted to kill Yang Boyan to prove a guess in his heart. After taking a look at Billow's body, Lin Ming took out a dagger from the Zumi ring, drew out Billow's blood essence, and tried to absorb it with the magic cube. The result still disappointed him. It seemed that since the second time the magic cube was opened, the magic cube seemed to have lost interest in the blood essence of the acquired master. Billow was the second acquired master that Lin Ming had killed in his life, and his blood essence was proven to be ineffective against the magic cube. My guess seems to be correct, but I don't know if the blood essence of an innate master can open the magic cube again. Lin Ming muttered to himself. Kill Yang Boyan, take his blood essence, and open the magic cube again. This is Lin Ming's plan. The magic cube is something from the god's domain. Acquired masters and innate masters are almost equivalent to ants in the god's domain. How can a thing like the magic cube, which countless powerful people are fighting for, be satisfied with the blood essence of a mere acquired master? I'm afraid that only the blood essence of the blood of the reverse scale can arouse the interest of the magic cube. Lin Ming still remembers that when he absorbed the blood of the reverse scale, his own cultivation was not enough. The original intention of the eye taper was to seal the blood of the reverse scale into his body and wait until his cultivation was enough and then slowly absorb it. But as soon as the blood of the reverse scale entered Lin Ming's body, the magic cube became very agitated and almost took the blood of the reverse scale from Lin Ming. When the blood of the reverse scale was almost devoured, it panicked and chose to merge with Lin Ming. After this incident, the magic cube actually stopped absorbing the blood of the reverse scale and instead actively promoted the fusion of Lin Ming and the blood of the reverse scale. Because of this, Lin Ming came to a conclusion that the magic cube has spirituality and is not a dead object. In this way, Lin Ming had a guess in his mind. What the magic cube wants is not the blood of acquired masters, innate masters, or even Zuundan masters. It doesn't look down on these blood. What it really wants is the blood of stronger people, such as the gods. It absorbs the blood of acquired masters, just to give itself a signal it needs blood. What does it absorb blood for? Lin Ming always feels that the nature of the magic cube is a bit evil. When it first appeared in the world, it devoured the souls of so many gods, causing a huge disaster in the gods. When it came to his hands, it began to suck blood again. Soul eating, blood sucking. These are things that only magic skills can have. Could it be that the person who left the magic cube was originally a demon god? Lin Ming did not resist the magic path. Any power, as long as it was strong and true to his heart, could be used. After thinking for a long time without any result, Lin Ming collected Billow's body and quickly returned to the front line of the military camp. After rushing back, Lin Ming found that the beast tide not only did not show any sign of easing, but became more and more fierce, and there were more and more high-level beasts. 2 more level 4 beasts. Lin Ming frowned. There were more and more level 4 beasts. If this continued, there might be level 5 beasts. Even for Lin Ming, it was very difficult to deal with level 5 beasts. It's a bit troublesome. Lin Ming's face became solemn. This was not only Lin Ming's idea, but also the idea of all the high-level officials in Qingsang City. This wave of beast tide at night was much more terrifying than the one during the day. More and more beasts appeared like a tide, and their army had suffered more than half of casualties. This was because the young man in yellow was holding on, otherwise the city might have been broken by now. This Lin Ming, the city is about to be breached. Where is he? We can't rely on him at the critical moment. He is no better than an outsider. ZHU Ping snorted coldly. He was the only one among all the people present who knew about Billo's existence. He was very anxious now, wondering whether Billo had succeeded in killing Lin Ming. If he had succeeded, why didn't he come back? To defend Qianxue City, he had to rely on Billo's power. Chapter 330 To the feeling of being ignored. Being ridiculed by ZHU Ping. Lin Wanzhan's face turned ugly. ZHU Ping, what do you mean? Didn't Lin Ming go out to kill the enemy? I didn't say that. I only know that he rushed out from the beginning, and now even his shadow has disappeared. If it weren't for that yellow-clothed knight, our army formation would have been broken. ZHU Ping said here, looking at Lin with some contempt. At the beginning, Lin wanted to drive the yellow-clothed youth away, and even almost fought. If ZHU Ping hadn't tried his best to please the yellow-clothed youth, and kept the yellow-clothed youth in Qianxue City with great respect, who knows how this battle would turn out today. Lin had just retreated from the battlefield to rest. When he heard ZHU Ping's words, his face flushed. Mr. ZHU, what do you mean? What? Gang leader Shi is not convinced. Do you think you can win if you fought with that yellow-clothed knight? Lin's voice stagnated, but he had nothing to say. If he really fought with the yellow-clothed youth, he would have been killed long ago. As they were talking, the young man in yellow was fighting with two level 4 beasts again. The two-headed swift-winged wolves, level 4 beasts that were good at speed, attacked the young man in yellow from the left and right, but they were no match for him. After just a few stabs, one of the two-headed swift-winged wolves fell in a pool of blood. Awesome. Lin Wanzhan had to admit that the young man in yellow was indeed strong. He had fought outside for so long and killed thousands of beasts, but his true energy was not exhausted. He, Zuanfan, and Lin had only been fighting outside for a quarter of an hour, but their true energy was exhausted, and they had to retreat to the military camp to recover. The three of them had killed only 200 or 300 beasts in total, not even a fraction of the others. The gap was too big. Lin Wanzhan's eyes left the young man in yellow and turned to the place where Lin Ming disappeared at that time. He was secretly worried. Where did Lin Ming go? How come 2 or 3/4 of an hour have passed without any news? Moreover, a bolt of lightning just struck down from the sky. How could there be thunder in such a clear night sky? Seeing Lin Wanzhan's uneasy look, Zuanfan said on the side, Old Lin, don't worry, it should be fine. The Zhuang family and the Lin family have a good relationship because of their business cooperation. What's there to worry about with Lin Yingxin's strength? Even if he encounters several level 4 beasts at the same time, Lin Yingxin will definitely be able to escape unscathed. Lin Yingxin's speed is much faster than that of the beasts. Lin didn't think that Lin Ming would be in any danger. Hearing the discussions of several people, ZHU Ping sneered in his heart. Level 4 beast. What if he encounters a level 4 beast and is attacked by a master at the same time? The strength of the little old man has reached the late stage of the acquired realm. It is true that Lin Ming is a master of the sect, and so is the little old man. Moreover, the little old man is proficient in concealment and sneak attacks. He killed a late stage of the acquired realm in the middle stage of the condensed veins, and he was sneak attacked in the chaos of the army. Even if Lin Ming still has hidden strength, he can't withstand such a blow. Although the time with the old man was not long, ZHU Ping could feel that the old man was a person who preferred to be cautious in everything he did. To put it bluntly, he was not very courageous. Now that the old man said he was 70% to 80% sure, he would probably not fail. Thinking that Lin Ming might die tonight, ZHU Ping became extremely excited. Just wait, your Lin family's good luck is over. As long as Lin Ming dies and the 10th prince ascends the throne, the ZHU family will marry another daughter to the 10th prince as the queen. Our ZHU family will become one of the top 3 super families in Cheyenne country, and your Lin family will become history. Thinking of the bright future of the ZHU family, ZHU Ping became a little too proud of himself. He couldn't help but said with gloating, of course young Master Lin is fast, but things on the battlefield are unpredictable. If there is a slight mistake, it is not surprising to be seriously injured or killed. Young Master Lin is a lucky man, and most of the time, there will be no problem. but in case something happens, please be mentally prepared, Brother Wontan. Lin Wontan was furious when he heard this and was about to explode when suddenly a heavy cold snort sounded out of nowhere, as if a muffled thunder sounded in everyone's ears. When Zhu Ping heard this sound, his whole body shook violently, his face turned pale, and he retreated several steps. The blood in his body surged, and he was almost injured. General Zhu, I'm so sorry to disappoint you. In the military camp, a black shadow appeared out of nowhere, holding a purple spear. It was Lin Ming. Zhu Ping's face turned pale in an instant. No. Impossible. Could it be that the old man didn't make a move? Or did Lin Ming kill the old man? Absolutely impossible. The old man's strength has reached the late stage of the acquired realm, and he is also a martial artist from the sect. Even if Lin Ming can defeat the old man, it is impossible that he has no injuries on his body. Where did the old man go? From what Lin Ming said, he clearly guessed something. Seeing Zhu Ping's horrified expression, Lin Ming said with a half smile, General Zhu, you seem very nervous to see me come back safely? Why, am I scarier than a beast? Looking at the smile on Lin Ming's face, that seemed to hide murderous intent, Zhu Ping felt cold in his heart. Before, Lin Ming had always been an ordinary boy, who looked harmless and even easy to bully. This impression had been set since Lin Ming grew up in Qianxue City when he was 15 years old, and it was difficult to change it for a while. Although Zhu Ping knew that Lin Ming's current status was great, he relied on the support of the old man and subconsciously thought that Lin Ming was already half dead. At most, he was respectful to Lin Ming in words, but in fact, he was not afraid of him at all. But now, facing Lin Ming's gaze, Zhu Ping felt as if he was penetrated, and an invisible pressure pressed on him, making him sweat. At this time, he was shocked to find that Lin Ming in front of him was no longer the young boy who was bullied by others before, but a supermaster who could control the life and death of mortals. Zhu Ping forced a smile and said, Young Master Lin, you are joking. I'm naturally very happy that young Master Lin has returned safely. With young Master Lin here, it will be much easier to defend Qianxue City. Oh, is that so? Lin Ming was still smiling, but this smile made Zhu Ping feel chilled to the bone. It was the pressure brought by strength. Calm down, Zhu Ping said to himself. Even if the old man's sneak attack failed, Lin Ming might not know his connection with that person. At most, he could only guess. He had no evidence. Zhu Ping comforted himself in this way, but he did not realize, or did not want to realize, that things like evidence, rules, and laws only made sense when people of equal status accused each other, such as ordinary people accusing ordinary people, or high-level warriors of the sect accusing other high-level warriors. For people with a huge gap in status, such as Lin Ming and Zhu Ping, there is no need for evidence at all. All Lin Ming's words would become evidence and rules. At this moment, a pleasant voice suddenly came. Is this young Master Lin Ming? I'm Lan Yi, your daughter. I'm honored. Lin Ming turned around and saw that the person was the girl in white from the Lan Yu sect. After bathing in Qianxue City, she had changed into a clean Qianxue snow satin liuxin skirt. Under the slightly loose skirt, the girl's plump figure was faintly visible. The waist and abdomen were carefully cut to highlight the girl's graceful waist, making her look graceful and attractive. Lan Yi. Lin Ming had a good memory. He recalled the list of 100 people in the genius training plan that was announced at the time, and it seemed that this person was not on the list. An 18 or 19-year-old peak genius of condensed veins did not enter the genius training plan. Or did she hide her real name? Lin Ming had no intention of investigating, and just greeted her politely. It's Miss Lan. Nice to meet you. Lan Yi smiled and returned the greeting, saying, Young Master Lin seemed to be in the southeast just now. A bolt of lightning just fell there. I wonder if young Master Lin saw it? When Lan Yi asked the question, her beautiful eyes were full of spirit. Although she did not go to Qianxue Valley when the genius training plan was announced, she had heard a lot of rumors about Lin Ming. He was a warrior in the early stage of condensation veins at the age of 16, but he was able to suppress many geniuses at the peak of condensation veins. It was said that Lin Ming was a thunder warrior with a high degree of compatibility with thunder, and also controlled a powerful thunder energy weapon. The young man in front of him was also named Lin Ming. He looked about the same age as herself. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was 16 years old. He was in the middle stage of condensation veins, one level higher than Lin Ming of Qianxue Valley. If Lin Ming had broken through recently, it would be a perfect match. This made Lan Yi inevitably have an association. Could it be that the terrifying thunder just now was sent by Lin Ming? He was the chief disciple of Qianxue Valley and the only heaven-level genius Lin Ming in the genius training plan of Shenhuang Island. Randomly coming to a city, he met the legendary first genius of the 19th grade sect. This situation is too bizarre. Lan Yi did not hold too much hope, but only hoped that there was a glimmer of possibility. If it was really Lin Ming, maybe her wish would be fulfilled. Thinking of this, Lan Yi tried to make her smile look sweeter and friendlier, but she had never done these things before, so she was obviously a little awkward. Seeing the sweet smile on Lan Yi's face, Lin Ming was puzzled. In his impression, this girl in white has always been cold, which is understandable. Anyone who was wiped out a few days ago would probably not be in a good mood. Why did she smile so brightly at him today? Lin Ming nodded and said, I did see the thunder. Why did Miss Lan think it was a strange treasure? While Lin Ming was talking, on the battlefield, the young man in yellow used a set of gorgeous sword skills to kill the second two-headed wolf of the wind, and the soldiers on the field cheered like thunder. The young man in yellow enjoyed this feeling very much. He grew up in the Lan Yu sect and never had a sense of existence, let alone enjoying such cheers and applause. He looked back at the military camp with expectation. He wanted to see if his junior sister was paying attention to the wonderful moment when he killed the 4th level beast with one sword. However, when he looked, he saw Lan Yi standing next to Lin Ming with a bright and sweet smile on her face. She was talking happily with Lin Ming without even looking at him. Chapter 333 Action. Seeing this scene, the young man in yellow was furious. Because of the tragedy of the extermination of her family, Lan Yi has rarely smiled in the past few days. Even if he tried to please her and took care of her meticulously, the girl in white rarely responded. In the past 2 days, she rarely spoke and looked extremely sad. But now, she was actually laughing, and to a boy of the same age as her. How could the young man in yellow bear this? He did so much, suffered all the way, and cared for her meticulously, but only got a few words from her. But this brat just said a few sweet words to make the girl in white laugh so happily. The young man in yellow was furious. He naturally didn't think that it was Lan Yi who took the initiative to talk to Lin Ming, but just thought that Lin Ming was using sweet words to seduce Lan Yi. Although there has been no substantial progress between him and the girl in white, he has already regarded her as his forbidden lover. This is not only because of the strong desire for possession of the goddess that has accumulated over the past 20 years as a tragic man, but also because of the many heaven-entering pills that the girl in white carries, which is his hope to break through the innate state. Damn it. I was killing the enemy on the battlefield, and this coward didn't make a move, but he actually hooked up with my woman behind me. The young man in yellow was furious. He felt that he was being treated as an idiot. He killed the beast to save the boy's city, but not only did he not make a move, he also hooked up with his woman behind him. At that moment, he even wanted to kill Lin Ming. The difference between Lan Yi's attitude towards Lin Ming and his attitude towards him was like a thorn in his heart. He couldn't swallow this anger unless he crippled Lin Ming. Boy, wait. The young man in yellow turned and flew back to the military camp. In the military camp, Lan Yi was still talking to Lin Ming. Lan Yi didn't know much about Lin Ming in the first place. After a few simple indirect questions, she still couldn't figure out whether the young man in front of her was Lin Ming from the Seven Profound Valley. But it was not easy to ask directly about this kind of thing, otherwise it would give Lin Ming the impression that she was deliberately trying to get close to him with some purpose. Once that happened, it would be easy for him to look down on her. Lan Yi was very clear about the gap between her and Lin Ming's status. Not to mention that the Lan Yu sect had been wiped out. Even if the Lan Yu sect was intact, she was still far behind Lin Ming. According to the description of the rumors, Lin Ming would definitely become Zuandin in the future, while Lan Yi was unlikely to even reach the ultimate innate. Under normal circumstances, she would only be in the middle stage of the innate, or at best, the late stage of the innate. If the Lan Yu sect had not been wiped out, Lan Yi would have thought it was not bad. But a few days ago, she saw the Lan Yu sect being bloodbathed with her own eyes, saw her fellow disciples die one by one, and listened to her master's last wish before his death. This hatred was so deep and heart-wrenching. At that time, she hated herself and her insignificance. In front of the Xuandan master, she was as powerless as an ant. This feeling of powerlessness gave her a strong desire for power. She longed to break through the Xuandan, and longed to one day unite many masters in the southern sky region, to kill the South Sea demon realm, wipe out all the demons, and kill the evil spirits, to avenge the Lan Yu sect, and to avenge her master and many dead fellow disciples. However, now that Lan Yi has escaped from the Lan Yu sect with the resources and hope given to her by her master before his death, she is confused. She dare not easily contact other sects, fearing that they will covet the precious resources she carries. However, without contacting the sect, it is difficult for her to improve her strength, let alone break through the Xuandan. At this time, Lan Yi thought of a sect she could go to, Shenhuang Island. 9 out of 10 of the sects in Shenhuang Island are women, and their disciples have a relatively good reputation. There are many masters among them, with top-level skills and rich resources. If she can join Shenhuang Island, it will naturally be the best choice. However, Lan Yi could be considered a first-class genius in the Lan Yu sect, which ranked last among the third-grade sects. If she went to the Shenhuang Island, a 4th-grade top sect, she would be very ordinary, and she might not even be able to enter. Even if she was lucky enough to get in, she would be at most an outer disciple, and it would be impossible for her to get in touch with the core skills, wasting her life in vain. In this situation, Lan Yi was confused again. Until now, she met a person who looked like Lin Ming. Lan Yi knew that Lin Ming was highly valued by Shenhuang Island, and might even have some unknown relationship with Mu Qianxue, the saint of Shenhuang Island. What kind of person is Mu Qianxue? The future helmsman of Shenhuang Island, a demon-level genius who entered the innate realm at the age of 22, and a supermaster who could break through the Xuandan level within a few years. The so-called geniuses of the 19 sects were simply a joke in front of Mu Qianxue. If Mu Qianxue could say a few words for her, even if it was just a casual mention, she might be promoted from an outer disciple to an inner disciple. The difference of one word makes a huge difference in treatment. Lan Yi does not ask for the resources of Shenhuang Island, such as elixirs and Ziniyuan stones, but only for the inheritance of Shenhuang Island skills. It is basically impossible to break through Xuandan with the inferior skills of Lan Yu sect. Of course, Lan Yi did not ask Lin Ming Bei for help without any reason. She and Lin Ming just met by chance. Why should he help her? Lan Yi's idea is to get to know Lin Ming first, get along well with him, and then take out some resources of Lan Yu sect as a condition of exchange at the appropriate time, so that Lin Ming can help her. Miss Lan, if you have nothing to do, I will go to the front line first. Lin Ming did not want to waste time with Lan Yi. There were too many fierce beasts and the army was under great pressure. People were dying every second. Young Master Lin, can you wait a moment? My senior brother is at the front, and can support us. Lan Yi blurted out a sentence. At this time, the young man in yellow had just flown back, and happened to hear Lan Yi's words. My senior brother is at the front, and can support us. The underlying meaning was, let my senior brother hold the front, while we continue to talk. Fuck. The young man in yellow was almost so angry, that he vomited blood on the spot. He had never been so angry in his life. He felt that he was a complete idiot today. I'm facing the beast tide, and you are trying to pick up my woman. You are a civilian boy in the condensation vein stage, and you actually want to hit on Lan Yi. Why don't you take a piss, and see what kind of virtue you have? Are you worthy? Even if you have good talent, so what? I can kill you right now. Snap. A sharp whistling sound was heard in the air, and the young man in yellow fell back to the ground angrily. He stood in front of Lin Ming with a gloomy face, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching because of anger. Boy, you have guts. Lin Ming turned his head and frowned slightly. He didn't understand why the young man in yellow suddenly rushed up to him like a mad dog, and barked at him. Brother, what are you talking about? The girl in white was startled, and hurriedly blocked in front of Lin Ming. She didn't expect the young man in yellow to be so murderous. As soon as he came up, almost ready to fight with Lin Ming. Junior sister. You are protecting him? The young man in yellow clenched the long sword in his hand, biting his lips until they turned white. Good. Very good. The young man in yellow looked at Lin Ming with murderous intent and said with his true essence voice transmission, your last name is Lin, right? Mr. Lin, I tell you clearly that my junior sister is not worthy of a commoner like you. Stay away from her. Seeing the situation suddenly turned out like this, Lang Yi was very anxious. She hurriedly used true essence voice transmission to say, senior brother, what are you doing? Do you know who he might be? Who? I don't care who he is. The young man in yellow was so angry that he almost lost his mind. How could he think carefully about Lan Yi's words? Even if he was the emperor, he couldn't bear to touch my woman. And what kind of extraordinary person can come out of a mere mortal city? I only warn you once, leave her immediately, otherwise, I will make you pay a heavy price. The young man in yellow threatened Lin Ming with true essence voice transmission again. Psycho. Lin Ming was too lazy to waste time with this mad dog like young man in yellow, nor was he too lazy to explain his misunderstanding. To be exact, he was too disdainful to explain. With his strength and status, why should he waste words with this young man in yellow? Now the beast tide is getting more and more fierce. Several of their masters retreated to the barracks at the same time. The army will soon be unable to support it. Just at that moment, the beast tide tore open a gap in the defense of the army formation. Lin Ming frowned, drew out the heavy mysterious soft silver gun, and rushed into the beast tide with one gun each. Want to escape again? The young man in yellow sneered and rushed forward with his sword. He couldn't listen to Lan Yi's words at all. What else can you do besides being a turtle? I compare the number of beasts killed with you, you dare not, and I compare the number of beasts killed with you, you escape. Is this all you have? The army formation was torn apart, the beast tide poured in like a tide, and the soldiers suffered heavy casualties. At this time, Lin Ming had no mind to pay attention to the young man in yellow. His whole body burst out with true energy, and he instantly killed into the beasts at the gap. He thrust out a spear, and the sharp spear light was like a shining star. The spear energy swept across a range of dozens of feet. Dozens of beasts were pierced by Lin Ming's spear and killed on the spot. In just a blink of an eye, the beasts at the gap were cleared out. The soldiers nearby didn't even react. After solving Bilow's threat, Lin Ming naturally didn't need to hide his strength anymore. The power of this spear, just a casual display of strength, made Lan Yi's pupils shrink. This was definitely beyond the strength limit of a warrior in the condensation vein stage, and was not even inferior to the young man in yellow. Before Lan Yi had time to think about what this meant, her face suddenly changed. She saw the young man in yellow thrust out a sword, and more than a dozen sharp sword energies, which caused visible air ripples, pierced Lin Ming's back. Boy, how dare you ignore me? Take my sword. The young man in yellow swung his sword in rage, without holding back. The sword energy was directed at the vital points of Lin Ming's body. If he was stabbed a few times, it would be enough to sever Lin Ming's meridians, causing him serious injuries or even disability. Shame on you. Lin Ming's face sank. At this moment, with the beast tide at hand, he didn't want to fight internally, but the yellow-clothed young man's repeated entanglement made him lose his patience. Bang! The spear swept across, and King Kang's true energy whistled out. With only the sound of puff puff puff, the dozen sword energies that the yellow-clothed young man sent out with all his strength were shredded by Lin Ming's gun. I just came back from my grandma's house at around 7 o'clock. I was very tired. There is only one chapter, which I just coded. Sorry, I will make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 334, Mud Monster. Seeing Lin Ming crush his sword energy with one shot, the young man in yellow was stunned. This kid is quite skilled. Although he did not hold back on that sword just now, because it was hastily launched, he did not use the sword skills and skills of the moon grabbing sect. Its true power was only 20% to 30% of his strongest sword skills. Let's see how many swords you can block. The sword energy is overwhelming. The momentum of the young man in yellow changed. The true energy wrapped around his body suddenly became solid and sharp, and it was sharp and unmatched. Waves of killing intent emanated wantonly. The young man in yellow was ready to fight with all his strength. Lin Ming's face sank slightly. He felt puzzled by this misunderstanding. Even if he explained it, he couldn't explain it clearly. How could the young man in yellow believe that the goddess in his mind took the initiative to approach Lin Ming? Even if Lin Ming could prove it, he would not accept it. Lin Ming shook the gun in his hand, the power of thunder flashed, and the sharp true energy hit the air, and the harsh sound of cloth tearing rang out. Although the yellow-clothed youth was not very talented, he was at least an acquired master from a sect. Lin Ming wanted to fight quickly and decisively, so he had to take it seriously. After all, the power of the evil god had not yet fully recovered. Even if it recovered, Lin Ming did not intend to use it. The battle between the two was about to break out. At this moment, a roar like a muffled thunder suddenly sounded on the battlefield. The yellow-clothed youth's heart trembled, and he turned around and looked. In the depths of the beast tide, a black shadow like a small hill rose up. The yellow-clothed youth was stunned. What was that? Lin Ming was also surprised, and his face became solemn. Level 5 Fierce Beast. Level 4 Fierce Beasts are equivalent to the acquired level of civilian warriors, and level 5 Fierce Beasts are equivalent to the innate level of civilian warriors. Of course, because civilian warriors have a weak foundation, the possibility of reaching the innate level is close to zero, so this level of strength does not actually exist. Level 5 Fierce Beasts are probably equivalent to the peak of the acquired level of sect warriors or even half a step into the innate level. That is Qinxiao's strength. Roar. The terrifying roar came like a landslide and tsunami, and the earth was shaking. Ordinary people felt deaf and their brains roared in such a roar. Many soldiers who were already close to their physical limits were almost knocked to the ground by such a sound. As a result, the military formation formed by thousands of soldiers became precarious for a while. On the contrary, tens of thousands of beasts became more ferocious, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The scene was in chaos. Zhuang Fan and Lin Wan's hands' faces changed. The situation changed too quickly. They had no time to react. What could they do in the face of a level 5 beast? At this time, Lin Ming naturally had no time to fight with the young man in yellow. If the level 5 beast rushed over, the military formation would inevitably collapse, and Qingsang City would be flattened in one fell swoop. He had to rush out to contain the beast, but if he faced it head on, Lin Ming had no confidence at all. The beast in front of him was stronger than him, and most importantly, his evil god power was used when he dealt with Billuo, and now it has only recovered 70% to 80%. He could not reach the maximum power by barely using the thunder and fire killing. We must delay for some time. Lin Ming turned around and glanced at the young man in yellow, only to see that his face was a little pale. Lin Ming sneered and said, "What? Are you scared?" The young man in yellow paused, and then he became furious. "How dare you say I'm scared? I don't know who was a coward just now, hiding far away from the beginning, and just came back." Lin Ming seemed to have not heard the young man in yellow's sarcasm at all. He said, "Let's make a bet, okay? Whoever can hold out longer in front of this level 5 beast, whoever causes the most damage to it, will be the winner. The loser will stay away from Lan Yi in the future. How about it?" The young man in yellow laughed. "The loser will stay away from Lan Yi. Haha, who do you think you are? A toad wants to eat swan meat. Are you worthy of making a bet with me?" Lin Ming said calmly, "There is no worthy or unworthy, only dare or not. If you don't dare to bet, forget it, I'll rush up myself." After Lin Ming finished speaking, he ignored the young man in yellow and rushed out with a gun. The young man in yellow's face changed. This kid actually rushed out? ? He thought Lin Ming was deliberately provoking him, and he didn't have the courage to go up, but he didn't expect that he really went up. Lan Yi was still watching from behind. Lan Yi seemed to have a good impression of this kid, so how could she let him take the limelight again? The young man in yellow understood Lin Ming's plan in an instant. The level 5 beast was strong, but the beast in front of him was huge. Although it had terrifying power, it was not good at speed. As long as he was careful not to get too close, there would be no danger. This kid wanted to deal with the level 5 beast and pretend to be brave, which would not only show his bravery, but also be safe. This calculation was too good. Thinking of this, the young man in yellow gnashed his teeth in hatred and was almost fooled by this kid. He held a long sword and followed Lin Ming closely. The distance of 5 miles was just a moment for Lin Ming and the young man in yellow. After getting close, the beast looked even bigger. It was more than 20 feet tall, grey all over, and shaped like a giant octopus with dozens of thick and long tentacles all over its body. The mud beast. Lin Ming had read about this beast in the strange stories and records of the 7 Zuanwu mansion. It lived in the swamps of southern Xinjiang. It usually hid in the thick mud of the swamp, leaving only its tentacles outside to hunt. Once a warrior was entangled by its tentacles and dragged into the mud, he would be dead. The mud beast lived underground all year round, and its body moved slowly, making it a perfect target. Of course, although its body was slow, its tentacles were very fast. If you thought it was not a threat, because it was slow, you would be dead. Swoosh. As soon as Lin Ming approached, a thick tentacle whipped towards Lin Ming like a whip. Although the mud beast was strong, Lin Ming could still block a single tentacle. However, he still used his body skills to dodge the attack, and distanced himself from the mud beast again. He now had to delay time and gather the power of the evil god again, instead of fighting the mud beast to death. Behind Lin Ming, the young man in yellow rushed up and saw this scene. You dare not even take a tentacle, but you come to provoke the mud beast. And you despise me, this kid, too hateful. The young man in yellow was so angry that his teeth itched. He was sure that Lin Ming was here to act, pretending to be fearless and being a hero in front of Lan Yi, but in fact he was nothing. You want to act? I'll accompany you. Let's see who has better acting skills. The young man in yellow sneered. He was confident in his own strength. Comparing acting? That depends on who is stronger and performs more excitingly. At this moment, the wind whistled and a thick tentacle came towards the young man in yellow. Seeing this scene, the young man in yellow was not angry but happy. Who is the real material? This time naturally saw the difference. Sword sweeps the army. The young man in yellow was full of sword energy. Sword sweeps the army is his strongest move. This move is like a tidal wave. Countless sword energies poured freely on the thick tentacles, leaving wounds several feet deep, and green mucus flew out. Ouch. The mud beast felt pain, and its tentacles retracted reflexively. The young man in yellow was very satisfied with the result of his battle. Before he could look back at Lan Yi with a smile, his face changed. Who more than a dozen tentacles swept towards the young man in yellow frantically. The young man in yellow could repel one tentacle, but how could he resist more than a dozen at the same time? The mud beast had completely shifted its attention to the young man in yellow. For the mud beast, the wound just now was nothing. The mud beast had dozens of tentacles, and it didn't matter if a few of them were cut off. Not only would it not affect its combat effectiveness, but the broken tentacles could also regenerate. Under the siege of so many people, the young man in yellow was suddenly in danger. On the other hand, Lin Ming only had 1 or 2 tentacles attack him occasionally, and Lin Ming never used his gun to block them, but just used his body skills to dodge them lightly. This damn guy. The young man in yellow felt that he was being treated as an idiot again. You want to play tricks on me? No way. I won't accompany you. The tentacle monster moved slowly, and the young man in yellow could escape its attack range by just keeping a distance. Anyway, he had already won the bet, so there was no need to entangle with the tentacle monster. Thinking of this, the young man in yellow turned around and fled, and at this moment, he heard a true essence voice transmission in his ears. Sorry, you can't leave. There is a barrier outside. Huh? What? The young man in yellow was stunned for a moment, and before he could react to what was going on, he felt a pain in his head and bumped into an invisible light curtain. Damn. What is this? In a flash, the young man in yellow had no time to think about it, and several tentacles followed the young man in yellow. Boom. With a loud noise, the young man in yellow narrowly avoided it. His tentacles hit the dream barrier heavily, causing it to vibrate violently. Lin Ming exhaled a breath of cold air. What a strong attack power. The attack of a few tentacles has caused the dream barrier to vibrate violently. If the mud beast attacks with all its strength, it may tear the dream barrier apart. Although Mu Qianxue said that the dream barrier can withstand the attacks of warriors below the innate level, the mud beast is not a warrior. Its attack power is much stronger than that of warriors of the same level. The young man in yellow's face changed drastically. Barrier? How could the mud beast release a barrier? He naturally thought that the barrier came from the mud beast, and he would never think that he was actually tricked by Lin Ming. In the impression of the young man in yellow, Lin Ming was not able to set up such a strong barrier. Even if he had this ability, there was no reason to use a barrier to lock himself in. What should I do? The young man in yellow panicked. There was no way to retreat, and the mud beast had already locked him. At this time, Lin Ming took advantage of the moment when the mud beast was attracted by the young man in yellow, holding the middle grade true essence stone, and quickly recovered his strength. The power of the evil god was almost condensed. Chapter 335 Light of Thunder and Fire. Brothers, there are 2 experts ahead to deal with the tentacle monsters. Let's hold on to the beasts. As long as we hold on, we will win once the 2 experts kill the tentacle monsters. The sergeant shouted in the army. However, the sergeant's words did not have much effect. Anyone could see that the man in yellow and Lin Ming were at a disadvantage in front of the mud monster. After the young man in yellow injured the mud monster at the beginning, he was forced into danger. Lin Ming was not as good as the young man in yellow. He had been dodging on the periphery and had never attacked. In this case, it was good enough for the young man in yellow and Lin Ming to hold the mud monster and save their lives, let alone kill it. But even so, no soldier retreated. Behind them was Qianxue City, where their parents, wives, and children were. Once Qianxue City fell, they would all die miserably. In this case, how could they retreat? Bang, boom, boom. Tentacles lashed out like whips, and the young man in yellow dodged in a panic. He had no strength to fight back now. Occasionally, he could send out a few sword key attacks while taking a breath, but they were also aimed at the dream barrier. However, the dream barrier was not something that the young man in yellow could break. The sword key cut into it, and it couldn't even cause the barrier to vibrate. Lin boy, I have attracted its attention. Quick, attack the mud beast. Otherwise we will all die. The young man in yellow was still thinking about diverting the trouble to Lin Ming, asking him to attract the attention of the mud beast, but Lin Ming was not moved at all. Seeing that Lin Ming turned a deaf ear to his words and hesitated to take action, the young man in yellow was extremely angry. He intended to rush towards Lin Ming and drag him down, but Lin Ming was extremely fast and flexible, so he never succeeded. The young man in yellow suddenly screamed, and one of his legs was rubbed by the corrosive mucus, and it was immediately bloody. This level of injury would not leave him disabled, but at this moment, it made it even more difficult for him to dodge. The young man in yellow gritted his teeth and supported himself with a desire to survive, but he also knew that he could not hold on for long. At this moment, Lin Ming poured most of his true essence into the evil god seed, constantly compressing it. The power of the evil god had recovered to 95%. Hold on for a while. Lin Ming looked at the violently vibrating dream barrier, concentrating his mind. Although the mud beast was attacking the young man in yellow, each attack would still affect the dream barrier, causing a huge impact on it. The power of the mud beast was definitely more than 100,000 jins. The dream barrier could not withstand such an impact for too long. It will be fine soon. Lin Ming felt the power of the evil god seed in his body. The compression of the true essence was about to be completed, and at this time, the dream barrier could not hold on for long. This dream barrier was of great practical value to Lin Ming, and he did not want to lose it. At the moment, when the dream barrier reached its limit, Lin Ming waved his hand and directly put away the dream bead. At the same time, the power of the evil god was saturated. Bang! The yellow-clothed youth was hit hard on the back by the tentacles of the mud beast. He spit out blood and flew backwards, falling to the ground like a sack. He opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood, and the wind whistled in his ears. The yellow-clothed youth didn't even need to look to know that the tentacles were attacking again. At the critical moment, the yellow-clothed youth, supported by a strong instinct for survival, endured the severe pain in his internal organs, rushed up, and narrowly avoided the fatal blow. He desperately shouted at Lin Ming, I'm dead. You can't live either. Attack quickly. Its eyes are its weakness. Otherwise, we will all die. In the violent airflow, the voice of the young man in yellow seemed to be torn apart. In fact, he didn't know the weakness of the mud beast at all. Perhaps, the mud beast originally had no weakness. The young man in yellow just said one to induce Lin Ming to make a move. Attacking the mud beast's eyes would definitely cause its anger. However, the young man in yellow also knew that a timid guy like Lin Ming would basically have no chance of making a move. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Ming really shot out, and his whole body was flashing with thunder and flames, dazzling and dazzling. Seeing this scene, the young man in yellow was a little stunned, and then he was secretly happy in his heart. This kid finally fell for it. The surnamed Lin finally made a move, and it looked like a special move. With the surnamed Lin's restraint, he might be able to survive. Moreover, when he fell out just now, he felt that the barrier had disappeared. Otherwise he should have hit the barrier. The barrier disappeared, and the man surnamed Lin rushed to attack the mud beast in a frenzy. With this attack, the mud beast would definitely be attracted to Lin Ming. This was simply the perfect opportunity to escape. He only hoped that Lin Ming's attack would be more powerful, enough to anger the mud beast. As for saying that he was grateful to Lin Ming for creating an opportunity for him to escape, that was completely a joke. If it weren't for Lin Ming, how could he be in danger? He wished that Lin Ming would die under the attack of the mud beast. The young man in yellow endured the pain and used his body skills to escape. At this time, everything was about escaping. What Qianxue City, the lives of the soldiers, he didn't care. Even Lan Yi's life was nothing compared to his. The wind was whistling, and Lin Ming activated the power of the evil god. The thunder spirit and fire spirit in his body trembled violently. Although everyone noticed the attack that Lin Ming was about to launch, no one except Lin Ming realized how terrifying the power of this attack would be. True essence was madly poured into the evil god seed, and the highly compressed flame and thunder force burst out like a flood. Under the blessing of the purple Zuan gun, the power of thunder and fire was raised to the extreme. Purple dragon god thunder, earth core red flame, the strongest thunder and fire kill, based on the thunder spirit and fire spirit. Even Lin Ming, who has activated the power of the evil god, can hardly control its power. The tip of the gun pointed straight, and Lin Ming was wrapped in thunder and fire, rushing towards the mud beast like a meteor. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. The waving tentacles, the shouts of the soldiers, and the roars of the beasts all disappeared, leaving only the terrifying sound of thunder and fire echoing in the air. Bang, bang. Two tentacles waved and rolled towards Lin Ming, but they were instantly pierced by Lin Ming's gun. The green corrosive slime was instantly scorched by the power of thunder and fire, and Lin Ming rushed to the mud beast unstoppably. Thunder and fire kill. Boom. Extreme power burst out, and a purple sun shot up into the night sky. A huge hole was burned in the front of the mud beast, and a large amount of flesh and green liquid flowed out of the hole. Lin Ming actually penetrated the body of the mud beast with his gun, and rushed out from the other side, bringing a puff of green blood rain. Roar. The gorgeous flames and thunderous light rushed straight into the sky, and the mud beast roared painfully in the flames. Such flames illuminated the entire sky, and countless beasts nearby were swept into the flames, with countless casualties. Even the yellow-clothed youth who was closer was almost poisoned. When the flames hit, he was rushed to the ground, and his clothes and hair were burned. At this time, he didn't care about these. He looked at the raging fire not far away in disbelief, and the mud beast struggling in the fire, and the life breath was getting weaker and weaker. His heart was trembling. The mud beast is dead. What on earth is going on? The mud beast seemed to be the leader of the second beast wave attack. As it was burned to death in the fire, all the beasts seemed to have lost their spiritual support and stopped attacking. They turned to look at the mud beast wrapped in flames. After a few breaths, they retreated like a tide and fled towards Qianxue Mountain. Hoo-la-la. The beasts on the battlefield quickly retreated completely, leaving only corpses on the ground. The beasts retreated. The soldiers of Qianxue City stood in countless blurred flesh and blood, supporting their tired bodies, looking at the retreating beasts in disbelief. The burning fire, the warm flames projected on them, were so warm. We won. Everyone felt unbelievable. The mud beast that was as big as a hill and seemed invincible was killed by Lin Ming in one move. We won. The beast retreated. After a moment of stagnation, the soldiers cheered loudly. Many people hugged each other excitedly, tears welling up in their eyes. Tears slid down their dusty and blood-stained cheeks, leaving clear traces. They were different from Lin Ming and others. They were just mortals. If Qianxue City could not be defended, Lin Ming and others could retreat, but they could not. In this battle, many people had already held the thought of death. The beasts were endless, and they had supported to the limit. At this time, the mud beast appeared, and the beast's attack was even more fierce, which almost crushed their spiritual beliefs. However, they never thought that under such circumstances, the mud beast was killed by Lin Ming in one move. It was a dreamlike reversal, and then they won. Next to the dead mud beast, Lin Ming supported his gun and half knelt on the ground. He was extremely exhausted. The previous attack directly consumed 60% of his true energy. With his current strength, even if he activated the power of the evil god and had the amplification of the purple Zuan spear, he could not support the full energy state of thunder and fire kill. He could only use 70% to 80% of his strength. Even so, it was as if he had been drained dry. Lin Ming looked at the blazing flames, took a deep breath, took out a pill from the Zumi ring to restore his true essence and swallowed it. Killing the mud beast with one blow sounded horrifying, but this did not mean that Lin Ming had the strength equivalent to a peak acquired martial artist. The mud beast was huge and slow, and it was impossible to dodge attacks. It was a perfect target. Lin Ming's most outstanding attack power was his attack power. Once he was allowed to use thunder and fire kill, the power would definitely be earth-shattering. But facing a top acquired martial artist like Qin Ziya, he might not have this opportunity. Chapter 336 Lan Yi's request. The flames burned more and more fiercely. Lin Ming, holding the purple Zuan gun, walked into the flames. With a wave of his hand, an invisible energy emanated, and the flames parted, revealing a passage. The mud beast had stopped struggling at this time, and only a few tentacles were burned and curled under the scorching flames. Lin Ming broke the mud beast with a shot, and walked directly in. Kai kai kai. Green mucus poured down, and was directly burned into ashes by the flames. After a moment, Lin Ming threw a fist-sized green inner pill into the mud beast's body, put it into Billow's Zumi ring, and kept it close to his body. Fierce beasts above level 4 must have inner pills. Whether used for refining medicine or making poisons, the inner pill of this mud beast is a top-notch material. Lin Ming will naturally not give it up. Originally, the tendons of the mud beast were also good materials, but now that the mud beast was pierced through by Lin Ming's shot and burned by the fire, the beast tendons are of no value. The flames kept splitting apart, and Lin Ming walked out of the raging fire with the purple Zuan spear pointed at the ground. His hair was disheveled, and his body was still flashing with purple arcs formed by residual energy. He was really like a peerless demon. The person closest to Lin Ming was the yellow-clothed youth from the Lan Yu sect. He sat on the ground, watching Lin Ming walk out of the flames, his lips twitching, as if he had lost his soul. He never thought that Lin Ming's shot, which he thought was a shot to seek death, actually killed the mud beast directly. That was a level 5 beast, comparable to the peak of the acquired sect master, and Lin Ming's cultivation was only the middle stage of the condensation vein. Who is he? The yellow-clothed youth knew very well that at this age, and with such a cultivation, compared to his strength, it was a terrifying concept. He couldn't be unknown. At this moment, he heard a tidal wave of shouts from the army. Long live the hero Lin! Long live the hero Lin! To ordinary soldiers, Lin Ming was their benefactor. Without Lin Ming, not only would they die, but their families behind them would also turn into dry bones under the beast tide. His surname is Lin. His surname is Lin. A 16-year-old genius named Lin. The yellow-clothed young man's heart skipped a beat, and a name emerged in his mind. He immediately became completely petrified, sitting there like a statue, letting Lin Ming walk past him. The cheers continued. Lin Ming looked at the group of soldiers who were covered in blood, but cheering loudly from a distance, and his mood became complicated. Although the masters played the biggest role in this battle, if they did not use their bodies to build a flesh and blood wall to block the beast tide, then no matter how Lin Ming and others killed, the beasts would still rush into Qingsang City and slaughter the people. In this battle, these soldiers paid the most, but they received the least cheers. He even saw a soldier who lost his left arm in this war. After a simple bandage, he desperately waved his only remaining right arm to him as a tribute. At this moment, Lin Ming's heart suddenly felt heavy. This was a war of mortals. A team of 10,000 people was reduced to only a few thousand. For the soldiers, being able to survive and protect their families was already the best outcome. Thinking of the culprit of all this, the South Sea Demon Realm, Lin Ming's heart was filled with hatred. For the lofty 5th grade sect, the lives of mortals were nothing compared to ants. in order to annex Shenhuang Island and return to the South Sky continent, and to warn the 19 sects. The South Sea Demon Realm could not hesitate to set off a terrifying beast tide that swept across the entire Shenhuang state, leaving corpses everywhere, and causing great suffering. Lin Ming walked towards the army formation, but before he arrived, a group of people swarmed around him. They were all high-level officials in Qingsang City, led by Lin Wantan, Zhuang Fan and others. Just now, the scene where Lin Ming killed the giant mud beast with one shot, and one move could not be described as a miracle. It was a monster as big as a small mountain, and he was killed with one shot. Flames and purple lightning shot straight into the sky. This scene was really shocking. The Salt Gang leader Lin Ming was so excited that his face turned red. He laughed and said, "Lin Yingxing, you are really the reincarnation of the god of war." He was ready to praise him, but he rushed over and found that something was wrong with Lin Ming. "Lin Yingxing, are you okay?" Lin Ming waved his hand and said, "Fortunately, I will rest for a while." He just consumed too much energy and was not injured. There was a lot of corrosive mucus in the body of the giant mud beast, but most of it was burned by the power of thunder and fire, and the remaining part could not break Lin Ming's body protection essence. At this time, a girl in white came out from the crowd. Her red lips parted, and she called out cautiously, "Mr. Lin." The girl was Lan Yi. After what happened just now, Lan Yi no longer needed to confirm Lin Ming's identity. Looking at the 19 sects, who else could do this except Lin Ming? In fact, in Lan Yi's impression, even Lin Ming should not have such a terrifying fighting power. This is not the strength of a warrior in the condensation vein stage. Even some elders in the Moon Landing sect cannot do it. The Moon Landing sect is a small sect, and some of the outer sect elders in the sect are postnatal peak masters. Their attack power is definitely not up to this level. At the age of only 16, he has a fighting power comparable to that of the outer sect elders of the Moon Landing sect. Lin Ming, the title of the first genius of the 19 sects, is well deserved. Lan Yi never expected to have such a bizarre experience, to meet Lin Ming in a remote mortal city. Naturally, she did not want to miss this opportunity. Lin Ming looked up at Lan Yi and asked, "What's the matter?" At this point, Lin Ming was sure that Lan Yi recognized him. She must have something to do with her coming to him again and again. "Mr. Lin, this is a Kinglian pill, which can help you recover your vitality," Lan Yi said, taking out a small porcelain bottle from the Zumi ring. Judging from the strong medicinal fragrance, it is indeed a top-grade pill. "No need." Lin Ming waved his hand. "I have the pill. Miss Lan, if you have anything to say, please tell me." This. Lan Yi seemed a little embarrassed for a moment. It was difficult for her to ask for help. At this time, Lin Ming suddenly showed an expression of "I see," smiled, looked at Lin Ming meaningfully, gave him a look of "brother, you are really awesome," and quickly left with an excuse. Obviously, Lin Ming thought that Lan Yi fell in love with Lin Ming. This kind of thing was too normal in Lin Ming's view. Beauty loves heroes, not to mention that the two were of similar age and Lin Ming was extraordinary. Lin Ming's clever move made Lan Yi even more embarrassed. She coughed lightly and said, "Mr. Lin, I have something to ask you. Can you lend me a hand and talk for a moment?" "Okay, come to my military camp." Lin Ming also wanted to know about the attack on Lan Yu sect, so he did not refuse. Chapter 337, Moon-Raising Sect Treasure. Seeing Lin Ming and Lan Yi leaving, Zhuang Fan glanced at Lin Wantan and said casually, "Old Lin, Lin Ming is 16 this year, right? Well, it's time to get engaged." According to the customs of Xianan country, men can be engaged when they are 16 years old and can get married when they are 18. But it's different for warriors. It's normal for innate warriors not to get married at the age of 100. Lin Wantan doesn't know whether Lin Ming has any plans to get married. If it were an ordinary child of the Lin family, Lin Wantan would be able to decide their marriage with just one word. You have to marry whoever he tells you to marry, unless you don't stay in this family anymore. But in Lin Ming's marriage, Lin Wantan has no say at all. Everything has to be decided by Lin Ming himself. Zhuang Fan sighed and shook his head. He just said it casually. Whether Lin Ming has any intention of getting engaged now or not, he is destined to be the son-in-law of the Zhuang family. They really can't choose any daughter who can marry him. It is estimated that the noble families of Xianan City have long been eyeing him. As long as Lin Ming shows some intention in this regard, those nobles will probably line up to come, and there are even many who are willing to send their daughters who have been carefully raised to be concubines. Lin Ming's military camp is located in the center of the camp. The furnishings inside are simple, but very comfortable. There is a detachable solid wood bed with pure cotton bedding on it. Because it is pressed very hard, it is a little hard to sit on. Sit down. Lin Ming casually pointed to the bed and said to Lan Yi, Mr. Lin, my name is Zhao Zinayu. Lan Yi is just my nickname. Lan Yi did not give her real name before, and she also wanted to hide her identity. But now, asking Lin Ming to do something, naturally she has to be honest. Zhao Zinayu. Lin Ming recalled a little and finally remembered that this girl was indeed included in the genius training plan of Shenhuang Island. She was one of the 50 human level geniuses. Miss Zhao is a disciple of the Lanyu sect, right? Zhao Zinayu hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. There was nothing to hide about her identity, so it was easy to guess. Sorry, Miss Zhao, can you tell me who killed the entire Lanyu sect that day? Lin Ming poured a pot of tea, trying to make his tone seem gentler so as not to hurt people. When Zhao Zinayu mentioned the day of the extermination, her eyes showed a mixture of pain and hatred. That bloody day, the scene of her master's tragic death, was vivid in her mind. There are 7 Zuandan masters in total. Zhao Zinayu gritted her teeth and said, in the entire Lanyu sect, there was only one supreme elder who barely broke through the Zuandan, plus dozens of innate masters, who could not stop the massacre of 7 Zuandan masters, not to mention, that one of them was in the middle stage of Zuandan. Lin Ming's heart sank slightly. With such a massacre Linup, Kixuan Valley would definitely die, if they encountered it. I'm afraid that even Peacock Mountain and Lower Sect would suffer heavy losses. He exhaled lightly, and continued to ask, what does Miss Zhao want to see me for? Well, it's like this. I want to join Shenhuang Island. Can I ask Master Lin to introduce me? If possible, I would like to have a chance to get in touch with the core skills of Shenhuang Island, and I will reward you handsomely. Zhao Zinayu was a little embarrassed at first, but later she simply finished her request in one breath. She originally planned to contact Lin Ming first, and slowly put forward her request, but now the situation has become like this. There is no point in beating around the bush. You want to learn the core skills? Lin Ming frowned. If it was a simple introduction, Lin Ming could help. With Zhao Zinayu's talent, it is still very likely that she will enter Shenhuang Island. However, if he wanted to introduce Zhao Zinayu to learn the core skills, he couldn't do it. The 2 core skills of Shenhuang Island, Suzaku Forbidden God Record, and Bloluan Fantasy Demon Codex, are all secret books left by the ancient Phoenix clan, and are very precious. The 2 techniques have always been passed down to core disciples, and ordinary disciples can only learn a little bit. Even for Lin Ming, before he officially joined Shenhuang Island, Mu Qianxue only taught Lin Ming the first few levels of Suzaku Forbidden God Record, and also made Lin Ming swear to the heart of martial arts that he would not pass it on to others. This is because Suzaku Forbidden God Record and Bloluan Fantasy Demon Classic involve many secrets. It is said that, if you practice the ancient Phoenix clan secret book to the highest level, you can turn into a phoenix, reborn in the fire, and be immortal. Such a precious book, even if a large part is missing, is enough to attract the covetousness of many powerful people. Suzaku Forbidden God Record and Bloluan Fantasy Demon Classic are difficult for people without the blood of Suzaku and Kingluan to practice, but it is not completely impossible to practice. In history, there was a demon who practiced fire-based techniques and kidnapped the saint of Shenhuang Island, wanting to take her essence and practice Suzaku Forbidden God Record with her, which resulted in a disaster for Shenhuang Island. With previous experience, Shenhuang Island has always kept a tight control on secrets in this regard. Sorry, I can't help you. Lin Ming refused directly. The core skills of Shenhuang Island are only passed on to core disciples. If you can become a core disciple, you can learn it without my help. Zhao Zinayu was slightly startled, and then her face was full of disappointment. Core disciples. With her talent, she can only be an outer disciple at most. She can't even compete for inner disciples, let alone core disciples. Thinking of the revenge of her master, Zhao Zinayu was a little lost. can't the core skills of Shenhuang Island be passed on to inner disciples? Lin Ming shook his head. Inner disciples can only learn the first few levels. Shenhuang Island controls the skills very strictly, so I can't help you, Mr. Lin. Zhao Zenai's face was full of pleading, but she didn't know how to start when the word came to her lips. She originally wanted to take out a few heavenly pills as a reward for Lin Ming, but now it seems that it is mostly useless to take out the heaven entering pill. Lin Ming does not lack the heaven entering pill. As far as Zhao Zenai knows, Lin Ming has already obtained at least 3 heaven entering pills. When Lin Ming enters the postnatal stage, he will probably get more. The core disciples of Shenhuang Island are probably treated similarly to Lin Ming. It is too naive to want to use a few heaven entering pills to exchange for the treatment of core disciples. Zhao Zenai knows that with his talent, if he only becomes an inner disciple and does not have access to the complete core skills, he will definitely not be able to enter the Zuandan realm. No matter how strong Shenhuang Island is, it can only guarantee that the core disciples can enter the Zuandan realm. Otherwise, the Zuandan is too worthless. Is it really necessary to take out that thing? If it is given to Mu Qianxue, it may be possible to exchange for a core disciple position, but the price is too high. It is something left after the destruction of the Lanyu sect, and it is also the hope of the master to revive the Lanyu sect. Without it, even if he becomes a core disciple and gets the core skills, it will be difficult for him to step into the Zuandan realm. But if she keeps it, without a high level technique, she still cannot step into the Zuandan. Without the Zuandan, she is not qualified to avenge her master, let alone rebuild the Lanyu sect. Zhao Zenai thought so, worried about gains and losses. Excuse me, Master Lin. Zhao Zenai forced a smile and quietly left the tent. Before leaving, Lin Ming saw Zhao Zenai's desolate back as she left and suddenly felt emotional. He hesitated for a moment, but still said, I will mention it to Miss Mu of Shenhuang Island, but whether it will succeed or not depends on her opinion. Zhao Zenai was delighted and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Master Lin. This kindness will be remembered in my heart. Zhao Zenai thanked again and again before leaving. Lin Ming shook his head slightly, feeling the hardships of the martial arts path. People with Zhao Zenai's qualifications are already fairy-like in the eyes of mortals, but if they want to impact the Zuandan, they still have to pay a huge price. In order to earn some resources for martial arts training, civilian warriors went deep into the beast forest and risked their lives to hunt for materials. Those girls from the Hehuan sect of the 7 Mysterious Valley sacrificed their chastity in order to break through the condensation phase and stay young forever. Those geniuses of the sect who were envied by thousands of people entered dangerous places in order to seek opportunities, but ended up dying. The road of a warrior looks naturally bright, but it is full of thorns. If you are not careful, you will never recover. Zhao Zenai also has her obsession to revive the sect and avenge her master. Such a girl who works hard because of her obsession is actually worthy of pity and respect. However, Lin Ming only mentioned it to Mu Qianxue and could not help in any substantial way. No longer thinking about these things, Lin Ming closed the curtain of the tent and took out a Zumi ring that he was carrying with him. This was left by Biluo. Because he rushed back in a hurry, Lin Ming only took his Zumi ring after killing Biluo, but did not have time to explore what was inside. Biluo's position in the 7 Mysterious Valley was limited, and Lin Ming did not hold much hope for his Zumi ring. He just took out the things inside one by one with the mentality that even the smallest bit of meat was still meat. There were several human level mid-grade treasures, a human level top grade treasure sword, a soft armor, several bottles of top grade elixirs used by postnatal warriors to increase their cultivation, and thousands of Xenian stones and several jade slips. The treasures and soft armors were naturally unnecessary. These things were just gifts for Lin Ming. The top grade elixirs that could increase cultivation were barely enough. It was probably given by Yang Boyan. Keeping them would have some use. Or thousands in Xenian stones, no more, no less, better than nothing. After that, Lin Ming picked up the jade slips and glanced at them casually. Lin Ming was stunned. There was actually a mid-grade earth level auxiliary secret jade slip. Generally, the core secrets of a sect are recognized as the sect's unique inheritance, such as the Suzaku Forbidden God Record of Shenhuang Island and the Hehuan Divine Art of Hehuan Sect, which have no grades. Some secret techniques that have been circulated will be rated by grade. A set of jade slips of Earth level mid-grade techniques is worth the same as a top Earth level mid-grade treasure. At the beginning, Lin Ming's bone-smashing fist was only a broken Earth level martial art, but the principles involved were already quite profound. Although the value of the Earth level mid-grade auxiliary secret techniques is a little lower, it is more than enough to exchange for to heaven entering pills. This below is thinking of using this set of secret techniques to exchange for to heaven entering pills and break through the innate after reaching the peak of the acquired realm. What a big ambition. Lin Ming did not expect Below to hide so deeply and secretly keep such a precious thing. Lin Ming glanced at the content of the technique and was immediately moved. This is a set of concealment and disguise methods. No wonder Below's concealment and disguise methods are so outstanding. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338, Hiding Method. Lin Ming had never seen through Below's disguise. When Below tricked Lin Ming to go to Qianxue Mountain, her temperament, appearance, and aura were exactly the same as Qinzia's. Even though Lin Ming felt that something was wrong at the time, he still fell for it because Below's disguise was too perfect. If Lin Ming couldn't see through Below's disguise at that time, he could still explain it by saying that he was not strong enough. But this time, Below disguised herself as an old man. Lin Ming's strength was already above Below's, and he even guessed Below's identity. But even so, no matter how wide-eyed he was, and how much he released his perception, he could still see through Below's flaws. He had to admit that Below was very smart. What's more, Lin Ming practiced the Tai soul art, and his soul power and perception were far better than other warriors. Later, he comprehended the martial arts of reincarnation, and his perception was further improved. Even in this case, he was completely powerless against Below's disguise. Lin Ming thought that this disguise came from the illusion sect, and every disciple of the illusion sect could do it. But now thinking about it, at the main sect martial arts competition, when beating her, a core disciple of the illusion sect used illusion, he was also able to see through it. It is absolutely impossible for all disciples of the illusion sect to be as powerful as Below, otherwise it would be too unreasonable. Not only is Below's disguise skill, but his concealment method is also very advanced. Originally, warriors can only conceal their cultivation after reaching the innate state and returning to the original state. Below is still far from that. However, he can hide in the army so that Lin Ming can't find him at all. Later, he even followed Lin Ming into the deepest part of the group of ferocious beasts. Until the last moment when he attacked, Lin Ming was unable to confirm his location. Lin Ming secretly sighed at the power of this auxiliary secret method. He didn't know where Below got it. Maybe he found it in some ancient monuments. If he gave it to Qixuan Valley, it would be more than enough to exchange it for a few heaven-entering pills. Below didn't exchange it immediately, probably because he wanted to hide it from others. After all, his current cultivation was not enough, and he couldn't eat the heaven-entering pills immediately. Once the matter was disclosed, the heaven-entering pills on him might be coveted by others. I think Below planned to wait until he reached the peak of the acquired realm, and then give the secret method to Qixuan Valley as soon as possible to exchange for the heaven-entering pills. If he hadn't met him, he might have been fooled into a congenital master by Below. Lin Ming began to read the jade slips attentively. The more he read, the more he was amazed. This method of concealment can not only hide one's cultivation and fluctuations of one's true essence, but also conceal one's body shape. The only flaw is that it cannot hide murderous intent. It was because Below released a vague murderous intent that Lin Ming discovered him. As for Below's body shape and fluctuations of one's true essence, they have been concealed very well, without revealing any flaws from beginning to end. Although this set of secret methods does not cover any combat skills, it is a very practical thing for Lin Ming. Needless to say, the application range of the disguise technique is very wide, and the secret method of concealing one's body shape can be used for sneak attacks and escape. Lin Ming was thinking about learning this secret method immediately, when suddenly a flash of fire flashed in front of his eyes, and a sound transmission note came, which actually came from Qianxue. The content of the sound transmission note was very simple, telling Lin Ming that before tomorrow morning, Qianxue would be able to arrive in Qingsang City with a group of masters, and Qin Xingxuan and Mr. Mu Yi would also be accompanying them. The palace master Qin is here? Lin Ming was slightly stunned. He did not expect that before the support from the Seven Profound Valley arrived. It was Qianxue who arrived in Qingsang City first. It has only been 2 days and 2 nights since the beast tide broke out. Qianxue needs to arrange for the low-level disciples of the Seven Profound Martial Mansion to go to a safe city, count the resources and property, and pack their luggage. Adding the time for traveling, it is very fast to arrive so early. Although Qianxue did this to repay Lin Ming's favor, Lin Ming was still very grateful. Palace Master Qin should have obtained the Heaven Entering pill, but he probably hasn't had time to eat it. After eating this Heaven Entering pill, and then retreating for a period of time, he has a great chance of breaking through to the innate realm. In this way, Palace Master Qin will also become an elder of the Seven Profound Valley. Wait for him to arrive tomorrow morning, and the overall situation will be settled. In this way, there are some things that we don't have to worry about, and some villains can be eliminated. Lin Ming thought so, and his figure disappeared in the tent. At this time, in the army camp, Zhu Ping was still wearing his armor. He sat in front of the table and looked at the casualty report that had just been sorted out. However, with the report in his hand, Zhu Ping's mind was completely confused. After reading it for a long time, he didn't know what was written on it. One thing is already very obvious. The master sent by Yang Boyan is dead and was killed by Lin Ming. He was a master of the late postnatal period from a sect, and he was killed by Lin Ming. Zhu Ping's hands were shaking. His sword was placed next to the table, but this sword could not bring him any sense of security. Before this, he had always heard that the royal family of Xianan Kingdom had to obey the Seven Profound Valley, but for Zhu Ping, the Seven Profound Valley was a distant thing after all. Zhu Ping had no clear understanding of how terrifying its power was and how strong the strength of its disciples was. He even relied on the support of masters and the many masters in the army to ignore Lin Ming's strength. He subconsciously regarded Lin Ming as a little kid who got lucky and thought of killing him in the chaos to save the Zhu family. Now it seems that this idea is so ridiculous. Tonight, when Lin Ming shot and killed the giant mud beast that was as big as a hill, the momentum he exuded was like a demon god, which made Zhu Ping's heart and liver break. The one he wanted to kill before was such a terrifying demon. Now, as long as he looks at Lin Ming, Zhu Ping will feel a sense of oppression that makes him afraid. It is a feeling that his fate is completely in the hands of others. Zhu Ping even thought of escaping overnight, but now there are beast tides around Qingsang City. Where can he escape alone? It shouldn't be a problem. He just suspects me at most. There is no evidence. Besides, the army still needs me to command. If he kills me, the army will definitely be in chaos. Zhu Ping comforted himself by talking to himself. Before that, he had thought of a set of excuses that he thought were quite rigorous. Although he didn't expect Lin Ming to believe everything, Zhu Ping was sure that Lin Ming was just guessing about him without any evidence. Although he was a mortal, he was the commander of the Qingsang City garrison after all. With the beast tied at hand, he couldn't just kill them. Thinking of this, Zhu Ping calmed down and picked up the red pen to review the manifesto. The higher the position, the more greedy for power and afraid of loss and death. Especially since Zhu Ping was only 40 years old and his personal strength had broken through the condensation vein stage. He had a bright future and a lifespan of more than 100 years to enjoy. In this case, how could he not be afraid of death? He took a deep breath and wrote down the red review, but because he was uneasy, his handwriting was a little crooked and trembling. At this moment, a nightmare-like voice suddenly sounded. General Zhu, you seem very cold. Zhu Ping's body shrank back reflexively, and the red brush in his hand was thrown away, as if his hand was bitten by a snake. He looked in horror at the table and saw a devilish young man in black, who was Lin Ming. Lin. Young Master Lin. Zhu Ping's throat was dry and his face was pale. He barely calmed down and said calmly, "Lin. Young Master Lin, you came to visit me so late at night. I'm sorry for not welcoming you." Lin Ming sat down casually on the chair and said calmly, "Zhu Ping, don't act with me. Let me ask you, how many people did our Yang arrange in Qianxue City?" "Oh you. Our Yang. But Lord Our Yang, the elder of the Seven Profound Valley?" "Lin. Young Master Lin, how could a small person like me know about Lord Our Yang's affairs?" Zhu Ping forced out a bitter smile. "Really?" Lin Ming sneered. He had not expected Zhu Ping to really know the manpower arranged by Our Yang. Then, Lin Ming stretched out a finger, and a flash of lightning flashed at his fingertips. "You can die now." Zhu Ping's body stiffened, his face full of extreme fear. He didn't say a word of the self-excuse he prepared. Wait. Young Master Lin, puff. A ray of purple light directly pierced Zhu Ping's throat. Zhu Ping tried hard to open his frightened eyes, as if he couldn't believe this fact. His Adam's apple was shattered, blood gushed out, and Zhu Ping pressed his neck in vain, as if he wanted to stop the blood. He never thought that as the military commander of Qianxue City, the first-class Viscount of Xianan Kingdom, a warrior in the condensation vein stage, and an important figure in the Zhu family of Qianxue City, he would be sentenced to death without even a trial. Before Lin Ming killed Zhu Ping, he first set up a dream barrier without alarming anyone. It was not that he was afraid of anyone. With his status and power, it was understandable that he could find a reason to take Zhu Ping's life. He kept Zhu Ping's life until now only because Zhu Ping was the military commander of the 10,000 defenders of Qianxue City. In the face of the beast tide, Lin Ming could not kill the commander-in-chief. But now, Qianxue is about to arrive, the overall situation will be decided, and there is no point in keeping Zhu Ping. He set up the dream barrier, just to prevent the soldiers from knowing and causing instability in the army. As long as Qianxue arrived tomorrow, everything would be fine. Lin Ming used the Earth's core red flame to turn Zhu Ping's body into ashes, returned to his tent, swallowed some pills, meditated and adjusted his breath, and waited for tomorrow to come. However, tonight seemed destined to be an uneasy night. Several uninvited guests quietly landed outside the Qianxue City garrison camp and lurked in the dark night. "Is it here?" a man wearing a bamboo hat asked in a low voice. The bamboo hat covered part of his face, revealing a pair of sinister eyes with greedy light. "After searching so hard, I finally found it." Behind the man in the bamboo hat, there were 5 or 6 men. Their cultivation levels ranged from the condensation vein stage to the postnatal stage. Several of them had a faint crescent moon mark on their chests, which also marked their identities. They were members of the moon-grabbing sect. Chapter 339 Sharing Secrets. Based on my perception of the golden wings, it should be correct, unless she didn't ride the golden wings. Among the 5 or 6 men, a short and plain man replied. His voice was a little hoarse, and his small eyes were fixed on the military camp in the distance, his eyes flickering. The golden wings he was talking about were the golden-winged divine wind eagle. The southern sky region is so vast. From the moon-grabbing sect, the sky is vast and the earth is vast. To the west, the terrain is even more complex. The vast southern border wilderness. If you want to hide, you can just find a small tribe in the southern border. If there is no special search method, finding someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. This group of people followed Zhao Zinai all the way. The short man among them was the breeder of the golden-winged divine wind eagle of the moon-grabbing sect at that time. Although he was not strong, he was born with a talent for communicating with birds and beasts. In order to avoid the loss of such a precious golden-winged divine wind eagle, he established a special connection with the golden-winged divine wind eagle very early, and could sense it within a range of hundreds of thousands of miles. The survivors of the Lan Yu sect found the short man, and asked him to lead the way. They traveled through mountains and rivers, crossed the southern border, encountered countless beast tides, and finally caught up with Zhao Zinai. I didn't expect her to hide in a mortal city. The man in the bamboo hat licked his lips, seeming to be extremely excited. Second uncle, although this little girl has only the cultivation level of the peak of the condensation vein, Uncle Shuai may have left her some cards to save her life and escape. Moreover, there are so many people in the military camp. When the chaos comes, we may lose her trace. Let's set up a trap first, so that she can't escape. Ahem. A middle-aged man wrapped in a ball of black mist coughed and nodded. His face was a bit unnatural blue-gray, obviously injured. What should we do with these mortals? The man called the second uncle asked casually. If Zhao Zinayu is captured successfully, and the secret is not leaked, then let them go. After all, this is the territory of Qixuan Valley. It is troublesome to kill so many people. If the secret is leaked, then we can only kill them all, leaving no one alive, and then lead the beast tide here. Just treat it as a beast tide attack. In the past few days when the beast tide is raging, it is not surprising that an army of thousands of people disappears. The voice of the man in the bamboo hat was extremely cold. The lives of thousands of mortals were nothing to the martial artists of the sect. Okay, let's do as you say, the second uncle said, taking out the array plate from the Zumi ring and starting to set up the array, and the other few people also helped him. The array they arranged was not a sophisticated trap array, and it could only trap masters for a while, but it was enough to stop Zhao Zinayu for a while to catch her. In addition, this trap array has another function, which is to prevent mortals from escaping and leaving them alive. As disciples of the Lan Yu sect, they slaughtered people wantonly in the territory of Qixuan Valley. Once they were known, it would be a very troublesome thing. Seeing the formation being built step by step, the man in the bamboo hat took off his bamboo hat, revealing a very handsome face, but the fierce look in his eyes ruined his image at this time. He sneered and said to himself, Uncle Shuai, you are too partial. In this case, don't blame me, Huang Sanping, for being ruthless and ungrateful. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the bright moon was in the sky. Lin Ming sat in the military camp to meditate and regulate his breathing. With the help of various elixirs and medium-grade Zinyu stones, he had almost recovered. Looking at the time, Lin Ming took out the jade slips left by Billow from the Zumi ring. He had just studied this set of jade slips superficially, and it was not too difficult to practice. Just as he was about to enter the ethereal martial spirit and comprehend the contents of the jade slip, he suddenly thought, HMM. Quietly getting out of bed, Lin Ming appeared at the window of the tent like an impulsive cat, opened the curtains and looked out. Outside was the azure starry sky and the endless dark mountains. It looked normal, but Lin Ming clearly sensed an unusual fluctuation of true energy. Someone was setting up an ambush. Lin Ming's face darkened slightly, and he was thinking about how to deal with it. At this moment, he saw 4 figures riding 2 divine wind eagles flying up from the distant valley and slowly flying towards the military camp. Although they were far apart, and the light was dim, Lin Ming could still see the appearance of several people at a glance. They were all dressed in extraordinary clothes, but their clothes were covered with dust, obviously due to the long journey. Among the 4 people, 2 were at the condensed vein stage, the other 2 were at the acquired stage, one was at the middle acquired stage, and the other middle-aged man wrapped in black mist was a peak acquired stage warrior, not far from the innate stage. Seeing this, Lin Ming's face changed a little. Judging from the degree of concentration of the true essence in these people, most of them were warriors from the sects. He was not yet a match for the peak acquired stage sect warriors. Just as the few people flew a short distance, one of the acquired stage warriors took out a purple bead from the Zumi ring and threw it into the sky without saying a word. There was only a loud boom sound, like a thunder blasting in the ears. The violent shockwave and air turbulence lifted up all the nearby military tents, and all kinds of weapons, clothes, bedding and other items were thrown out one after another. There were also more than a dozen soldiers who were originally sleeping soundly, but were blown away by the airflow, falling with bruises and swollen noses and faces, screaming in pain. The barracks were in chaos. Many soldiers thought that the beast tide was coming again. They hurriedly grabbed their weapons and rushed out. In the face of the beast tide, soldiers in the barracks were required to keep their armor on when sleeping. However, in a hurry, many people took the wrong weapons, wore the wrong shoes, and lost their helmets. After repelling the beast tide for the second time, Zhao Zinayu did not return to the city because she wanted to have more contact with Lin Ming. When she heard the bang, She put on her clothes as soon as possible and emerged from the barracks. When she saw the figure in the air, she was stunned for a moment. Huang Sanping, Huang Zixun. How could it be them? Zhao Zhenai was confused for a few breaths. Huang Sanping was another disciple of the Lanyu sect who was selected into the Shenhuang Island talent training program. Wasn't he dead? How could he appear here with his second uncle Huang Zixun? Are they here to find me? Thinking of this, Zhao Zhenai suddenly realized something, and her face changed drastically. Oh no. She immediately shrank back into the tent like a frightened squirrel, and her pretty face suddenly lost color. Although Zhao Zhenai grew up in the Lanyu sect and was not very experienced, she was not a fool. She did not naively think that Huang Sanping came here to find the lost disciples of the Lanyu sect and rebuild the Lanyu sect together. He must have known that the key was with her and set his eyes on the things given to him by his master. What should I do? Zhao Zhenai panicked. She no longer cared about why Huang Sanping was not dead, how he knew that the key was in her hand, and how he chased him to Qingsang City. She only knew that the second uncle who followed Huang Sanping was the outer sect elder of the Lanyu sect and a top master who was only one step away from the innate. Such a person could pinch her to death with just a few fingers. Zhao Zhenai bit her lip, quickly changed into a black nightgown, and quietly touched the edge of the tent, wanting to blend in with the crowd and escape in the chaos. This was her only possible way to survive. Who is the boss here? Come out. Huang Sanping glanced at the turbulent crowd below with contempt and shouted loudly. The original person in charge was ZH Yuping, but ZH Yuping was killed by Lin Ming an hour ago. His body was not found. The guards guarding the camp did not know yet. They only thought that the commander was missing and that he had something to do. At this time, the whole camp was in chaos. ZH Yuping was dead and no one stood up. However, this shout also made the soldiers understand that it was not a beast-tied attack, so they quickly calmed down. ZH Yuping was gone, and Lin Wanzhan walked out. Seeing the cultivation of several people in the air, his heart skipped a beat. They were not friendly. One of them seemed to be a peak warrior of the acquired realm. He bowed and said, I wonder what the masters are doing here? You have a girl riding a golden winged divine wind eagle here, right? Where is she? Huang Sanping said, pointing to a corner of the camp where there was a golden winged divine wind eagle. Lin Wanzhan's eyes turned. These people were looking for Lan Yi for no good reason, but this matter had nothing to do with them, and he didn't want to take the bullet for Lan Yi. Lin Wanzhan was about to sell Lan Yi. At this moment, Huang Sanping's second uncle Huang Zixun suddenly raised his eyebrows and said hoarsely, over there. She touched the formation. Hey, want to run? Huang Sanping licked his lips and immediately drove the divine wind eagle to fly towards Zhao Zhenai's location. Zhao Zhenai's face turned pale the moment she touched the formation. She knew she was discovered and immediately turned around and rushed back to the crowd. The military camp that could accommodate tens of thousands of people was very large. In addition, it was night and she was wearing a nightgown. She hid in the shadow of the tent and quickly blended into the crowd and then got into other tents in an instant. In this case, it was not easy to find her immediately. Haha, junior sister, if you hide again, I will take action. Do you want these mortals to be buried with you? Huang Sanping laughed wildly, completely holding the cat and mouse mentality. Everyone in the Lanyu sect thought that he and Zhao Zhenai were a pair of dragon and phoenix, but they didn't know that they had a very bad relationship because of the open and secret competition for resources. Now, he and his former arrogant junior sister, who was being chased by a group of masters, had nowhere to go, but nowhere to go. They were as embarrassed as rats crossing the street. He was in a very good mood and laughed triumphantly. At this time, Lin Ming had been standing in the shadows and watching the four people in the air. He was silent. He had a keen sense and saw that the master of the acquired peak who was shrouded in black mist seemed to be injured, but he was still not someone he could deal with. He and Zhao Zhenai were not related, so facing such a master, he naturally had no reason to risk his life to save her. But at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly heard the true essence transmission with a crying tone in his ears. Mr. Lin, save me. Please save me. I carry the secret of the moon raising sect. Save me and I will share this secret with you. Dash. Chapter 340 Take Action. HMM. Secret? Lin Ming was stunned for a moment. From the fact that the man in the bamboo hat called Zhao Zinayu junior sister just now, he could tell that these people were also from the Lin sect. Now that the Lin sect is gone, the surviving disciples of the sect are actually killing each other. Mostly, they are fighting for something. It seems that this is the so-called secret. Squinting his eyes and looking at the black fog man on the divine wind eagle, Lin Ming did not reply to Zhao Zinayu immediately. He was not a match for the black fog man at all. Although the black fog man's strength was similar to that of the mud beast, for Lin Ming, fighting the mud beast and fighting the black fog man were very different. The mud beast was just a target that would not move, and he could let himself condense the thunder and fire killing attack, but the black fog man was different. Against him, he might not even have a chance to attack. Lin Ming used the strongest state of the thunder and fire killing. Once he attacked, he would consume 60% of his true essence. If he missed the attack, he would have no power to resist. In addition, there was a postnatal mid-stage master beside the black fog man. Outside the trapped formation, there was also a postnatal late-stage master controlling the formation. 3 postnatal masters, with mid-term, late-term, and peak levels, were all available. With this lineup, Lin Ming would definitely not be able to defeat them. It's a pity that Kinzier is still on the way, otherwise why would I be afraid of them? Lin Ming's face was gloomy. Suddenly, he heard a high-pitched eagle cry, and then a strong wind blew. A dozen military tents near the golden-winged divine wind eagle were all blown away, and the golden-winged divine wind eagle soared into the sky. However, the person sitting on the golden-winged divine wind eagle was not Zhao Zinayu, but a short man with a wretched appearance. He smiled and flew the golden-winged divine wind eagle towards Huang Sanping. Zhao Zinayu, who was originally rushing towards the golden-winged divine wind eagle, was blown by the airflow and staggered. Seeing the golden-winged divine wind eagle flying towards Huang Sanping, Zhao Zinayu's face turned pale. How could this happen? She wanted to rely on the power of the golden wings to break through the blockade of the trap, but she didn't expect the golden wings to abandon her. Haha, junior sister Zhao, at a critical moment, the golden wings will still listen to the breeder. Forget about this idea. Submit to me, and serve me obediently. Maybe I will leave you a way out. Huang Sanping smiled obscenely, flicked his finger, and several silver true energy beams shot straight at Zhao Zinayu. Puff puff puff. The silver true energy beams exploded. Although Zhao Zinayu dodged most of the attacks, she was still staggered by the aftermath of the explosion, and her clothes were torn a lot. Junior sister Zhao, you have come to this day. I was once the #1 genius of the Lin sect, and I enjoyed all the resources. But since you appeared, the old guy Shuai only has you in his eyes. Otherwise, why would I still be at the peak of the condensation vein now? I would have broken through the postnatal period long ago. Huang Sanping smiled grimly, and a series of true energy beams attacked Zhao Zinayu. He was originally 3 years older than Zhao Zinayu, so his strength was naturally higher than Zhao Zinayu. After several attacks, Zhao Zinayu was already in a mess. Huang Zixun, who was standing aside, had not made a move, allowing Huang Sanping to do whatever he wanted. He knew that Huang Sanping had been angry for many years because of the partiality of the Shuai sect leader. It would be better to take this opportunity to let him vent his anger so that his thoughts would be more clear and beneficial to his future cultivation. Boom. 2 thick beams of true energy burst out in succession, and the terrifying airwaves burst out wantonly. The soldiers around were swept in and immediately flew backwards, spitting blood. The tent was blown into a mess, and various weapons and armor were thrown out by the airwaves, injuring countless people at once. In the center of such a strong explosion, an ice blue shield lit up, which barely blocked Huang Sanping's attack for Zhao Zinayu. Huang Sanping raised his eyebrows and laughed. I told you that Master Shuai and Master Lin both favor you so much. How could they not leave you any means to save your life? This is the earth-level defensive treasure of the sect. Water curtain blue hua. A good thing. I will destroy your cultivation in a while, and I will take this good thing and you, my lovely sister, together. Huang Sanping smiled evilly and drew out the moon blue sword on his back. With a slash of the long sword, 3 sword energies slashed straight down. Boom. The water curtain blue hua shook violently, and the light film trembled violently. Although the Earth-level defensive treasure is powerful, it depends on who falls into its hands. Zhao Zhenyu is only 18 years old. How can her true essence be compared with Huang Sanping? Lin. Master Lin. Zhao Zhenyu was forced into a desperate situation. Her trembling voice was swallowed up by the roar of the true essence explosion and became unclear. The Lin Yu sect was once a top-level sect of the 3rd rank and obtained an ethereal emperor, 72 demon heart fragments. Now, there are still 12 left. I have one in my Zumi ring. This fragment can increase the success rate of innate masters in their attempts to attack the Xuanden. Master Lin, save me. Demon heart fragments? A magical medicine that increases the success rate of innate masters in their attempts to attack the Xuanden? Lin Ming was stunned for a moment. He had never heard of the Devil Heart Crystal, but he knew the Nether Emperor. He was the best master in the Southern Sky region thousands of years ago, and even in the entire Xianan continent, he was also one of the top emperors. He founded the Holy Land level super sect, the Nether Demon Emperor City, but later he committed many evil deeds, killed young boys and girls in batches, and wantonly took the talents of outstanding girls. In the end, he almost touched the daughter of an emperor of the Xianan continent, which aroused public anger, and was killed by several emperors of the Xianan continent. Later, his old subordinates fled to the South China Sea and refounded a sect, which is now the South China Sea Demon region. At the beginning, when the Nether Demon Emperor City was uprooted, many sects in the Southern Sky region participated in it. At that time, the Moon Landing sect was a top-level 3rd grade sect with more power than Peacock Mountain. It was not surprising that they participated in it, and it was also very likely that they obtained some treasures because of it. For a legendary figure like the Nether Emperor, anything related to him is definitely not an ordinary product. The value of the elixir that can be used by innate masters to break through the Xuanden realm can be imagined. Maybe. Lin Ming suddenly realized a possibility, which made his heart beat faster. The Ru Shandan is an elixir that can allow acquired masters to advance to the innate realm, and the Demon Heart Broken Crystal is an elixir that can increase the success rate of innate masters to break through the Xuanden realm. Both are top grade elixir that can cleanse the tendons and marrow and break through bottlenecks. If the Ru Shandan can help you temper your marrow, then what about the Demon Heart Broken Crystal with stronger medicinal power? Wouldn't it help you temper your marrow more? Thinking of this, Lin Ming's mind turned rapidly, and his breathing became rapid. Great opportunities are always accompanied by high risks. This opportunity is in front of him. Even if the risk is great, it is worth fighting for. But taking risks does not mean sending yourself to death. There is no way to survive if you rush out to duel with the Black Fog Man. What should I do? Calm down. Calm down. Under the influence of the ethereal martial spirit, Lin Ming calmed down instantly. His breathing became extremely slow, as if it was not there. He also closed his eyes slightly, shutting off his sight and hearing, leaving only his keen perception to spread out like a tide, looking for the only chance to rescue Zhao Zhenyu. When Lin Ming shut off his sight and hearing, he also cut off the connection with Zhao Zhenyu, which made Zhao Zhenyu's true essence sound transmission no longer able to be transmitted. Lin. Young Master Lin. Young Master Lin. Zhao Zhenyu watched Lin Ming cut off the true essence sound transmission, closed his eyes, and looked like he didn't care. His heart suddenly fell into the abyss of despair. Looking at the indifferent Lin Ming, Zhao Zhenyu smiled bitterly. Yes, Lin Ming and herself were just casual acquaintances. How could he save herself at this time? This would most likely cost her life. Even between husband and wife, at the critical moment of life and death, they might not risk their lives to save each other. The despair in her heart became stronger and stronger. Zhao Zhenyu bit her lip and tried her best to support the blue water curtain. However, under Huang Sanping's wanton attack, the blue water curtain became weaker and weaker, and was about to break apart. Haha. Junior sister Zhao, I wonder how long you can hold on. Huang Sanping, with his hair disheveled and swords raised in both hands, jumped down from the divine wind eagle and pointed the long sword directly at Zhao Zhenyu. This blow would definitely break the blue water curtain. Zhao Zhenyu's lips were full of blood, and a trace of determination flashed in her eyes. At this moment, she no longer had any hope of survival. She would rather die than fall into Huang Sanping's hands. the long sword in her hand hummed. Zhao Zinai locked her eyes, and her whole body's true energy was running to the extreme. She was about to launch her strongest attack, but at this moment, a thunderous sound suddenly rang in her ears, and a dazzling purple lightning illuminated the entire night sky. Before Zhao Zinai could figure out what was happening, she saw a shadow that was extremely fast, with thunder and fire wrapped around it, cutting through space like a meteor, holding a 10-foot-long spear, and piercing Huang Sanping's heart. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and the noisy sounds and chaotic figures around were all far away. In Zhao Zinai's vision, there was only the flashing thunder and fire, and the figure bathed in thunder and fire, with long hair slashing wantonly, like a peerless war god. Pinger. Huang Zixuan's face changed drastically. The opponent's attack was so sudden, and so fast, that even Huang Zixuan, who was at the peak of the acquired strength, did not react. How dare you? Huang Zixuan shouted, and black mist burst out of his body. He pressed down heavily with his palm, and the black mist formed a huge python, whistling and rolling towards Lin Ming. However, in a hurry, Huang Zixuan only chose the fastest move. How could it compare to Lin Ming's accumulated attack? Boom. The python exploded, and the purple spear drove straight in. Damn it. Huang Sanping was also facing a formidable enemy at this moment. He forcibly changed the direction of his sword skills in the middle of the attack, and the azure sword light poured towards Lin Ming's spear. At this moment, he naturally could not take care of probing Lin Ming's cultivation level, and only thought that it was a sneak attack by a master. Ding 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 ding. The sword energy collided with the azure-colored vibration through essence, and all of them were shattered. The sharp spear light that drove straight for 1,000 feet pierced Huang Sanping's chest heavily. Puff. Huang Sanping, who had just been full of fighting spirit and was arrogant, had his sternum shattered, and he opened his mouth and spat out large mouthfuls of blood and internal organs, and his body flew backwards like a cannonball. The new year is about to end, and regular updates will resume in a few days. Chapter 341 Speed of Life and Death. Huang Zixuan's eyes instantly turned red when he saw Huang Sanping being severely injured. Rat, I'll kill you. At this time, of course, he had to kill Lin Ming first. However, Huang Zixuan, with a fierce look in his eyes, was about to use his ultimate move, but at this moment, his face changed instantly. Another spear appeared in Lin Ming's hand. He held the spear, and his whole body's true energy was running to the extreme. Nearly 20,000 pounds of physical strength instantly burst out. Swoosh! The spear flew out of his hand, and pierced Huang Sanping like a sharp arrow. The air trembled, and the airflow whistled. The power of this spear could definitely flatten a palace. Huang Zixuan's eyes were bloodshot. Rat, remember this. He could no longer care about Lin Ming at this time. He used his body skills to chase the flying spear. Otherwise Huang Sanping, who had been seriously injured and unconscious, would definitely die. Let's go. Lin Ming's body sank, grabbed Zhao Zinai, who was a little dazed, and rushed out of the camp. This was the only way to rescue Zhao Zinai from under Huang Zixuan's nose. Otherwise, with Lin Ming's speed, it was impossible for him to escape from Huang Zixuan with one person. Only by catching Huang Sanping as a breakthrough point and forcing Huang Zixuan to come back to rescue him could he have a chance of survival. Where are you going? At this moment, Lin Ming suddenly heard a sharp shout from above his head, followed by a whistling sword energy. The person who attacked was the mid-stage postnatal warrior who had stood side by side with Huang Zixuan before. He could feel that Lin Ming was not weak, but just wanted to restrain Lin Ming and wait for Huang Zixuan to come back. So the sword energy he sent out formed a bunch of siege forces, trying to block Lin Ming's way. Get out. At this moment, Lin Ming was full of murderous intent. Whoever was in his way would die. He flicked his finger and the Panlang steel needle whistled out. Boom boom boom. All the sword energy exploded, and the dragon needle whistled as it pierced the postnatal middle stage man. The man's face changed drastically, and his hands moved in unison, forming 4 or 5 true essence shields in front of him. However, with a popping sound, the true essence shields broke one after another. When the last true essence shield was broken, the dragon needle exploded, and purple lightning flashed. The man screamed, and half of his body was blown into a bloody mess, and he fell from the air. Lin Ming didn't even look at it, and his feet moved in unison, rushing out of the trap at full speed. After the dragon needle severely injured the postnatal middle stage man, it whistled and caught up with Lin Ming and sank into Lin Ming's body. The artistic conception of wind was integrated into his body movement. Lin Ming's body flew higher and higher. At that moment, Zhao Zinai only felt that one of her hands was pulled by Lin Ming, and the sound of wind whistled in her ears. Then she watched her feet getting farther and farther from the ground. She looked at the ground, which was already more than 10 feet away, in disbelief. Her head, which had been a little dizzy by a series of lightning changes, finally realized something impossible. We fly up. How is this possible? Lin Ming can actually fly? This is obviously a skill that only innate masters can have. In the chaos, Zhao Zinai could no longer think too much. Seeing a layer of grey light curtain in the air getting closer and closer, Zhao Zinai's face changed. The trap array was right in front of her. Lin Ming's eyes condensed. Although he had never looked back, his perception had always locked onto the Black Fog Man. This guy had saved Huang Sanping and was chasing him. Time was extremely tight. If he stopped to attack the trap array, even if it only delayed a few breaths, he would be caught up by the Black Fog Man. Boy, you can't run away. Huang Zixun, who was chasing after Lin Ming, was also shocked when he saw Lin Ming and Zhao Zinai flying up. Does this boy have any flying treasure? Humph, no matter what, the trap is supported by the third brother outside, and it will take some time for him to break it. I must capture this boy alive and see what secrets he has. Mr. Lin, go ahead. Seeing that Lin Ming's speed did not slow down at all in the face of the trap, Zhao Zinai's pretty face lost all color. She thought that it was impossible for Lin Ming to fail to discover this trap, but now, Lin Ming actually crashed into the trap. His speed was too fast. From the time Zhao Zinai found something wrong to the time she reminded him, it was already too late. Ah, Zhao Zinai screamed and closed her eyes in fear. Such a fast speed was equivalent to falling from a height of several hundred feet. If she crashed into it, she would be seriously injured if not killed. The moment Lin Ming and Zhao Zinai rushed towards the trap array, the space seemed to be distorted in some strange way. Lin Ming and Zhao Zinai passed through the trap array unimpeded like swallows flying through cooking smoke. Huang Zixun, who was chasing after Lin Ming and had been counting on the trap array to stop Lin Ming, widened his eyes instantly. How could this be possible? At this time, behind Lin Ming, Zhao Zinai, with her eyes closed and her face pale, continued to scream. The energy of a girl's scream is very terrifying. She screamed for a few breaths before she realized that something seemed wrong. She opened her eyes and saw that the surrounding scenery was still rapidly receding. They had obviously arrived outside the military camp, passed through the range of the trap array. Looking back, the trap array was really behind them. How? What's going on? Zhao Zinai's brain was completely confused. How did we get through? First, Lin Ming rescued her from Huang Zixuan's eyes under almost impossible circumstances. Then he flew into the air without any tools, and then he passed through the trap without any hindrance. A series of impossible things happened one after another, and Zhao Zinai was overwhelmed. She looked at Lin Ming, who was holding her hand in front of her, in disbelief. From her angle, she could only see Lin Ming's profile. He had no expression on his face. Whether she screamed or acted stupidly, he was not moved at all. He just rushed forward, facing a series of scenes that were completely life and death situations in Zhao Zinai's eyes. He never lost his composure. His gaze straight ahead was as deep as the stars in the middle of the night, giving people an inexplicable sense of security and reliance, as if he was omnipotent. At that moment, Zhao Zinai's heart was filled with an inexplicable ripple. Damn it, how come the trapping formation fails at this time? What did the third brother do? Huang Zixuan was furious. He quickly attributed the cause of the incident to the failure of the trapping formation. His third brother was just a half-baked formation master, and it was not uncommon for the formation to suddenly fail. He cursed the third brother in his heart, saying that he was more likely to cause trouble than to do good. Huang Zixuan also used his body skills to rush towards the trapping formation. Such a crude trapping formation naturally did not recognize people. Huang Zixuan wanted to pass through it, although he did not need to forcibly destroy it, but he had to stop and spend some time. However, since the trapping formation failed, there was naturally no need to be so troublesome. He could save time by rushing directly. The distance of dozens of feet was gone in a flash. At the moment, when Huang Zixuan was about to rush through the trapping formation at full speed, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He made an emergency stop in the air, but it was too late. With a bang sound like pork hitting a chopping board, Huang Zixuan hit the trapping formation hard. His head was hit, and his intestines were squeezed together. Zhao Zinayu saw this scene. She stared with wide eyes, watching Huang Zixuan like a headless fly, hitting the trap, seriously injured and vomiting blood, and then slid to the ground. Zhao Zinayu opened her mouth wide. Huang Zixuan, what on earth was going on? Zhao Zinayu wanted to take a good look at how such a strange thing could happen, but Lin Ming's speed was too fast. In a blink of an eye, Huang Zixuan disappeared in the vast night, and could not be seen. Asshole! Huang Zixuan, whose face was covered in blood, was furious. He threw a pill into his mouth and yelled, "Old third, you idiot, withdraw from the formation immediately, and catch up with him together." A high-pitched eagle cry came, and the golden-winged divine wind eagle soared into the sky. Huang Zixuan, the wretched-looking eagle owner, the seriously injured Huang Sanping, Huang Zixuan's third brother, and a man in the middle stage of the acquired realm, all 5 of them jumped onto the golden-winged divine wind eagle, and chased Lin Ming. Hearing the eagle's cry, Zhao Zinayu panicked. Only then did she understand why Huang Zixuan and others were able to find her so quickly. The problem might be with the golden-winged divine wind eagle. It was a pity that this golden-winged divine wind eagle, which she thought was not only a means of transportation, but also a life-saving tool, almost killed her. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin, they got on the golden wings. Zhao Zinayu said anxiously, but before she finished her words, she suddenly stopped talking. She stared at a dragon-shaped beast with a wingspan of 6 feet wide, covered with scales, and dragging a long tail, flying up from a dark valley. Scales as red as fire, dark golden pupils, sharp teeth, and a breath that makes people palpitate. This is clearly a red dragon with wings. This is. Zhao Zinayu swallowed her saliva. Her face turned bitter. It was normal to encounter high-level beasts in the wild, now that the beast tide was raging, but she happened to appear in this situation. Once she was entangled by this beast, it would be bad. Zhao Zinayu didn't know what to do, and at this time Lin Ming had already pulled her and rushed straight to the flying dragon. Roar. The high-pitched dragon roar resounded between heaven and earth, piercing the clouds and cracking the rocks. In Zhao Zinayu's stunned eyes, Lin Ming stepped on the back of the flying dragon, and the flying dragon spread its wide wings, like a red feather arrow burning with flames, shooting straight into the sky. Zhao Zinayu was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She was now stepping on the solid back scales of the red dragon beast, listening to the whistling wind in her ears, like a knife carving glass. Just by the sound of the wind, she could imagine the speed of the red dragon beast. Is this Mr. Lin's mount? Could it be the flying dragon? In a hurry just now, Zhao Zinayu didn't think about the origin of this beast. Now, she suddenly remembered that she had read about the flying dragon in the classics. The flying dragon was worth 10 times more than the golden-winged divine wind eagle. After adulthood, it is equivalent to a congenital master. She opened her mouth several times, but when she saw Lin Ming standing in front of her with an indifferent look, she didn't know how to speak. What do you want to say? Lin Ming suddenly turned his head and looked at Zhao Zinayu. Chapter 342, Desolate Mountain and Dead End. Mr. Lin. Zhao Zinayu opened her mouth. She wanted to say something to Lin Ming, but she didn't know what to say. After thinking for a while, Zhao Zinayu said, Mr. Lin, is this your mount? After asking this question, Zhao Zinayu felt a little embarrassed. Asking such an obvious question was really a bit of a conversation starter. Lin Ming nodded. Yes, it's called Qian. What a beautiful flying dragon. This is the first time I've seen it. I've only seen it in books before. Zhao Zinayu looked at the fiery red wings of the flying dragon and looked very fond of it. This long fiery feather was indeed very beautiful. I heard that Fishan Jiao has Yinglang blood and can be comparable to innate strongman when it grows up. Zhao Zinayu opened her beautiful eyes wide, curiously touching the cold and sharp dragon fins on the back of Fishan Jiao. Yes, but Qian is still in its infancy, and its strength is about the middle or late acquired stage. When Lin Ming saved Zhao Zinayu just now, He didn't dare to call Qianxue too early because he was afraid that Qianxue would be stopped by the Black Fog Man or others, and with Qianxue's strength, it would not be easy to break the trap. By the way, Mr. Lin, how did you get through the trap? Zhao Zinayu suddenly realized this problem. A series of incredible things happened one after another, but some questions might involve Lin Ming's secrets, so Zhao Zinayu didn't ask too much. Lin Ming explained casually, the person who set up this trap is just an amateur array master, and I happen to know a thing or two about arrays. Generally speaking, setting up such a large-scale array requires innate cultivation. For example, the 10,000 killing array and the 7 great cultivation arrays of the 7 profound martial palaces were all set up by innate masters. Huang Zixuan and others were not from the array sect, and their cultivation was not high. The array they barely set up was naturally crude. Lin Ming himself inherited the memory fragments of a great array master in the divine realm. In Zhangyan Mountain, he pointed out many omissions in the 8 diagrams Lihuo array of the Red Flame Patriarch, and discussed the theory of arrays with the Red Flame Patriarch for a full month. The understanding of the array of a person like the Red Flame Patriarch was naturally far beyond the reach of Huang Zixuan and other small figures, and even far beyond the 7 Profound Valley Array sect. Lin Ming also benefited a lot from the discussion with the Red Flame Patriarch. He gradually connected the array of the Divine Realm with the array of the Xianan continent. Although Lin Ming is still not able to set up a formation, his understanding of the formation theory has reached a very high level. After all, the theoretical core of the 2 formations of the Divine Realm and the Xianan continent is the same. Just before escaping, when Lin Ming entered the ethereal martial spirit, he had already explored the situation of the trapped formation in advance, carefully studied the structure of the trapped formation, and found an obvious flaw in it, so that he could successfully break out of the formation when escaping. Otherwise, in a hurry, even if Lin Ming understood the formation theory, he would not be able to break the trapped formation without any pause. After listening to Lin Ming's understated explanation, Zhao Zinayu could only smile bitterly. Is this just a little understanding of the formation? Although Huang Zixuan and others have no attainments in the formation, it is not, so that the formation they set up will be passed through by others without any regard. It can only be said that Lin Ming's formation level is completely not on the same level as Huang Zixuan and others. Zhao Zinayu really can't imagine how Lin Ming, at the age of 16, not only achieved such amazing results in martial arts cultivation, but also mastered the way of formation. Throughout the ages, who has achieved accomplishments in the art of formations? Who has not immersed himself in the art of formations for decades? Zhao Zinayu could only sigh that Lin Ming's talent was completely beyond her comprehension. At this moment, Zhao Zinayu suddenly heard a faint eagle cry from behind her. She was startled and looked back. Under the bright moon, at the end of the dark blue night sky, there was a golden spot chasing her, and Lin Ming at a very fast speed. Zhao Zinayu's heart skipped a beat, and she said anxiously, Mr. Lin, they are chasing us. Yes, I know. Lin Ming did not look back. He had expected this when the golden winged divine wind eagle was taken away by the wretched eagle owner. The flying speed of the golden winged divine wind eagle is several times faster than that of an ordinary divine wind eagle. It is also a precious mount with the blood of a sacred beast. Its blood can be traced back to the golden winged dappling. Although the blood purity of the golden winged divine wind eagle is much weaker than that of the flying dragon, don't forget that the flying dragon that Lin Ming is sitting on is not yet an adult, while the golden winged divine wind eagle of the Lanyu sect is in its prime. As a result, the flying dragon has no advantage in speed. Mr. Lin, what should we do? Zhao Zinayu has become accustomed to relying on Lin Ming. The series of events that just happened made Zhao Zinayu feel that no matter what the situation, Lin Ming will always have a way. Escape first. Lin Ming's answer was very simple. He must first leave the scope of Qingsang City to avoid causing trouble to Qingsang City. As long as the speed of the flying dragon and the golden winged divine wind eagle is not much different, it will be much easier. This place is not far from Qinzia's station. As long as the sound transmission talisman determines Qinzia's station and flies to Qinzia, it will only take a few hours with the speed of the flying dragon. After arriving at Qinzia's residence, everything will not be a problem. But at this moment, Zhao Zinayu said in shock, Mr. Lin, it's bad. Their speed has suddenly increased a lot. Huh? Lin Ming turned around and saw that the golden-winged divine wind eagle that was originally in the sky had indeed become a little bigger. Although it was far away, Lin Ming could see clearly that the golden-winged divine wind eagle seemed to be covered with an abnormal red color on its body. It's the method of acupuncture with golden needles. They use a needle that is as thick as a finger and 3 feet long to stimulate the potential of the golden wing, allowing it to break through the limit speed. Zhao Zhenyu gritted his teeth and said with great hatred in his heart, "This method will cause irreversible damage to the golden-winged divine wind eagle. If it flies for a long time, it will exhaust the vitality of the golden-winged divine wind eagle." Although Zhao Zhenyu has fallen to this point now, it is all because of the golden-winged divine wind eagle, but the golden wing has not opened its spiritual intelligence. It is its instinct to obey orders. It has no fault. It can only blame Huang Sanping and others for being too cruel. The speed of the golden-winged divine wind eagle was getting faster and faster. In a blink of an eye, the distance between it and Lin Ming was shortened by half. Zhao Zhenyu could even clearly see the bloody and ferocious face of Huang Sanping on the back of the golden wing. Huang Sanping's cultivation was only at the peak of the condensation meridian. Lin Ming could have killed him with one blow, but his move was blocked by Huang Zixun, and he only seriously injured Huang Sanping in the end. Now Huang Sanping has woken up after swallowing the elixir. His bones are broken in many places and his meridians are also damaged. Although such a serious injury will not affect his future cultivation, it is enough for him to stay in bed for several months. Not being able to practice for such a long time is naturally a great loss for a genius who races against time. Now Huang Sanping only wants to capture Lin Ming and Zhao Zhenyu alive, abolish their martial arts, torture Lin Ming to the point that he wants to live but cannot, and then imprison Zhao Zhenyu and humiliate him at will. Only in this way can he reduce the hatred in his heart. Because his anger affected his inner essence, Huang Sanping groaned and almost vomited blood again. He took out a pill from his Zumi ring and swallowed it, then said to the short man, "Can it be faster?" The value of the golden-winged divine wind eagle was naturally not worth mentioning compared to catching Lin Ming and Zhao Zhenyu. Moreover, this Xianan kingdom was the territory of the 7 mysterious valleys. If they could not catch up with them and attract support as soon as possible, it would be troublesome. No, if you stab another one, the golden wing will not be able to hold on. The short man held a coldle in his hand. Under his feet, the golden-winged divine wind eagle's back was covered with a layer of blood-red light, and the golden feathers stood up and trembled slightly. "Pinger, don't worry. There is another barren mountain ahead. I think even if they have support, they can't come so quickly. We will catch up before they jump over the barren mountain. They can't run away." Huang Zixuan's eyes flashed with cold light, and he hated Lin Ming very much. "Second uncle, who is that kid? Do you know?" Huang Sanping asked. "I don't know." Huang Zixuan shook his head. But his cultivation doesn't seem to have reached the postnatal stage yet. He should be a genius disciple of a large sect, and most likely a genius of the earth level. The more so, the more we can't let him go, otherwise we may have no place to stay in the future. Huang Zixuan frowned, thought for a while and said, "Maybe our situation has been spread by him using the sound transmission talisman. This time we have risked everything. We can only succeed and not fail. After we get the resources, we will leave Shenhuangshao, hide our identities, and create a new force with the resources of Lanyu sect." Huang Zixuan thought so, and felt the blood flow faster. It was so exciting to create a sect, and be the head of the sect. The wind was whistling, and Lin Ming had already arrived above the great wilderness mountain on the flying dragon. This is an independent mountain range located in Xianan country, which is usually seldom inhabited. The distance was getting closer and closer. If this continued, it would take less than half an incense stick of time for them to catch up. Zhao Zhenyu stood behind Lin Ming and saw the golden-winged divine wind eagle getting closer and closer. She felt anxious and guilty. She glanced at Lin Ming and said with mixed feelings, "I'm sorry, I hurt you. You have nothing to be sorry for me. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. I made the decision myself. We each get what we need." "Oh." Zhao Zhenyu bit her lip and sighed in her heart. Although she felt guilty towards Lin Ming, when she heard him calmly say that each of them got what they needed, Zhao Zhenyu felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Even she found this feeling ridiculous and nonsensical. Maybe she just wanted to find some spiritual comfort before she died and subconsciously didn't want to link this experience of life and death with naked interests. Zhao Zhenyu thought so and shook her head in self-mockery. Chapter 343, Broken Crystal Hemolysis. Lin Ming naturally did not notice Zhao Zhenyu's little girl's thoughts at this time. He was thinking quickly about how to get out. Once caught up by Huang Zixun, Zhao Zhenyu would be dead and facing the siege of a late-stage acquired master and a peak acquired master. He would probably be in danger. As for attacking Huang Zixun's mount, when Lin Ming can attack the golden-winged divine wind eagle, the other party can also attack his flying dragon. If Lin Ming competes with the 3 acquired masters in attacking the mounts, he will most likely lose. No matter how you look at it, Lin Ming seems to be forced into a desperate situation now. Calm down, calm down. There is always a way out. Lin Ming completely relaxed his mind, and his breathing began to slow down. He thought about possible ways to escape, and rejected them one by one. It seems there is only one way to go. And if you choose this way, it is also extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you will be doomed. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ming quickly decided. The road of martial arts is always accompanied by countless risks. There are countless planes like Xianan continent in the 3000 worlds. There are countless geniuses, but only a few of them finally reach the peak of martial arts. Even for someone like Lin Ming who has great opportunities, it is a foolish dream to reach the peak of martial arts without going through countless risks. After making up his mind, Lin Ming gritted his teeth and said, Miss Zhao, I remember you said before that the Lan Yu sect has obtained a total of 72 demon heart broken crystals, and now there are still 12 left. There is one in your Zumi ring, right? Yes, yes. Zhao Zhenyu was stunned for a moment and nodded quickly. Tell me, what exactly is the demon heart broken crystal? Lin Ming's voice was low and urgent, and he ignored Huang Zixun and others who had chased him within 10 miles. Zhao Zhenyu didn't know, while Lin Ming still cared about this at this time, but she quickly explained. In the Holy War, to slay demons 1,000 years ago, the coalition forces of the Southern Sky region attacked the Nether Demon Emperor city, and the Nether Emperor was killed by several emperors. The Nether Emperor practiced peerless magic, and when he died in battle, the demon heart formed in his body was shattered by an emperor. One of the demon heart fragments was obtained by the then leader of our Lan Yu sect, who later returned to the sect and refined the demon heart fragment into 72 demon heart fragments. Each of these fragments is a top-grade holy medicine containing huge energy. Take one, use the medicine to dissolve it, and integrate it into your own meridians and acupoints, which can help innate masters break through the Zuanden. Helping innate masters break through the Zuanden. If it is true as you said, why has the Lan Yu sect become increasingly decadent over the past 1000 years? Lin Ming asked an unreasonable question. Zhao Zhenyu said, although my Lan Yu sect gained the demon heart fragment crystal in the holy war of killing demons 1,000 years ago, it also lost a large number of masters. The sect master was also seriously injured. After returning to the sect, he failed to close the death gate and passed away. The inheritance of the skills of my Lan Yu sect was not very good. In recent years, the sect has been able to produce new Zuanden masters to sit in the sect, thanks to the demon heart fragment crystal. I see, I understand. There is another question. You just said that the use of the demon heart fragment crystal requires a medicine. So what is the medicine? It is the essence and blood of the user. Just use your own essence and blood to dissolve the demon heart fragment crystal and then swallow it directly into the body. Zhao Zhenyu spoke very quickly. While the two were talking, Huang Zixun and others had already chased to 5 or 6 miles away. If the distance was shortened, it would be within the attack range of long-range sword skills. I understand. Where is the demon heart fragment crystal in your Zumi ring? Give it to me. Lin Ming suddenly stretched out his hand, his tone unquestionable. Zhao Zhenyu bit her lip. Although it was the most precious treasure of the sect, there was no need to hesitate at this time. She quickly took out a transparent crystal bottle from the Zumi ring. In the crystal bottle, there was a red spherical crystal the size of a water droplet suspended. It was the Devil Heart crystal. Lin Ming took the crystal bottle and narrowed his eyes slightly. Such a small red crystal exuded a faint ancient and wild aura, which made people palpitate. Just by relying on this aura, one can roughly feel that what Zhao Zinayu said was not an exaggeration. At this time, Zhao Zinayu suddenly realized something and said hurriedly, "Mr. Lin, you don't want to swallow the devil heart crystal and fight Huang Zixuan behind you. This is absolutely not possible." "Why?" Lin Ming looked up at Zhao Zinayu. Zhao Zinayu said anxiously, "Mr. Lin, this medicine is originally for innate masters. Mr. Lin, you are only in the condensation meridian stage. If you take it, you will explode and die. Moreover, even if an innate master swallows this medicine, he will have to go through a painful energy tempering process. During this period, not only will his strength not be improved at all, but his fighting power will be completely lost due to the disorder of the true essence in his body." "I know." Lin Ming responded calmly. What Zhao Zinayu said did not exceed his expectations. In fact, most of the elixirs that can directly increase cultivation are strong and powerful medicines, which are similar to the devil heart crystal, such as the heaven entering pill. The more extreme the elixir, the more huge and pure the energy contained in it. If you want to subdue this energy, you will naturally have to go through a struggle. When the warrior uses the true essence in his body to fight against the energy in the elixir, his own fighting power will be lost. Therefore, when the warrior refines this kind of elixir, he must find a safe place. The sect warriors will choose to do it in a closed door room, where no one will disturb them, while other warriors will find a trustworthy person to protect them. Now Lin Ming naturally does not have such conditions, but he can create it. Second uncle, that is a devil heart crystal. This bitch actually gave it to outsiders. At a distance of 4 or 5 miles, with Huang Sanping's eyesight, he could clearly see what was in the crystal bottle. Huang Zixuan also frowned. "Don't worry, this devil heart crystal will not be eaten, as long as he doesn't want to die." Huang Zixuan was not worried about the devil heart crystal being eaten, but was worried about it being destroyed. "Speed up." Huang Zixuan's voice was a little cold. "Yes." The short man gritted his teeth, pulled out a long awl, and pierced the spine of the golden-winged divine wind eagle. The golden wing screamed in pain, and a thicker blood mist burst out of his body. This kid. Huang Zixuan's eyes flashed with cold light, and he watched Lin Ming cut his wrist a few miles away, and ripped blood into the crystal bottle. "Uncle, this kid knew that he couldn't keep the demon heart crystal, but he wanted to destroy it." Huang Sanping's eyes turned red. The demon heart crystal must be taken with the blood of the swallower as a medicine. If it is mixed with the blood of others, then this demon heart crystal will be half useless. He dared to destroy my Lanayu sect's demon heart crystal. I must destroy this kid's martial arts, cut him into pieces, and torture him to death bit by bit. Huang Sanping said with gritted teeth. Lin Ming watched his blood flow into the crystal bottle. When the blood came into contact with the demon heart crystal, the blood immediately boiled. Goo goo goo. The blood rolled, and the demon heart crystal began to melt. Lin Ming watched the demon heart crystal and blood merge, and finally became a small bottle of viscous liquid. "Stand firm, let's go down." As Lin Ming finished speaking, the flying dragon roared, and plunged straight into the vast great wilderness mountain. The golden-winged divine wind eagle followed closely behind. In terms of size, the golden-winged divine wind eagle is several times larger than the flying dragon. From a distance, it looks like a large eagle swooping down on a red snake. At this moment, Lin Ming was calm as water. He slowly took out the dream pearl from the Zumi ring. This was his last chance. At the moment, when the flying dragon reached the ground, Lin Ming took Zhao Zinayu's hand and jumped off the back of the dragon. At the same time, he threw the dream pearl out. The dream barrier was activated. Whoosh! Lin Ming and Zhao Zinayu were completely isolated from the outside world. Zhao Zinayu suddenly felt that the surrounding environment seemed to have undergone subtle changes. The barrier can guarantee our safety for a short time. Lin Ming said calmly. The dream barrier created by the dream pearl cannot be broken by warriors below the innate level, so it can naturally block the attacks of Huang Zixuan and others. However, the dream barrier cannot last forever. As long as it is a barrier, it will naturally consume energy. After the dream pearl is fully charged, it can only maintain the barrier for half a day. If it is attacked continuously, it can only last for 3 or 4 hours. 3 or 4 hours. This is the last time left for Lin Ming. Huang Sanping and others who were chasing Lin Ming and Zhao Zinayu watched the two disappear out of thin air and were suddenly a little dumbfounded. How did it happen? Where are they? Humph, it's just a trick, a trivial trick. Huang Zixuan closed his eyes and sensed it a little and easily found some unusual true energy fluctuations nearby. With his strength, it was easy to find the dream barrier. Here, Huang Zixuan looked at the empty space in front of him. He felt that there was a hemispherical barrier here, forming an independent space. Haha, it's here. Huang Sanping smiled grimly, and he also felt the existence of the barrier. It's a fantasy barrier. Are you going to bury yourself in the sand? Third brother, break it. Huang Zixuan did not attack, and let his third brother take action, while he himself was on guard against Lin Ming's sudden attack or escape. Escaping into the barrier is tantamount to seeking death, but then again, even if they don't enter the barrier, they will die. The man called Laosan looked to be in his 30s or 40s, with raised eyebrows and a slanting scar on the corner of his face. He held a back machete in his hand. Sword skill, cut the wind. Laosan used 70% to 80% of his strength in this sword. A green half-moon shaped sword energy whistled out and chopped heavily on the barrier. Bang! The sword energy shattered, and the barrier just trembled slightly, without any damage. Laosan was stunned for a moment, and Huang Zixuan also frowned slightly. The strength of this barrier exceeded his imagination. At this time, in the barrier, Lin Ming was sitting cross-legged on a rock, unaware of the fierce attack outside the barrier. He took out the magic heart crystal that was melted by his own blood and said to Zhao Zhenyu, whose face was a little pale, "You protect me, and I will start swallowing the magic heart crystal now." Chapter 344. Everything depends on humanity. You want to continue the protection of the barrier and absorb the devil heart crystals. Zhao Zhenyu was stunned. This was simply an extremely crazy idea. Not to mention the holy medicine of the devil heart crystals. Even for the second level pills such as the heavenly pill, before swallowing it, ordinary warriors have to bathe and burn incense, then lock themselves in a quiet room, set up various defensive arrays, enter a state of absolute silence and no one to disturb them, and then practice to swallow it. But Lin Ming is now surrounded by wolves. The outside attacks are constant. The barrier is constantly shaking. The ground is shaking, and it is not even known when the barrier will run out of energy. In this case, Lin Ming, with a mere condensation vein stage, absorbs the devil heart crystals that can only be swallowed by innate masters. It's really crazy. Mr. Lin, how can this be possible? You are committing suicide. Zhao Zhenyu was very anxious. There is no better way. Lin Ming flicked his finger, and under the traction of his mental power, the red liquid in the crystal bottle flew out and condensed into a red ball. Lin Ming knew how crazy this decision was. The devil heart crystal was a completely unfamiliar elixir to him, and he had no idea what would happen if he swallowed it. He might not be able to withstand the baptism of energy and explode and die. Even if he survived, the dream barrier could only last for a few hours. If he could not completely absorb the power of the medicine within a few hours and recover to combat status, he would still die. Boom. With a loud noise, a terrifying explosion sounded outside the barrier, and the ground suddenly shook. Huang Zixuan finally made a move. Inside the barrier, Lin Ming could clearly see the actions of Huang Zixuan and others. This sense of oppression was like a mortal facing a tiger through a layer of glass that could break at any time. It was difficult for ordinary warriors to concentrate on practicing in such an environment. If they were not careful, they might go crazy. However, Lin Ming had to cross levels to absorb the devil heart crystal in this situation, and he had to recover his combat power within a few hours. Lin Ming looked at the red liquid in front of him that exuded an ancient and wild atmosphere. With a thought, the liquid split into two, and half of it floated towards Lin Ming. Just by being approached by the red liquid, Lin Ming already felt his blood boiling, as if he was being summoned by something. What an evil demon blood. No matter how dangerous the road ahead is, I only believe that everything depends on human effort. Swish. The half of the demon heart crystal that was melted by Lin Ming's blood shot into Lin Ming's mouth. As soon as the red liquid entered his mouth, a fishy and sweet smell immediately spread throughout his mouth. This was the taste of blood. Closing his eyes and cutting off his six senses, Lin Ming entered the ethereal martial spirit. For a moment, whether it was the shaking of the earth or the loud noise of the explosion, it had nothing to do with Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming's ethereal state only lasted for a mere 10 breaths. before it was interrupted by the severe pain that surged from his dungeon. Roar. In Lin Ming's ears, a demon roar that pierced the clouds and cracked the rocks exploded like thunder, shaking Lin Ming's ears and causing blood to flow from his nose. What is this? Lin Ming was shocked. He clearly felt that in the droplets of the demon heart crystal, there was a huge and terrifying will. It covered the sky and the earth, covering the mountains, rivers, and seas, the remnant of the Nether Emperor. As soon as this thought came up, Lin Ming felt his brain shake. Boom. Lin Ming's consciousness was suddenly pulled back to the sea of spirituality. In his mind, countless fragments of scenes appeared, and each scene was extremely real. Countless demons rose from the sea of spirituality. They were naked, their skin was grey blue like metal, their muscles were twisted, and they were wrapped in thick chains. In their hands, they held the sickle of the god of death. Roar, roar, roar. The roar of demons came, and all the demons rushed towards Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming himself seemed to have transformed into an ancient demon god, with red hair, holding a mountain-splitting axe, and standing in the air. The handle of the axe was 10 feet long and as thick as a child's arm. The axe was 3 feet wide. The axe blade was as red as blood, exuding a fierce aura that made people palpitate. Kill, kill, kill. The ancient demon god swung the axe and chopped all the demons that rushed up with one axe. At that moment, limbs flew and blood spurted everywhere. Every time the ancient demon god killed a demon, he would drink its blood. The demons that were sucked of blood had their eyes lost and no vitality. However, behind them, countless demons rushed up. The demon blood dyed the sky red. Could this demon god be the Nether Emperor? Lin Ming's mind was shocked. He had a strong feeling in his heart that everything in front of him was not a pure illusion, but something that really happened and existed in the memory of the Nether Emperor. So what are these demons, and where do they come from? What is the background of this war? Who is good, and who is evil? Ha 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 ha. Between heaven and earth, the wild laughter of the Nether Emperor suddenly rang out, majestic and vast, resounding throughout the universe. A will that broke through the sky and defied the heaven and earth erupted like a tsunami. The giant axe pointed to the sky, and the feet stepped on the earth. I'm the only one in the world. Boom. The scene of the demon battlefield exploded, and Lin Ming felt that his spiritual sea seemed to collapse in an instant. He opened his eyes suddenly, but saw that his clothes were torn and covered in blood. Zhao Zhenyu in front of him had already lost all the blood on her pretty face, and she didn't know what to do. Seeing Lin Ming open his eyes, Zhao Zhenyu was worried and happy in her heart, and tremblingly said, Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. Lin Ming wanted to say something, but as a result, a large mouthful of blood came out of his mouth. Lin Ming finally understood the domineering nature of this demon heartbroken crystal. It contained terrifying pure energy and the remaining consciousness of the Nether Emperor. Swallowing the demon heartbroken crystal means facing its dual destruction of body and consciousness at the same time. Outside the barrier, Huang Zixuan and others were still attacking. The dream barrier was shaking more and more violently. The rocks where the barrier landed had long been shaken into pieces. However, Lin Ming had no mind to care about these things. His whole body felt like thousands of needles piercing and thousands of knives twisting. Even with Lin Ming's will, this kind of pain was difficult to resist. It even made people think that living was worse than death. He shrank on the ground like a shrimp, and his teeth were almost broken by his bite. Boom. The consciousness was messed up again. The remaining consciousness of the Nether Emperor poured into Lin Ming's spiritual sea like a tide, trying to destroy it. For ordinary warriors, when the body is extremely tortured to the extreme and feels that living is worse than death, the mental defense is extremely fragile. Once the residual consciousness in the demon heart fragment crystal is rushed, it is very likely to become an idiot. Even the acquired peak masters can definitely not withstand such a double blow, so the demon heart fragment crystal can only be reluctantly taken by the innate masters who have reached a certain level of cultivation. Lin Ming's cultivation was only at the condensed vein stage. At this time, the will of the Nether Emperor rushed into his spiritual sea. Even though he had a strong will, he still had a splitting headache and blood in his ears. Boom. 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 In just a few breaths, the remaining consciousness bombarded countless times. The sea of Lin Ming's spiritual sea was surging, but he finally survived. The impact of the remaining consciousness of the Nether Emperor was originally the most difficult level for a warrior who swallowed the Devil Heart Crystal. However, for Lin Ming, it was a close call. After all, before this, Lin Ming had swallowed the memory fragments of the God Realm power twice in a row. No matter how strong the Nether Emperor was, he was no match for the God Realm power. Lin Ming gritted his teeth and used his consciousness and soul to forcibly wear out the consciousness of the Nether Emperor. He knew in his heart that, in order to absorb the energy in the Devil Heart Crystal, he must first eliminate the remaining consciousness of the Nether Emperor. The pain of soul power and consciousness power wearing each other out is unimaginable. It is like using a bloody wound to polish on sandpaper. This is the real pain of soul tearing. When Lin Ming absorbed the memory fragments of the God Realm Great Power, he did not experience such intense pain. After all, the God Realm Great Power left behind only a masterless soul, without any self-awareness, only the soul instinct. However, what the Nether Emperor left behind was the real residual consciousness. It is not easy to erase this residual will that defies the heaven and earth and overthrows the world. Time passed by minute. Lin Ming's 7 orifices bled, and he knelt on the ground. The rocks under him were already stained red with blood. If it were not for Lin Ming's entering the Sorcerer God Tower, his blood power was much stronger than that of ordinary people, and he would have died of excessive blood loss. After experiencing a long period of extreme pain, Lin Ming finally wore away the consciousness left by the Nether Emperor. In this way, although the energy in the Demon Heart Crystal was still violent and unruly, without the command of the Nether Emperor's consciousness, Lin Ming could finally mobilize it bit by bit. Quench the marrow. This single thought echoed in Lin Ming's mind. He put all his strength into the marrow quenching method of the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra, controlling the energy in the Demon Heart Crystal to penetrate into his bones. He didn't have much time left. At the beginning, when Lin Ming used the energy of the heavenly pill to quench his marrow, because Lin Ming had forged his bones too thoroughly, his bones were dense and perfect, as solid as golden stone, and it was very difficult for the energy to penetrate into the marrow. Lin Ming thought that forcing the energy into the Demon Heart Crystal this time would also be so difficult, but he was wrong. The energy of the Demon Heart Crystal was like heavy mercury, penetrating every hole. It drilled into Lin Ming's dense bones like a sharp cone, and flowed into the marrow. The energy entered the marrow, and at that moment, Lin Ming felt as if boiling oil was poured into his marrow, followed by the pain of entering the marrow. Kai. The impurities in the bone marrow were burned by the energy. This feeling was like frying the bone marrow in a frying pan, frying away the impurities. Lin Ming was sweating profusely. This was the last step in absorbing the Devil Heart Crystal. In the severe pain, Lin Ming still kept a clear mind. The energy in half of the Devil Heart Crystal was not enough to complete the entire marrow tempering. He had to make a choice and temper a part of his body first. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345, Marrow Like Gold. Last time Lin Ming swallowed the Rushan Dan, because of the limited medicinal power, Lin Ming finally chose to temper only his right hand. Although after tempering the marrow, Lin Ming's right hand has greatly improved in terms of strength, attack power and defense, it is at most equivalent to giving Lin Ming an extra killer, and Lin Ming's overall strength has not improved much. This time, Lin Ming decided to use half of the energy to continue tempering his hands, and the other half of the energy to temper the whole body. Only after the whole body marrow tempering, his overall strength will be enhanced. Pa. With the sound of firewood burning and breaking in the flames, Lin Ming gritted his teeth and ran the Chaos Gang Daojing, allowing the manic energy to temper and burn the bone marrow bit by bit. This is like putting bones on the fire, and the pain of the process can be imagined. Lin Ming was supported by only a kind of obsession. The energy has been swallowed into the body. There is only one way to refine it. Failure means death. As this tempering progressed, Lin Ming's skin turned abnormally black and red. A large amount of manic energy rushed through his body. Lin Ming's body quickly became hot, and the blood oozing out of his pores was dried into a layer of red blood shell, as if it would tear like shredded paper if touched. Zhao Zenai was shocked to see Lin Ming now. How could he still look like a human? It was as if he was fished out of a pool of blood and then put on the rack to dry on the fire. She really thought it was a miracle that Lin Ming was still alive. In fact, with the devouring demon heart crystal at the condensation vein stage, it has lasted for more than half an hour, which itself is beyond Zhao Zenai's understanding. However, this miracle seemed to be unable to maintain. Lin Ming's breath became weaker and weaker. Before, he was struggling painfully, but now, perhaps because he had reached the point of exhaustion, his struggle became weaker and weaker, and finally he was completely motionless. His expression was also solidified like a sculpture, and his distorted face was like the suffering soul nailed to the execution pillar in hell. Zhao Zenai's heart gradually sank. At this point, even if Lin Ming survived, it would be meaningless. The blood in his body was almost drained out, and Lin Ming, who didn't even have the strength to struggle, had already lost his fighting power. If he was in a safe secret room, with the support of many precious medicines and the care of masters, Lin Ming might really be able to survive this stage of transformation. He swallowed the demon heart crystal at the condensation stage, and his future achievements would be unimaginable. However, he didn't have this opportunity. He chose the wrong time to swallow the demon heart crystal. Even if he was a genius, it was too reluctant. Boom boom boom. Outside the dream barrier, Huang Zixuan and others began to attack again. Zhao Zenai closed her eyes in pain and took out a cold dagger from the Zumi ring. Zhao Zenai had prepared this dagger when Lin Ming began to absorb the demon heart crystal. If Lin Ming died, she could commit suicide directly. If she fell into Huang Sanping's hands, she would probably be worse off than dead. The barrier was shaking more and more. For the past half an hour, Huang Zixuan and others had been guarding outside the barrier without leaving. Every once in a while, they would start to bombard the barrier. Even Zhao Zenai, who had no idea about formations and barriers, could see that the energy of the dream barrier was constantly being consumed. It might not last long if it continued like this. Crack. Crack, crack. Because of the increasingly violent vibrations, the ground under Zhao Zenai's feet had cracked, and the rocks were broken one after another, looking like biscuits being smashed. The violent attack lasted for a quarter of an hour, and then it died down. Perhaps Huang Zixuan was afraid that he would consume too much energy, and even if he broke the barrier, he would not be able to keep Lin Ming. Therefore, every quarter of an hour of attack, he would stop to meditate and rest for a while, so as to keep himself in the best fighting condition. Zhao Zenai breathed a sigh of relief and looked back at Lin Ming, but saw that Lin Ming was still in that terrifying state. His body was no longer bleeding. It was not that the wound had healed, but that there was no blood left to bleed. The skin was cracked black and red, and the blood was charred into a bloody shell, as if he had been tortured by Lingqi and then tied to a red-hot copper pillar and tortured by scorching. Only in this way could Lin Ming be in such a miserable state. If Zhao Zenai had not always been able to sense a faint aura on Lin Ming, she would have really thought that Lin Ming was dead. Zhao Zenai felt a deep sense of despair in her heart. Lin Ming could not be counted on. Although he had created a miracle and survived an hour after devouring the broken crystal of the demon heart with his cultivation in the condensation vein stage, how could he be able to fight now? Zhao Zenai looked at the dagger in her hand, thinking about waiting until the moment the barrier was broken, killing Lin Ming first, and then committing suicide. After all, Lin Ming had fallen into this situation for her own sake, and she could not let Lin Ming fall into their hands, otherwise it would be worse than death. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Lin Ming seemed to be dead, sitting on a broken and messy rock. His eyes were lifeless, and only his weak fire of life was still burning. From the outside, it looked no different from a corpse burned by fire, and even the blood was gone. However, in Lin Ming's body, his whole body bone marrow was slowly coated with a layer of light gold. Energy marrow quenching. At the moment, when the blood ran out, Lin Ming was surprised to find that the process of energy marrow quenching became easier. Because the blood was exhausted, the unforgettable pain seemed to be completely numb. When he could hardly command the flow of true energy in his body, the process of energy marrow quenching was going more and more smoothly. Only then did he realize that blood and bone marrow were originally connected. Marrow produces blood, and blood feeds marrow. The two are interdependent. In this way, to quench the marrow, blood must be replaced first. Only when the old blood is exhausted, the bone marrow is quenched, and new blood is regenerated, can the complete marrow quenching process be completed. So Lin Ming no longer tried to stop the loss of old blood in his body, and let it flow away completely. Lin Ming himself, relying only on the powerful blood and qi in his body, barely maintained that trace of life fire. The eastern sky was already getting light, and the golden color in Lin Ming's bone marrow was getting thicker and thicker, as if it was mixed with broken gold. Marrow is like golden soup. The moment Lin Ming absorbed the medicinal power of the demon heart crystal, the new bone marrow began to produce blood. As the vitality in Lin Ming's body was rapidly consumed, the new blood continued to flow out of the bone marrow. The new blood was extremely viscous and heavy, flowing into the blood vessels like red mercury, and the wounds healed rapidly wherever it passed. All this process of rebuilding the body and rebuilding new blood was rapidly consuming the true essence in Lin Ming's body. Although Lin Ming's true essence was thick, it was quickly consumed by more than half. However, after the true essence was consumed to a certain extent, the true essence compressed and the evil god seed was automatically released, and the purple dragon god thunder and the earth's core red flame also released energy. The power of thunder and fire, especially the power of thunder and lightning, is the power of life. It is rumored that in ancient times, the world was in chaos and there was no life. It was this thunder and lightning that struck the ancient ocean and gave birth to the most primitive life. The final marrow tempering process was completed with the power of lightning, so that the newly formed viscous blood seemed to hide a faint flickering purple light, as if the blood was integrated with lightning. Lin Ming's body was changing imperceptibly, but from the outside, the life fire in Lin Ming's body was extremely weak, and his true essence was hidden in the evil god seed. Except for Lin Ming himself, no one else could feel it. Boom. Outside the barrier, Huang Zixuan and others started another attack. Huang Sanping had already been impatient. He didn't expect that such a seemingly fragile barrier would be so tough. Uncle, let's use our special moves together. We don't know how long it will take if we keep dragging it out like this. It's been more than 3 hours. If we delay any longer, reinforcement may arrive, and then we'll be in trouble. Huang Zixuan groaned. Before this, he had always held back because he was afraid that, after breaking the barrier, he would consume too much energy and not be able to capture Lin Ming. Now that he kept dragging it out, he gradually lost his patience. As Huang Sanping said, this was the territory of the Seven Mysterious Valley after all, and that kid seemed to be a genius from a big force. If it dragged on for too long, there might not be masters coming to rescue him. Okay, let's attack together. Huang Zixuan shouted, and the black mist on his body became thicker and thicker. His third brother beside him, and even the short eagle breeder who was not very strong, began to prepare their special moves. The 5 of them attacked together, and for a moment, the gorgeous moves were like comets, crossing brilliant trajectories, and hitting the dream barrier heavily. Boom. At dawn, a dazzling sun seemed to rise in the hazy valley. The ground shook, and a large amount of rubble flew up. The ground under the dream barrier was dug into a deep pit several feet deep. The protective barrier was drastically deformed, like a boat drifting in the raging waves. All the rocks in the barrier collapsed. Zhao Zenai's face was extremely pale, and the dagger in his hand was held tighter. There were beads of sweat on his forehead. Try harder. Huang Sanping shouted. He was the one who worked the hardest among all the people. Anyway, he was no match for Lin Ming with his remaining true energy, so he could attack at will. Huang Zixuan frowned, ignoring that the energy in his body was no longer in the best state, and gritted his teeth, and launched another powerful martial arts. Crack, crack, crack. With the sound of glass breaking, the dream barrier, which had been destroyed for a long time, and had almost exhausted its energy, finally showed visible cracks. Seeing the cracks appear, Zhao Zenai's breathing stopped instantly. No one wants to die, especially Zhao Zenai who is in her prime, and has a deep hatred. She gritted her teeth, and persevered to the end under such great pressure, just waiting for a miracle to happen. Second update, there is another chapter to come. Chapter 346 Broken Bones. However, until now, 3 hours have passed, Lin Ming's life force is almost exhausted, and no expert has passed by to save them. It seems that the god of death has made the final judgment. Zhao Zenai bit her lips in pain. turned around suddenly, and rushed towards Lin Ming, piercing Lin Ming's heart with the cold dagger in her hand. Puff. Stab in. Lin Ming's body was rushed backwards by the impact of Zhao Zinayu's knife. At the same time, with a loud bang, the dream barrier was completely shattered. How could this happen? Zhao Zinayu was stunned. Her dagger was a human-level top-grade treasure. After being infused with true energy, it should be able to pierce Lin Ming's defenseless body as easily as cutting tofu. But now, it only penetrated 1/3, and was stuck by Lin Ming's ribs. Stab, can't pierce in. Pull, can't pull out. However, in this short delay, Zhao Zinayu has lost the opportunity to commit suicide. Want to die? Not that easy. Huang Zixuan appeared beside Zhao Zinayu like a ghost. A skinny hand grabbed Zhao Zinayu's wrist and squeezed it hard, directly pinching the dagger in Zhao Zinayu's hand. At the same time, a powerful true energy poured into Zhao Zinayu's body, directly sealing her meridians. Both were martial artists from the same sect. The gap between the peak of condensed meridians and the peak of acquired meridians was too big. Ah, Zhao Zinayu screamed, her face pale, and a thought flooded into her mind. It's over. The true energy was sealed, and there was no chance to sever her own meridians. Haha, bitch, let's see where you can escape this time. Huang Sanping laughed wildly. He looked at Zhao Zinayu's proud figure wantonly, his eyes full of lust. He had always regarded this junior sister who had taken away his status as the successor to the sect leader, and divided a lot of his resources as a thorn in his eyes and a thorn in his flesh. He wished he could imprison her and humiliate her wantonly. Junior sister, I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. You finally fell into my hands. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I don't know how many times I have dreamed that one day I can abolish your martial arts, lock you up, and enjoy you every day. Huang Sanping licked his lips greedily. What a wonderful thing that would be. As a genius of the Lin sect, he naturally has no shortage of women, but the woman in front of him is different. She is the future successor favored by the head of the Lin sect. Zhao Zinayu's identity will bring him great excitement and satisfaction. Zhao Zinayu's face was already pale. The situation changed too quickly. She didn't react at all. Why didn't the dagger pierce Lin Ming's heart, but was stuck by the bones? Lin Ming's vitality in his body was obviously extremely weak, and his true essence had also disappeared. Only 1 or 2% of it remained. How could he block her dagger? Now she had no time to think about this. Thinking of the hellish life in the future, she felt horrified. Her true essence was sealed, and she didn't even have the ability to commit suicide. As for biting her tongue to commit suicide, even mortals would not die, let alone warriors. Huh? This guy? Huang Sanping suddenly found Lin Ming lying on the ground with a dagger stuck in his chest. His eyes were full of confusion. How did he become like this? His skin was black and red, and his body was covered with burnt blood. This way of death was too tragic. What's wrong with this kid? Huang Sanping didn't care to appreciate Zhao Zinayu's horrified expression, and his attention shifted to Lin Ming. He should have swallowed the demon heart fragment crystal. How stupid. Did he think that he could rely on the demon heart fragment crystal to make a breakthrough at the last minute and kill us? Humph. Even if I swallowed this demon heart fragment crystal, I would explode and die. Huang Zixuan sneered and said with a gloomy face. Damn it. Huang Sanping was furious when he heard this. This idiot. He'll die if he wants, but he'll sacrifice a precious devil heart crystal. Damn it. Huang Sanping suddenly realized something when he said this, and turned to Zhao Zinayu fiercely, his eyes as fierce as a beast devouring people. It's all because of you, a bitch. Why did you give the devil heart crystal to him? He stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhao Zinayu's hair, pulling it hard, causing Zhao Zinayu to wail in pain. Bitch. Bitch. You're a traitor. I'll let you know what it means to be unable to live or die. Second uncle, you should cut off this bitch's meridians and destroy her martial arts first, so that she won't cause any trouble later. Huang Sanping said, but found that Huang Zixuan seemed not to have heard his words at all, but kept his eyes on Lin Ming. Huang Sanping looked over and suddenly exclaimed. He clearly felt a trace of life fluctuations on Lin Ming's body. This kid, he's not dead yet. Even in this state, he's still breathing? Huang Sanping said in surprise. Huang Zixuan frowned and said slowly, it's really surprising. that he can still live until now, after swallowing the broken crystal of the devil's heart. Judging from his appearance, he should have been alive for a long time, but he didn't die. Humph. He didn't die. That's even better. I'll cut his tendons in his hands and feet first, save him, and make him live a life worse than death. Huang Sanping's eyes flashed with an excited and bloodthirsty light. If Lin Ming died like this, it would be difficult to eliminate the hatred in his heart. Huang Zixuan shook his head and said, "It's useless. After swallowing the broken crystal of the devil's heart, he will definitely die. Even if he is a congenital master, he may die if his cultivation is not enough, let alone him. If you can live a little longer, it's a little longer." Huang Sanping walked over with a grim smile, grabbed Lin Ming, first fed Lin Ming a low-level life-extending pill, and then without saying a word, drew his sword and stabbed Lin Ming's wrist, trying to cut Lin Ming's tendons. Puff. The knife stabbed down, but it was not as deep as imagined. The blade only penetrated a little bit, cutting the black and red skin, but it was difficult to go in an inch. Huh? What happened? Huang Sanping frowned and saw the skin on Lin Ming's wrist fluttering off, like pieces of paper dried by fire, and then the red and tender skin like a newborn baby was exposed underneath the skin. Huang Sanping's sword blade slashed right on this layer of red and tender skin, but it didn't leave any scars. Huang Sanping looked at this scene, as if he had seen a ghost, and he slashed Lin Ming's body a few more times in disbelief. Each sword opened up the dry and cracked black and red skin, revealing the extremely tender skin under the sebum, but still without leaving any scratches. "Pinger, you step back." Huang Zixuan's face changed a little, something was wrong. However, as soon as he finished speaking, it was too late. Something unexpected happened. Lin Ming, who had been lying on the ground like a dead body, suddenly rolled his eyes, and his pupils turned into a strange dark gold. A sharp gaze like lightning burst out from his pupils, and he looked at the panicked Huang Sanping indifferently. A person like Huang Sanping would not be startled, even if he saw a zombie suddenly jump out of the graveyard, but Lin Ming's eyes were too terrifying, just like the eyes of the god of death, with a cold and frozen soul, piercing people's hearts, and making their scalps numb. Huang Sanping's face turned pale in an instant. "Pinger, get out of here." Huang Zixuan was shrouded in black mist. At that moment, he felt the terrifying murderous intent and the vast vitality that suddenly burst out from nowhere in Lin Ming's body. How could he look like a dying man? Question mark? He shouted and was about to attack, but it was too late. Lin Ming's right hand appeared on Huang Sanping's wrist like a ghost, and grabbed his wrist at the moment when Huang Zixuan was panicked, and pinched it lightly. Crack. The crisp sound of bone breaking was heard, which was particularly clear in the quiet valley at dawn. Huang Sanping was stunned for a moment, watching his right hand drooping at a strange angle, and a white bone stump with blood sticking out of the flesh. For a moment, he couldn't believe what had just happened. Huang Sanping let out a desperate and painful roar. At the same time, Huang Zixuan made a move. Go to hell. In a hurry, he no longer cared about why Lin Ming was not dead, why he could suddenly crush Huang Sanping's bones, and stabbed out with his long sword, pointing directly at Lin Ming's heart. Lin Ming turned around suddenly, and the dominant true essence, together with the power of thunder and fire, erupted from the evil god seed like a volcano. Lin Ming's momentum climbed to the extreme in an instant. His right hand burst out with a green light, and Lin Ming grabbed Huang Zixuan's long sword. Kaka, zhi. In Huang Zixuan's horrified eyes, Lin Ming actually grabbed Huang Zixuan's long sword with his bare hands, and directly twisted the top human level upper grade treasure into a twist with his bare palm. What? Huang Zixuan's face was full of disbelief. Although Lin Ming's palm was covered with a layer of King Kang Zenyuan, it was impossible for him to twist his human level top grade treasure with his palm alone. There were also masters among the warriors, who were proficient in boxing and palm techniques, but they all put on treasure gloves on their palms, otherwise how could they fight against the treasure with their flesh? In a flash, Huang Zixuan had no time to think about it. Lin Ming grabbed the treasure sword with his right hand, and swung his left fist suddenly, a body-shattering fist! Exclamation mark. The vast and violent vibration of Zenyuan burst out like a mountain torrent and tsunami. At that moment, Huang Zixuan felt that his body was like a leaf torn in a storm, and it could be torn apart at any time. At the critical moment, Huang Zixuan roared, and his whole body of Zhen Yuan was running to the extreme, turning into a sharp sword light, and met Lin Ming's punch. Crack. The sword light shattered, and Huang Zixuan's body flipped, and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. The blood in his body surged, and he barely kept his balance, and fell to the ground, but he stepped back 7 or 8 steps, with a look of horror and shock on his face. Not only Huang Zixuan, but also the eagle owner, the third brother and others were also shocked by the sudden change. What on earth was going on? How did Lin Ming, who was lying on the ground like a dead body, suddenly come back to life? Where did the true energy in his body come from? The most surprised person was Zhao Zhenyu. She had been with Lin Ming all the time, and she could see the changes in Lin Ming's body clearly. She clearly believed that most of Lin Ming's true energy had disappeared, and the fire of life was fragile. Why did he suddenly have such a terrifying power? Because the chapters cannot be divided, Kang Jian used all his strength, and wrote 2 chapters in more than 5 hours one night. The second chapter is under review, and will be posted within 10 minutes. In addition, thank you to Xiandi Wuhan for the 10,000 reward. It's a small climax. If you think it's okay, please give some recommendation votes. Of course, it would be better to subscribe to reward monthly tickets. _. Chapter 347 Thunder Breaking Demonic Power. You, who are you? Huang Zixuan looked at Lin Ming, his heart full of doubts. He had been chasing him all the way, and the brief fight was so quick that Huang Zixuan had no time to see Lin Ming's cultivation clearly. Now he checked, and found that he was only in the late stage of condensation veins. He had just entered the late stage of condensation veins, but he could swallow the devil heart crystal and not die, and he was able to surpass himself in strength. Is there such a person in this world? How could Lin Ming waste his time talking to him? After swallowing the devil heart crystal, his body went through the process of hardening the marrow and exchanging blood. Although he successfully broke through the late stage of condensation veins, the process of hardening the marrow and exchanging blood almost exhausted the true essence in his body. The energy that can be used now is all the compressed true essence hidden in the evil god seed. Such true essence is consumed very quickly, which is equivalent to opening the power of the evil god, and it cannot last long. With a shake of his right hand, the purple Zuan gun came out. The blue true essence whistled out, and the air around the tip of the gun began to tremble. Huang Zixuan's face darkened, and he said in a cold voice, "It seems that you want to fight to the death. Just one move gave you the upper hand. Do you think you can win me? Don't force me to use the forbidden method of Lanyu sect. It's a fight to the death." Hearing the word forbidden method, Lin Ming naturally did not react, but Zhao Zenyu's face turned slightly pale. Obviously the forbidden method Huang Zixuan mentioned was not groundless. Mr. Lin, the forbidden method of Lanyu sect is half of the jade slips of the magic sect's secret method obtained when Lanyu sect entered the ghost demon emperor city. Blood shadow method. It kills 1000 enemies and injures 800 of its own. It can only be used at the cost of sacrificing one's lifespan and cultivation. It is very powerful. Zhao Zenyu quickly transmitted the true essence to Lin Ming. Whether to fight or make peace is naturally up to Lin Ming to decide. She just reminded Lin Ming. Huang Zixuan guessed what Zhao Zenyu said to Lin Ming by using her true essence to transmit his voice. When he saw Zhao Zenyu's expression, he looked pleased and threatened. "Boy, be sensible. Once the forbidden technique is used, you will surely die. I don't want to hurt my lifespan either, but losing a little lifespan is naturally insignificant compared to getting the treasures left by the Lanyu sect. If you are willing to call a truce, I can let you go, and even give you some of the treasures left by the Lanyu sect. Otherwise, damn it." Before Huang Zixuan could finish his words, he was greeted by Lin Ming's gun, which was filled with the power of thunder and fire. Boom. The air vibrated, and true essence roared. A trace of ferocity flashed across Huang Zixuan's face. "You force me to do this. Blood shadow technique." Puff. Huang Zixuan's arms suddenly cracked with countless bloodlines, and true essence and blood threads merged into blood-colored mist and rushed out. For a moment, the black mist around him turned into a rich blood color. Huang Zixuan's eyes were red, the muscles on his hands bulged, his nails became like ghost claws, and his eyes were full of bloodthirstiness. This blood shadow method would not only greatly reduce the lifespan and cultivation of the caster, but also affect the caster's mind. Once used, he would not be able to control the killing and bloodthirstiness in his heart. Die. Huang Zixuan punched out, and a huge blood-colored ghost claw grabbed Lin Ming directly. Along with the shrill sound of ghost crying, a bloody smell rushed out. This bloody smell was not an illusion, but real blood, Huang Zixuan's blood. Facing this blood-colored ghost claw rushing towards him, Lin Ming's eyes sank. Roar. A high-pitched dragon roar rushed straight into the sky. At that moment, the dragon roar pierced the clouds and cracked the rocks, and a vast dragon power filled the space, shocking people physically and mentally. In a short moment, like an illusion, like a dream, the purple dragon divine thunder lurking in the evil god seed roared out, transformed into a purple dragon phantom, and rushed straight towards the ghost claw. Boom. The blood-colored ghost claw exploded, shock waves radiated in all directions, and rubble flew everywhere. The area of more than 10 feet was razed to the ground, and in a surging blood mist, the purple dragon divine thunder broke through the blood, and rushed straight to Huang Zixuan. Huang Zixuan's face turned pale. What kind of thunder is this? The power of thunder and lightning is the most restraining thing against ghosts and evil spirits. On thunderstorm days, ghosts dare not come out. People who cultivate demons and ghosts have difficulty in passing the thunder tribulation, and are often destroyed in the thunder tribulation. The purple dragon divine thunder is the top grade thunder spirit among thunder and lightning, containing supreme dragon power. Combined with the real dragon blood in Lin Ming's body, how can a small set of magic gate forbidden methods resist it? What's more, Huang Zixuan has only learned half of it. Facing the whistling purple dragon divine thunder, Huang Zixuan had no time to think carefully. He bit his tongue and spurted out a mouthful of blood. The black and red mist formed a blood shield in front of Huang Zixuan, barely blocking the attack of the purple dragon divine thunder. Boom. The shield was broken, and Huang Zixuan screamed and flew backwards. Lin Ming would not give Huang Zixuan a chance to breathe. He stepped on the golden peng breaking void body technique, and appeared beside Huang Zixuan like a ghost. He slashed with a spear. Thunder and flames roared, and Lin Ming used 20% of the fire of thunder and fire kill. Wherever the spear passed, the air was quickly opened by the terrifying energy, forming a vacuum. Huang Zixuan's face was distorted, and he used his last strength to swing a ghost claw. The ghost claw bypassed the purple Zuan spear and grabbed Lin Ming's ribs. This was to force Lin Ming to stop the move by attacking Lin Ming's body. However, how could Lin Ming let him do what he wanted? As soon as his hand loosened, Lin Ming's body retreated violently. A red flame chain appeared on the spear, driving the purple spear to shoot out. Puff. The purple spear pierced Huang Zixuan's body without any suspense. The 20% firepower of thunder and fire did not explode, but turned into a manic and fierce energy, and rushed into Huang Zixuan's body, tearing his internal organs and meridians into pieces. Huang Zixuan spat out a mouthful of blood, and a trace of deep despair flashed in his eyes. His dantian was not broken, and he did not die immediately, but he would not live for a few breaths. The red chain suddenly tightened, and the purple spear was pulled out, bringing a puff of blood rain, and Huang Zixuan's half-dead body fell heavily to the ground. Seeing the blood of Huang Zixuan staining the rocks red, the sculptor and Huang Zixuan's third brother were already pale. They couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. As an elder of the outer sect of the Lin sect, Huang Zixuan's personal strength was close to the limit of the acquired realm, but he died in the hands of a little kid in less than 10 breaths. The battle was so fast and the moves were so fierce that it was hard to keep up with them. It was unexpected. At this moment, Lin Ming turned back with a cold look, which made the hearts of those who followed Huang Zixuan jump out of their throats. The sculptor was so scared that he immediately collapsed to the ground with a plop, while the other two acquired realm masters looked at each other, and without saying a word, they started to speed up. Each chose a direction and fled at a high speed. Want to run? Lin Ming sneered, stepped on the golden peng breaking void body technique, and the wind artistic realm unfolded. He temporarily let go of the acquired middle stage master, and chased the acquired late stage man called the third brother first. Lin Ming's speed is not his strong point, but this is only relative to some extremely fast monsters, such as Jiang Boyan. Now, Lin Ming's cultivation has continuously broken through, and his wind state of mind has been further improved, especially for an ordinary late-stage postnatal master. The two chased and fled, and were caught up by Lin Ming after more than 10 breaths. A spear stabbed out, and the training force was like a thread. 10,000 vibrating true essences was doubt, interweaving in the air into a net of heaven and earth, directly blocking the man's way. Ah! The third brother let out a desperate roar, and slashed at the King Qianxue essence bundle with a knife. However, the King Qianxue essence was so tough that he could not shake it. Not only that, the terrifying vibration force was transmitted, causing the third brother's blood to surge, and he almost lost his weapon. No. At the moment of life and death, the third brother cried out in despair, but Lin Ming showed no mercy, and pierced his dantian with a gun. The true essence was twisted, and the third brother's dantian exploded, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and he died on the spot. Lin Ming put away the Zumi ring, put away his gun and retreated, chasing another postnatal mid-stage warrior. Although his cultivation had broken through to the late stage of condensation veins, with Lin Ming's strength, it was okay to chase one person, but it was too late to chase 2 masters who fled separately. With the strength of Lin Ming's soul power, he was unable to lock the consciousness. There were gravel valleys everywhere on the Great Wilderness Mountain, and it would be difficult to find a place to hide. However, Lin Ming was not alone. He also had a flying dragon. At the same time when Lin Ming was chasing the third brother, Kai Yan had already caught up with the postnatal mid-stage master. Although Kai Yan was underage, he also had the strength of an ordinary sect postnatal warrior, and it was completely possible to entangle a postnatal mid-stage master. Being entangled by Kai Yan, the man was very anxious, but his strength was limited, and he could not do anything to Kai Yan. He attacked several times, but there was no result, and he wasted a lot of time. At this moment, Lin Ming came, holding the blood-stained Zixuan gun. His clothes were ragged, his hair was disheveled, like a bloodthirsty demon. The man was almost scared to death when he saw this scene. "Young man, spare my life, I was just forced by Huang Zixuan, I'm innocent." The voice stopped here. Lin Ming raised his gun and stabbed it into the man's body, directly crushing his dantian. "Innocent?" Lin Ming sneered. "No one in this world is innocent. When trying to kill others for profit, you must be prepared to be killed by others. When killing others, you are excited and bloodthirsty, but when being killed by others, you say you are innocent. This kind of person should have died long ago." After taking away the second Zumi ring, Lin Ming stepped on Kai Yan's back and flew back. Huang Zixuan was already dead, dying in despair and unwillingness. Huang Sanping's wrist was crushed by Lin Ming. Originally, for a warrior in the condensation vein stage, crushing the wrist would not be a serious injury, but before that, Huang Sanping had already suffered a heavy blow from Lin Ming, vomiting internal organs. Now, he was injured again, and had completely lost any resistance. Seeing Lin Ming coming back, Huang Sanping's face showed a trace of despair and fear, just like a death row prisoner, before going to the execution ground. Few people are not afraid of death, especially the genius of the sect with a bright future. Huang Sanping trembled his lips, and said in a trembling voice, You are Lin Ming? Chapter 348 Reborn. Huang Sanping trembled his lips, and said in a trembling voice, You are Lin Ming? Lin Ming looked at Huang Sanping in surprise. He didn't expect that this kid would think of his identity at the moment before his death. In fact, it was not difficult to guess. The strength he showed was definitely that of a top sect genius. This was also the territory of the Seven Profound Valley, so his identity was about to be revealed. At this time, Lin Ming naturally had nothing to deny. He nodded expressionlessly and said, That's right. Sure enough. Huang Sanping showed a neurotic smile on his face. As he smiled, his cheeks began to twitch. His smile was uglier than crying. As a member of the Shenhuang Island's Genius Training Program, how could he not have heard of Lin Ming's name? The only heaven-level genius, enjoying the treatment of the core disciples of Shenhuang Island. How many people were jealous? How many people were jealous? Huang Sanping was originally a very jealous person. He was so jealous that he was mad at that time. He had always wanted to trick Lin Ming one day, but he didn't expect. Genius? What a irony. For the first time, Huang Sanping felt that this name that had accompanied him since childhood sounded so harsh. In front of such a monster, he was like a child, without any resistance. Huang Sanping always thought that, as long as he got the treasure left by the Lan Yu sect, the future world would be his, and he would become the protagonist of the era of Xianan continent. But now it seems that this idea is extremely ridiculous. A monster like Lin Ming, who can devour the broken crystal of the magic heart at the mere condensation vein stage, how can he compare with such a person? Lin Ming glanced at Zhao Zhenyu. Do you want to do it yourself? Lin Ming expected that Huang Sanping and Zhao Zhenyu had a deep grudge, and doing it himself could get rid of the obsession and clear the mind. Zhao Zhenyu looked at Huang Sanping angrily. Although Huang Sanping was a little abnormal at this time, it could not resolve Zhao Zhenyu's hatred for him. He was almost imprisoned by him, and lived a life worse than death, and suffered humiliation forever. Whenever he thought of this, Zhao Zhenyu shuddered. Gnashing his teeth, Zhao Zhenyu drew out his sword and stabbed it into Huang Sanping's heart. Blood spurted out, and Huang Sanping fell down with lifeless eyes. Seeing this, Lin Ming sighed. Another genius has fallen. In the martial arts, mediocre people often have a hard life, and geniuses often have a hard death. Of course, in the eyes of the power of Shenhuang Island, Huang Sanping was not a genius at all, so he was eliminated before the Xianshan realm. Xianshan, Zuandan, and even higher realms later. Each hurdle will eliminate a large number of warriors. Geniuses who are more outstanding than Huang Sanping, such as Qin Wuxin, may be eliminated after the Xianshan realm, and geniuses who are more outstanding than Qin Wuxin, such as Jiang Boyan, may be eliminated after the Zuandan realm. Those who are more outstanding than Jiang Boyan, such as Mu Qianxue, may also be eliminated when they enter the realm of Fenghuang and Emperor. The road of martial arts is endless. Lin Ming deeply feels that, if he can't seize the time to improve his cultivation, sooner or later, the fate of elimination will befall him. After watching the epic battle in the divine realm, Lin Ming's vision had already transcended the scope of the Xianan continent. Standing at a high level, he would never be complacent about any of his achievements. He knew that he was just a frog in the well who went out to see the scenery and then fell back into the well. Even the initial threshold of the physical training path, the marrow tempering realm, Lin Ming has only touched the edge so far. Lin Ming estimated that it would take thousands of heavenly entry pills to complete the marrow tempering. Although the demon heart broken crystals are strong, the number of only 11 or 12 is not as good as thousands of heavenly entry pills. With the help of half a demon heart broken crystal, Lin Ming's marrow tempering was less than half completed. Lin Ming estimated that, even if he ate all 12 demon heart broken crystals, it would be difficult to completely temper the marrow. Moreover, in the marrow tempering, it is probably not enough to rely on the number of pills alone. The quality of the pills is also required. Generally, the effect of the first pill is the best, and then it will gradually weaken. Although the heavenly entry pill is good, it is probably the limit after eating 1 or 2,000 pills, and it will be difficult to have any effect after eating more. This time, the demon heart crystal was naturally a top grade, powerful medicine that was one level higher than the heaven entering pill. But what would be the effect if he took 10 pills in a row? Lin Ming couldn't be sure, but even if the situation was worse, he should be able to complete the marrow tempering to 60, 70%. 70, 80%, and then he wouldn't be afraid. Even if he met Jiang Boyan, he might even kill him. If other warriors knew about Lin Ming's idea, they would probably vomit blood and die. The extremely precious heaven entering pill was in units of thousands, and if they were eaten as candy, they would either be killed by lightning or be pissed off. After cleaning up all the tales of Huang Zixuan and his group, Lin Ming gathered the Zumi ring and looked through it on the spot without avoiding Zhao Zhenyu. Lin Ming didn't have much hope for these people's things. Now the belongings of a third grade sect genius were only a small amount of money for Lin Ming. After deducting some items that he didn't like at all, there were only a few human level high grade treasures, some jade slips of Lan Yu sect's cultivation techniques, thousands of low grade Zinyan stones, and some bottles and jars of elixirs. After a quick glance, there was not even a single heaven entering pill. I don't know how Huang Sanping got to this point. Did he give the heaven entering pill to Huang Zixuan, or did he never have it in the first place? He returned all the jade slips of cultivation techniques to Zhao Zhenyu. He really didn't like these things. He kept the treasures and elixirs that were good, so that he could give them away in the future. He took the Zinyu and stones as pocket money. Lin Ming had no hope for the rest. If it wasn't for the fact that they were still useful to the family, he would have thrown them away. But at this moment, he took a casual glance and found something more interesting. This thing was neither Huang Zixuan's nor Huang Sanping's, but that of the weakest carving owner. It was a very ancient jade slip, and the content inside was called the art of spiritual communication. Simply put, it is a secret technique to communicate with birds and beasts. The Eagle Keeper's martial arts talent is extremely weak. At the age of 40 or 50, his cultivation level is only at the initial stage of the condensation veins, and it is raised by the elixir. His combat power is not necessarily stronger than that of ordinary warriors, and may even be worse. However, he does have the talent to communicate with birds and beasts, so he was assigned by the Moon Landing sect to take care of the golden-winged divine wind eagle. It seems that this talent of the Eagle Keeper has a lot to do with this jade slip. This thing is not very practical, but it is very fun. Lin Ming put it into the Zumi ring. Let's go. Find a cave to rest. I want to meditate and restore my true essence. Lin Ming said to Zhao Zinayu. Yes. Zhao Zinayu nodded timidly. Lin Ming's series of performances just now shocked her too much. With the cultivation level of the condensation veins stage, he swallowed the broken crystal of the demon heart without dying, and then killed Huang Zixuan within 10 breaths. However, there was one thing that made Zhao Zinayu very strange. It stands to reason that the demon heart broken crystal is a top-grade holy medicine that can only be taken by innate masters. Its medicinal effect is imaginable. Lin Ming is only at the condensation veins stage. After taking half of it, his cultivation should have advanced by leaps and bounds, and he should have directly broken through the acquired heaven. How could he only advance a small realm and stay at the late stage of condensation veins? Zhao Zinayu really couldn't understand this, but she was also tactful and didn't ask more questions. The two soon found a hidden cave. At this time, the sun had just risen. In front of the cave, there happened to be a deep pool, and clear mountain springs flowed into it, cool and sweet. Lin Ming said, I'll take a bath. You wait for me in the cave. Now Lin Ming was covered with blood scabs and broken black and red skin, and his clothes were tattered. It was really horrible not to take a bath. Well, Zhao Zinayu nodded and went to the cave obediently. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Ming finished bathing, found a single set of clothes from the Zumi ring, and put them on, and took a powerful pill to replenish his true essence. After meditating for a while, his true essence had been restored to almost nothing, and even the reserved true essence in the evil god seed had been compressed. At this time, Lin Ming called Zhao Zinayu out of the cave. Zhao Zinayu was stunned when she saw Lin Ming, after washing off the blood scabs and changing clothes. After the initial marrow tempering, Lin Ming had a brand new look. The new skin under the blood scabs was as delicate as a baby. Although his body was full of strength, the slightly bulging and protruding muscles shrank a little, making his body look more symmetrical and fit, like an elegant cheetah. His figure was also taller, making the whole person look more upright. His facial features also seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. Although the original Lin Ming looked heroic and extraordinary, that was actually due to the sharp momentum contained in his eyebrows. To be honest, Lin Ming's appearance was not that outstanding. But now, after experiencing a complete transformation, Lin Ming's eyebrows have become as sharp as swords, his eyes are like stars in the sky, and his face is as sharp as jade. He is both handsome and sharp. With the simple, but well-fitting blue single clothes, standing in the sunlight of the rising sun, Lin Ming at this time has a kind of outstanding and extraordinary temperament, which made Zhao Zinayu a little dazed for a while. After a few breaths of stunnedness, Zhao Zinayu finally reacted and said hesitantly, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry for what happened just now. I thought you were dead before, so. Zhao Zinayu was naturally referring to the incident of stabbing Lin Ming's heart with a dagger. Now it seems that Zhao Zinayu herself feels that she is not good enough to do things, but more of a hindrance, and is completely useless. Forget about that matter. I know you have good intentions. But can you tell me about the treasure of the Linayu sect, Miss Zhao? Lin Ming glanced at Zhao Zinayu. When Zhao Zinayu stabbed him just now, he could have dodged it, but his marrow was still a little short of being tempered. He didn't want to prematurely activate the true essence stored in the evil god seed, which was his last strength. He let Zhao Zinayu stab him because Lin Ming had sufficient confidence in his physical defense after tempering his marrow. Treasure. Zhao Zinayu's face was full of complexities when she heard Lin Ming mention this. She didn't expect that there would be such a day when the treasure entrusted to her by her master to revive the Lin Yu sect would be handed over to an outsider by her own hands. Chapter 349. Treasure Location. Zhao Zinayu knew that Lin Ming had gone through life and death and took such a big risk just for this devil heart crystal. Without Lin Ming, it would be impossible for her to revive the moon raising sect, let alone survive. She made the choice she did now because she was forced by the situation. Thinking of this, Zhao Zinayu finally felt better. She whispered, "The key to the treasure is with me. As for the location of the treasure, it is on Yinming Island in the South China Sea." Yinming Island? Lin Ming was stunned. In the past few months, he had read a lot of classics and had a lot of knowledge about the branches, customs, and geographical locations of the major forces in the South Sky region. He had heard of Yinming Island, which was a dangerous place in the South China Sea. It was originally located in the eye of the South China Sea yin vein, and yin-qi was gathered all year round. It was said that a great war had taken place there in ancient times, and countless strong men died. Since then, Yinming Island has been plagued by gusts of cold wind and filled with black fog all year round, which has bred many powerful ghosts. The cold wind alone is enough to make it difficult for warriors in the condensation vein stage to resist. Among the ghosts, there are many powerful ones who are comparable to acquired masters, and there may even be ghost kings who are comparable to innate masters. Thinking of this, Lin Ming frowned. "Your moon catching sect's treasure is stored here? Well, Yinming Island is sparsely populated, and it is much safer there. Mr. Lin doesn't know that participating in the Southern Sky region's total suppression of the entire Ghost Demon Emperor city 1,000 years ago was not a good job, but a helpless act of righteousness. The Ghost Demon Emperor city was powerful, and the coalition forces were not superior in scale. Although the moon-catching sect gained something in that battle, the losses were also quite heavy, and a large number of sect masters died. If the treasure was stored in the moon-catching sect, it would probably have been looted over the years." Zhao Zinayu sighed here, probably thinking of the glorious history of the moon-catching sect in the past, and feeling sad for the destruction of the moon-catching sect today. A century-old dynasty, or 1,000-year-old sect, a 10,000-year-old holy land, a third-grade sect can exist for 1 or 2,000 years is not a short time. Lin Ming nodded. It was true. Otherwise, the treasure would not have been preserved when Lan Yu sect was robbed this time. But, even if it was placed on Yinming Island, it would not be able to stop the extremely innate masters, right? An extremely innate master will naturally not encounter any danger when entering Yinming Island. However, the black rocks on Yinming Island can block the perception of spiritual senses. As long as the secret door is buried underground, it cannot be detected at all. In addition, Yinming Island is vast. If there is no one to lead the way, the innate master will not be able to find the treasure of our sect, even if he searches for several years on Yinming Island. So that's the case. Lin Ming understood in his heart, but going to Yinming Island was not good news for him. It would be bad if he accidentally ran into some dangerous place. Zhao Zinayu saw Lin Ming's worry and said, "Although Yinming Island is dangerous, the sect has also left some magic ways to avoid danger, so there won't be too many dangers. Then I'll have to trouble Miss Zhao to lead the way. I heard from Miss Zhao before that there are 12 demon heart fragments in the Lan Yu sect's treasure. I guess there are also many jade slips of exercises, rare elixirs, precious materials, treasures, armor, and true essence stones." Zhao Zinayu bit her lip and nodded. Although a third-grade sect that has existed for more than 1,000 years has declined later, it will also be extremely rich in heritage. The total amount of wealth and resources accumulated is an unimaginable number for an ordinary warrior. "Miss Zhao, you said before that, if I take action, you will share the treasure with me. So let's discuss the issue of distribution. How about it?" Lin Ming said lightly. Zhao Zinayu's heart tightened when she heard this. She was in an extremely weak position and had almost no say. If she was forced by Lin Ming, she could still say something like the treasure is the foundation of my Lan Yu sect's revival. If you want to take it, I will never obey you even if I die. But now, it was she who took the initiative to ask Lin Ming for help and promised to share the treasure with him. Lin Ming saved her repeatedly, and during this whole process, Zhao Zhenyu himself only made trouble. She was absolutely ashamed to say something like the above, and only hoped that Lin Ming would not ask too hard. Lin Ming thought for a while and said, I don't want the jade slips of the cultivation method. I don't want the true essence stone. I don't want the treasures and armor. If there is a heavenly pill in the elixir, I will keep some. If there are other things in the treasure, we will discuss it. And finally these 12 demon heartbroken crystals. I want 10. Lin Ming fought hard for these demon heartbroken crystals, which was his hope, to complete the marrow tempering. If he got 10 of them, and combined with the heavenly pill, he didn't know how much the marrow tempering could be completed. Zhao Zhenyu felt a little distressed after hearing Lin Ming's request, but she also knew that Lin Ming didn't want much, or in other words, Lin Ming didn't care much about other things. Moreover, she had no room for bargaining. In fact, the revival of the sect does not rely on top-level spiritual medicine such as the demon heartbroken crystal, but on the inheritance of skills, Xenuan stones, a large number of low-level treasures and low-level elixirs, which are the things that a large number of low-level disciples can use. Pursing her lips, Zhao Zhenyu said, "Thank you, Mr. Lin. Then Miss Zhao, I'm sorry to bother you to follow me for the next few days. If you don't mind, can I keep the key for you?" Lin Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Although this approach was a bit mean, he had to be on guard against others. If Zhao Zhenyu ran away, where would he find her? After hearing Lin Ming's words of distrust, Zhao Zhenyu was a little angry. She glared with her beautiful eyes and wanted to say something. In the end, she angrily opened her collar, took off a pendant she was wearing, threw it to Lin Ming, and said coldly, "The key is inside. Just take it out." Lin Ming took the pendant thrown to him with one hand, touched his nose awkwardly, and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry for the offense. Please forgive me, Miss Zhao." The pendant in Lin Ming's hand still carried Zhao Zhenyu's body temperature. The shape looked very unique, like a decorative dagger. After sensing and detecting it, Lin Ming was surprised to find that there was a small world inside. This was actually a storage treasure, similar to the Zumi ring, and the grade was not low. There was only one item in the pendant, which was a small hexagonal box with a red gold body and exquisite workmanship. It was less than 3 inches in size and just covered the palm of the hand. The material seemed to be metal, but it felt warm. There was a full moon carved on the surface of the box. After a thorough investigation, he found that the key was made of unusual materials and exuded an ancient aura. It was probably not fake. Anyway, he would be traveling with Zhao Zhenyu these days, so he was not afraid that she would deceive him. "Thank you, Miss Zhao, for your understanding." Although Lin Ming acted embarrassed, he had no intention of letting Zhao Zhenyu go. Zhao Zhenyu was silent with a sullen tone, and no one knew what she was thinking. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Lin Ming cleared a clean place in the cave and sat cross-legged to replenish his true energy. Zhao Zhenyu also sat cross-legged on the rock opposite Lin Ming, meditating and regulating her breathing. After her true energy circulated for several cycles, Zhao Zhenyu felt sleepy and fell asleep leaning against the stone wall. She was indeed a little sleepy, having not slept all night. For a warrior in the condensed veins stage, not sleeping all night was not a big deal, but Zhao Zhenyu had been traveling in southern Xinjiang for 4 or 5 days without much rest. After finally arriving in Qingsang City, she started a fierce battle with the Beast Tide, followed by a night of escape. Lin Ming was tortured to death by the broken crystal of the demon heart, and Zhao Zhenyu had been waiting in the dream barrier for 3 hours with extreme tension. Now her mind suddenly relaxed, and she was naturally sleepy. Zhao Zhenyu slept for 3 or 4 hours, and it was already afternoon when she woke up. After all, it was a barren mountain. When Zhao Zhenyu slept, she still had some sense of defense. She felt Lin Ming coming in and out, but she didn't care. When she walked out of the cave, she saw Lin Ming clearing a clearing, lighting a fire, and roasting 2 rabbits. In the sparsely populated barren mountain, there were few natural enemies, and the rabbits were particularly plump. When they were roasted, they were full of golden fat and smelled fragrant. Smelling the aroma, Zhao Zhenyu suddenly felt hungry. She hadn't eaten for almost a day and a night. Zhao Zhenyu was very happy to eat the roasted hare. After finishing the meal, she was still licking her fingers. She really didn't expect Lin Ming to have such a skill and make such delicious barbecue. Lin Ming stood up and said, I have to make a lot of preparations for this trip to Yunming Island. I have to trouble Miss Zhao for the next few days. Qingsang City. After the chaos caused by Huang Zixuan last night, one thing was discovered in the military camp. ZHU Ping was missing. The entire military camp was searched, but no one was found alive or dead. The guards on duty in the military camp said that they had never seen ZHU Ping enter or leave the camp, as if he had evaporated out of thin air. After investigating to this point, the senior officials of Qingsang City seemed to have vaguely guessed what might have happened. ZHU Ping might have been killed, and the identity of the person who had a grudge against ZHU Ping and was able to kill ZHU Ping without the guards knowing anything seemed to be revealed. Realizing this, Lin Wanzhan, Zhuang Fan, Lu Wuyin and others all looked extremely unhappy. They naturally had no right to control what Lin Ming did, nor did they dare to control it. But the key point was that at this time, Lin Ming was chased by a master and disappeared, and the chief coach was killed. What if the beast tide came again? Everyone was as anxious as ants on a hot pot. Until the next day, when the sun was high in the sky, Qin Ziya and his party arrived in Qingsang City on the Divine Wind Eagle. There were dozens of Divine Wind Eagles, each of which had 2 or 3 masters. A large black mass flew over, and the guards reported in panic to the headquarters that had already become a mess. Lin Wanzhan and others hurried out. There were hundreds of masters. Judging from their true essence fluctuations, they were either in the condensation vein stage or the acquired stage. Lin Wanzhan and others were all stunned. What was going on? When the beast tide was raging, hundreds of masters, such a strong fighting force, they knew very well what it meant. This was fate. How could they appear in Qingsang City? They didn't know who the leading man in white was, but some of them recognized the 2 people behind him. Aren't those 2 people Mr. Mu Yi and Miss Qin from the Marshal's mansion? Zhuang Fan was dumbfounded when he saw Qin Zixuan and Mu Yi standing on a divine wind sculpture. He had seen Mu Yi and Qin Zixuan before, so they should definitely stay in Xianan City at this time. Chapter 350 The storm is coming. Miss Kim from the Marshal's mansion? Qingsang City Lord Zhao Yanming was startled. Are you talking about Miss Qin Zixuan? Of course it's her. Marshal Qin has many granddaughters, but the only Miss Qin who has been with Mr. Mu Yi is Miss Qin Zixuan. Qin Zixuan? She is the proud daughter of the Marshal's mansion, the apple of Marshal Qin's eye. Why would she come to Qingsang City when the beast tide is raging? Who is the man in white standing in front of Qin Zixuan who looks more prestigious? When Zhao Yanming was in doubt, Qin Ziya spoke up. Who is in charge? ZHU Ping died, so Zhao Yanming naturally stepped forward and said, I'm Zhao Yanming, the Lord of Qingsang City. It turns out to be Lord Zhao. I'm Qin Ziya, the Lord of the 7th Zuanwu Mansion of Xianan Country. This time I will bring a group of 120 warriors from the 7th Zuanwu Mansion to settle in Qingsang City. Please make arrangements, Lord Zhao. Bring a group of 120 warriors from the 7th Zuanwu Mansion to settle in Qingsang City? Zhao Yanming could hardly believe his ears when he heard the news. This was simply a great thing. You know, the beast tide of Xianan Country was raging, and many cities were affected. Even the capital Xianan City was not spared. At this time, the 7 Zuanwu Mansion actually sent 120 masters from thousands of miles away on the Divine Wind Eagle to Qingsang City, and even the mansion master Qin Ziya came in person. How could this happen? Zhao Yanming was shocked by the strong sense of happiness and was about to faint. He was stunned for a full 4 or 5 breaths before he said flattered, Welcome, Mansion Master Qin. On behalf of all the people in Qingsang City, I thank you for your timely help. Qin Ziya had no intention of saying these polite words to Zhao Yanming. He asked directly, Lord Zhao, as far as I know, Lin Ming is in Qingsang City. Why can't I see him? Qin Ziya just sensed and scanned it, but didn't see Lin Ming. This was a bit unusual. Zhao Yanming's face suddenly turned bitter. Lin Ming's identity was of great importance, and now something happened to him. I'm afraid he won't have a good ending. He gritted his teeth and told the story again. When he heard that he was being hunted by 3 or 4 postnatal masters and a postnatal peak warrior from the sect, Qin Qin Ziya only frowned, but Qin Xingxuan's pretty face changed color. Being hunted by postnatal peak masters from the sect, and there was more than one. Qin Xingxuan's heart was suddenly hanging. Qin Ziya took out a sound transmission talisman, said a sentence casually and lit it. Sure enough, he failed to find Lin Ming's location. Unless it was a high-level sound transmission talisman equipped by Shenhuang Island. Most sound transmission talismans had a transmission distance of only more than 100 miles. Last night, Qin Ziya notified Lin Ming of the news through the chain sound transmission talisman in the post station. City Lord Zhao, who are they? What are their characteristics? Qin Ziya asked in a deep voice. I don't know about this. Zhao Yanming shook his head blankly. He could only describe the characteristics of several people as much as possible. There was really no valuable advice. It was not until Zhao Yanming mentioned that there was a faint crescent moon mark on Zhao Zinai's clothes that Qin Ziya finally understood that the other party was actually a member of the Lin sect, and Lin Ming was probably confused and involved in a power dispute among the direct disciples of the Lin sect. Throughout the day, Qingsang City only encountered a few sporadic beast tides. The army did not take action at all. The people of the 7 Zuanwu mansion handled it alone. More than 100 masters, each of whom was worth hundreds of soldiers, added up to tens of thousands of troops. Tens of thousands of units of the second level beast tide, as long as a few acquired masters took action and worked together to kill the 4th level beasts, the beast tide would break. However, although the beast tide was no longer a problem, the entire military camp could not relax. A thick layer of dark clouds shrouded it, because Lin Ming's life and death was now uncertain. City Lord Zhao Yanming and several other family heads gradually understood one thing. Qin Ziya came all the way from Xianan City, and even Qin Xingxuan and Mr. Mu Yi came here together, not to save their Qingsang City, but to protect Lin Ming's family. Zhao Yanming couldn't imagine how much face this was. Lin Wanzhan, the head of the Lin family, couldn't sit still. He never thought that Qin Ziya, who was higher than the emperor, would come to Qingsang City with such a large force just to protect his family. This really made him feel terrified and flattered. The more this happened, the more anxious Zhao Yanming became. Although he knew that Lin Ming had a high status before, it now seemed that Lin Ming not only had a high status, but also had an incomparable importance to the 7 Profound Valley. He even learned from Qin Ziya that the 7 Profound Valley's main sect had sent people, but because of the long journey, they had not yet arrived in the territory of Xianan. Zhao Yanming naturally found it difficult to understand the matter that rose to the level of the sect. He did not know what a strong man who would become a Zuandan master in the future, and a top Zuandan master, meant to Qixuan Valley. Even if Lin Ming was not a disciple of Qixuan Valley in the future, just befriending Lin Ming could ensure the prosperity of Qixuan Valley for hundreds of years. At this time, Zhao Yanming had already forgotten about ZH Yuping's murder. He kept organizing guards to search for Lin Ming everywhere, but to no avail. Seeing Qin Ziya's increasingly gloomy face, Zhao Yanming was anxious and turned around. He began to realize one thing. If Lin Ming really disappeared, he would not just remember a fault. The consequences would be very serious, and even Qin Ziya might be implicated. Qin Xingxuan was always worried and had no appetite for lunch. Lin Ming had been out for nearly 10 hours. In this way, until the evening, a small red dot appeared on the horizon of the west sky. The guards reported it immediately. The experts with good eyesight had seen clearly that it was a red dragon with wings. On the back of the dragon, there were 2 figures. The one standing in front was Lin Ming. Lin Ming was back. Led by Qin Ziya, Zhao Yanming, Lin Wanzhan, Mr. Mu Yi, Qin Xingxuan and others all appeared in the west of the military camp waiting. Until the flying dragon flew closer and closer, Zhao Yanming breathed a sigh of relief, and Lin Wanzhan was happy and excited. Qin Ziya was happy, but also a little confused. Seeing Lin Ming so flamboyant and calmly returning along the same route, the people chasing him could not be. Qin Xingxuan didn't have time to think so much. She finally let go of her heart that had been hanging for a day. She was going to greet him happily. As a close friend of Lin Ming, she naturally had reasons to do so. However, after walking a few steps, Qin Xingxuan slowed down her pace and stood still, staring at the girl behind Lin Ming with her beautiful eyes without blinking. During the day, when she asked Zhao Yanming about what happened, Qin Xingxuan clearly heard Zhao Yanming say that the night raid of the military camp by those acquired masters was aimed at this girl, and it had nothing to do with Lin Ming, but he took action, risking his life. Qin Xingxuan's eyes turned, and no one knew what he was thinking. Young Master Lin, you scared me to death. Zhao Yanming, who finally put down a big stone in his heart, almost collapsed on the ground. Seeing so many people waiting to greet him, everyone's face was anxious. Lin Ming felt a little embarrassed because the true essence was consumed too much, and he just absorbed the magic heart crystal fragments, and his breath was a little unstable, so he meditated for a long time, but he didn't expect to make these people so worried. Lin Ming, where have you been for so long? What happened from last night to now? Qin Ziyao asked. Lin Ming bowed and said, Master Qin, I was negligent. I could have come back earlier, but because I was exhausted from the fight, I found a cave to meditate and regulate my breathing, which delayed me for a long time. Qin Ziyao went to the tent with Lin Ming. Lin Ming, where are the disciples of the Lan Yu sect who are chasing you? I heard from the Lord of Qingsang City that there is a peak postnatal master among them. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, but still said truthfully, yes, I killed that person. Qin Ziyao was stunned. A peak postnatal master was not necessarily much weaker than Qin Ziyao himself, but he was killed by Lin Ming? It was hard to imagine. Doesn't this mean that Lin Ming has a strength similar to or even greater than his own? This terrifying speed of strength improvement made Qin Ziyao unable to accept it for a while. It was really beyond his understanding. Master Qin, please keep this matter confidential. Just announce to the outside that I escaped. Lin Ming didn't want the news to reach Aoyang Boyan of Kixuan Valley. It was best to hide his strength and let the other party take it lightly. Okay. Qin Ziyao opened his mouth to say something, but finally shook his head speechlessly. This is really a monster. By the way, Palace Master Qin, regarding this beast tide, what is the reaction from the Shenhuang Island? Speaking of this, Qin Ziyao's expression became serious. According to the news from the main sect, after this beast tide, Shenhuang Island may take action against the South Sea Demon Realm. Qin Ziyao sighed softly when he said this. This war that swept across the entire South Sky region was about to begin. This time, who knows how many warriors will die, and even many sects will be destroyed. However, war is also a time for the creation of talents. Since ancient times, the eras when heroes and masters emerged were all eras of war. There has not been a large-scale war in the Southern Sky region for 1,000 years. Perhaps it has been peaceful for too long. Lin Ming just responded without saying anything. Qin Ziyao's words did not exceed his expectations. This was probably the effect that the South Sea Demon region wanted to create. If the South Sea Demon region took the initiative to attack Shenhuang Island, Shenhuang Island would have the advantage of home court. With the help of the Island Protection Formation, it would inevitably cause the South Sea Demon region to suffer heavy losses. And if it was pulled out to fight, this situation would not happen. While Qin Ziyao was talking to Lin Ming, in an open-top room carefully packed by a maid, Qin Xingxuan was sitting by the curtain, staring at the sky outside the curtain in a daze. The sunset clouds were very beautiful, spreading all the way to the Qingsang mountain in the distance, which made Qin Xingxuan stunned. Girl, what are you thinking about? Mu Yi walked over with a smile. Teacher. Qin Xingxuan panicked and stood up quickly to perform the disciples' salute. He was about to find an excuse to prevaricate, but Mu Yi had already said in advance, don't tell me you are worried about the war and how to repel the beast tide this time. Qin Xingxuan blushed and was embarrassed and speechless. The following is free. I thought I could write 1 or 2 points, but it took me several hours. The transition chapter is really hard to write. There will be a short period of peace and comfort, and then it will be a new journey. Thank you very much for Spare You's reward and becoming an elder of Wuji. In addition, I recommend my friend's new work, that is ugly to the depths of my soul. Urban Supreme Cheyenne Duo, book number 2,614,632. This is a city girl chasing novel that exudes a lewd atmosphere all over the body. Children with integrity should not go there. People as pure as silkworm cocoons will never go there. There is a through train on the book page. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like, Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.